I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fades from mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave might peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate for mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrand, and I am joined by Duncan as we're getting ready to go into our first day of trios of this round of the bi-weekly. Duncan, we're on to the third rotation of bi-weekly finals already. Where is this season going? We're beyond the halfway point now.
Well, it's not easy to say. I mean, taking a look at the past two bi-weeklies, Wolves has been doing pretty well. 2 bi-weeklies in a row. Can they make it a third? Only time will tell. But I think the kickoff of today is going to be rather telling to see which teams are feeling it this week. Although we do obviously have next week as well. We have the second day later on Sunday. However, I always talk about it every time. I'm always going to bring it up because it is just so important. Mentality is key. If you come into the first day and you dominate, it's going to set you up mentally for all the days to come. But as usual, ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Twitch drops. Make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account so that you can make sure that you're getting your hands on these free goodies by just sticking around for a certain amount of time. And to make sure that you are doing so is the best way. Just go into the top right, click on your icon on the Twitch webpage, drop down menu will appear, and one of the options will say drops and rewards, and there you can click on that and you can see all of the different drop campaigns for all the different games, all the different Twitch streams, including NARAKA, of course, and you can claim your drops there. But back to NARAKA, back to the action. I'm not too sure, Brain. It's going to be interesting. Also very interesting to see when we're going to be moving over to the newer patches and how that's going to impact the game, as quite a few things have changed. But for the moment, I don't think we're going to be going on to the new patch. It's still going to be the same patch that we were playing last time, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. I will get back to you on that one. But for the moment, I think we're likely going to be seeing much more of the same. So that means your Kylin Hardy compositions with the zipping alongside them being an extremely dominant composition that we've seen just take Nbpl by storm. It's definitely evident as to how strong this composition can be. We've seen the Sand Siphon still being the presence that it has been for a long time, and we've seen a little bit of experimentation with from a few of these teams. We've seen the Valda, Monk, Matari. We've seen all sorts of things. Do you have any expectations going into the day?
I mean, honestly, where we're at in the meta right now, I think it's going to be more of the same. Like you said, there's a fair few comps. There's enough meta comps kind of jumping about at the moment for the teams to not really worry on the hero point selection. I do still think the Kylin Hardy and the Sand Siphon are obviously going to be the two biggest comps of the day. That's pretty much as we normally expect. They're the kind of big pop-off comps. I think this, honestly, it's weird to say, but I think this Zai comp is starting to look a little underwhelming for me. I know a lot of teams are putting priority on it for like the second rotation.
Even the first rotation, I think, on the bi-weekly final, we saw it.
There are a few teams who do pick it in that first rotation. I think that's hero point dependent as well. But I think out of all the meta comps, I don't think it's a bad comp by any means. I think you put it up versus a non-meta comp and it will crush it. But I think it's kind of like a lot of them are sitting in that kind of like S to A tier, where I think the Zai comp is like a high B tier at the moment. Executed well, like really well, it probably goes into an A tier. But it can be a little bit, can sometimes be a little awkward to perfectly execute on. But here we go, seeing our teams playing today. Wolves will not be playing, so this is the moment for a bunch of these teams to put some points on the board with the Wolves
indeed
taken out of the game for the moment. I still think that the blind date comp it's like a last ditch comp at the moment for a lot of these teams. I think people are sleeping on it again. I think it's the amount of crowd control that it brings, the safety net it brings, and I guess it kind of comes down to the Wushen's port isn't as good as it once was. So maybe there's a world where this comp actually needs to look for a third member and the Wushen gets worked out. There is a world where I'd like to see an adjusted version of this comp, because I still think Tessa Viper, very potent combo together.
I do agree with you absolutely. The amount of crowd control, as you said, is immense. It's extremely hard to come away with your life once you've been fully committed on by a Viper and a Tessa combo. And obviously the beauty of it is that the Wu Chen is there to allow for the disengage potential, but again, as you said, having had the nerfs to Wu Chen, making it far easier to keep track of where the team teleports to, makes it so that it's not as strong as it once was. However, interestingly, we did see some teams opt to go even into the realm of Yang with the Viper Tessa Wu Chen composition, and now that seems bonkers, right? It seems absurd for this composition to be looking to go into the realm of Yang, and obviously they were looking to try and snowball as much as they could, but I think there is a method in the madness. You know, the fact that all of these teams, you know, they're preparing to fight Viper team compositions outside of the realm of Yang. And I doubt that a lot of these teams have really prepared to fight them within realm of Yang, where they are forced to fully commit, and they know they're just, I mean, obviously they know how to fight this composition.
Yeah.
However, it is definitely something that could throw teams off their game, as they just sort of get, it's just the surprise factor, the unexpectedness of going into Yang with this comp can definitely net you some success. And we saw it in the bi-weekly finals, I believe, a couple teams going into the realm of Yang with the Viper comp and coming out victorious. You know, it definitely can do very, very well. And I don't know. It's hard to really say. It is, as you said, the last ditch comp, so to speak, the composition that gets picked up last. You know, if you don't get your Hardy Kylin zipping, you don't get your Sand Siphon, you don't get your Zai Matari Kurumi or zipping, you know, you're likely going to be going over to that Viper comp. But even then, I think if played well, it can be devastating. And if you recognize the objectives of the composition as well, and you're able to play around those objectives and those win conditions, you are going to succeed. And one of those big ones is preventing the other teams from scaling. So Sand Siphon scales extremely well, and one of the jobs of the Viper team, so to speak, is to prevent that from happening. So we will see, but we're going to be going into our first game of the day very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you've got your snacks ready. I mean, the time that it is for a lot of people right now, you might want a sort of midnight snack or perhaps a little bit of breakfast if you're over in EU, as me and HipBrain are. Get yourself a nice cup of tea, a cup of coffee, you know, whatever you fancy, and we're going to be locking in for this first game. But do you have any predictions for the first game in terms of whatever, really, picks, winners?
I mean, pick-wise, I think we've rambled on that, to be honest.
We have somewhat.
You know, I think if you've been watching NARAKA for the last season, well, at least this part of the season, and even part of the end of last season, you'll have a pretty good grasp on what was going on. I think the only real addition is what I'm calling the Rubik's Cube comp, that Kylin and Hardy comp. I'm sticking to it. It needs a name. But yeah, I think the big thing for me is today is a chance for a lot of fairly solid teams in the league to put some points on the board while Wolves aren't playing. Because, again, if you haven't watched this season at all, Wolves are kind of crushing it right now. They have won both of the bi-weeklies. The first one they won in 4 games as well. Like, they absolutely slammed lobbies. So, you know, you've got the likes of GG playing today, JL are playing today, KLA, who are on our screen right now. We got some really solid teams on the board, and they're obviously going to be looking to lock in. I want to also just put eyes on X1. I think this team is sleeper at the moment, and I think when they wake up, they actually could be a real contender. I saw some life in them last week. I saw a lot of promise from these guys.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I'm not really sure, but I feel like every team almost has that. They have it in them. It's just that it's not always. They're not always.
I'm going to be honest with you. Some of them don't. Some teams I'm not impressed with, but X1, genuinely, they were on the bottom for a while, and then occasionally they'd have these really insane pop-off games. So for them, I think it's a matter of locking that in and getting it down, because I'm pretty impressed with that now. Having a look at the hero selection, Rubik's Cube has now been heavily picked. So what are these teams going to look to go for? I expect the blind dates to come through a lot here. We do see WBG locking in this Valda Monk comp. Interesting.
Off the start as well.
They even spent a point for this because
to be
Matari
fair,
had
actually,
0 points.
So here's the interesting thing. We've talked about this composition being pretty good, but the fact that the thing is they can't go into Sand Siphon. They lose against Tumulk. So one of the finesses now, being in that final selection phase, is the fact that they can see all the other characters that have been banned before them, or the characters that have had their hero points price increased, and Tumulk wasn't one of them. Meaning that they could probably deduce that Tumulk has likely not been picked up by the majority of the teams that have picked before them. And so this comp might actually do extremely well going into this first game. Big brain from WBD.
I have another question then.
Okay.
How does Monk do on Padoria? Because that's where we're going. And I haven't actually seen Monk on Padoria yet, at least in like a professional setting. So, because, you know, we have that whole thing about how Monk is worse on Holoroth than he is on Morosile. I feel like this map's also got a lot of terrain, so surely that's a bit of a potential problem.
I mean, there's a lot of there is a lot of verticality, absolutely. You know, in a lot of situations, I feel like end games typically end up being, you know, hilly and like on cliff sides and that sort of thing. However, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of open space, very big open space areas that can very easily facilitate Monk being able to get those grabs as there's nothing to hide behind. However, there's also situations where you don't want to be in those open spaces as, you know, you're Monk and you just become a giant target for everyone to turn around and shoot at. So it's hard to really say. However, I do remember the first time they brought out this composition, it was played on Padoria. However, it was game 6, and I'm not sure if it was day or nighttime. However, they did do extremely well on that in that game the first time they played it. So we'll have to see. You know, I mean, they have been playing it on Padoria and they've been doing relatively well. You know, it's not been a flop every time. It's not necessarily been a huge MVP game every time, but I think it can certainly do well. But here we are. We're going to be jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are ready to drop in and get oogly. We've got quite a few teams landing on Skygaze Cove over in the east. We've got X1, 5T1, and EWG all spawning very close together. SS1, I believe that is, I'm not 100% sure, but WBG as well are all spawning in Imperium. We may actually see the red longsword come into play in this first game, Hipbrain. It could be spicy. We get is it the first time? I don't think I've seen it.
I haven't seen it, mate. I
remember.
Still haven't seen the red armor in a professional game.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think it's actually possible
to get it. Do you think they took it out?
I don't know, but I've never seen it myself either. I think at this point, considering how long we've had Holoroth available, that
so here's the thing: is it enabled on Immortal War?
That's my thing. I don't think it is. That might be the case.
Yeah, that could be it then. Then maybe we'll find out. But we're into the action. FPX already taking themselves a fight versus SS1. Junk's able to kind of navigate nicely around the edge of this fight. Just going to get himself up onto the pole, got the scale rush lined up if he can go for it. Not going to find that opportunity. WBG actually looking to kind of break away from this one. Remember, they're the ones running that Valda Monk comp, so they're actually going in. They want to scale. They want to get some kills on the board and make sure they have some money to spend in those shops and get that armor onto Sleepwalker as quick as possible. Jing's still a while away off getting that ultimate, so we'll have to play this carefully. As Tutu looking to get onto Rosemary and save their life. Jing, can he stop Rosemary from getting picked up? It looks like he can't, but as soon as he's revived, he's going to get scale rushed onto. Here comes the revive. It looks like Jing decides that his team's in actual danger, so he's going to rescale over, try and come in with a save. Takes a whole heap of damage from those halberds straight to the face, but with This pole sword is just messing them up. Junk's going very low. Jing trying to get the finish off, puts the bubbles down. Sansi's caught out, and this should just be it. But the sandstorm hits onto Jing. Can the transform save his life? It looks like they have been able to keep him alive. One grab comes in, and there is Sleepwalker popping off on the monk, able to secure himself the kills, and now looking for the grabs onto the SS1 members. Rosemary trying to make a break.
Oh, the Valdo!
Caught inside the Valdo! Plucked out, slammed down, looking for the regrab. Another catch from the Valda there as well. Rosemary going to take a whole heap of damage as Sleepwalker does time out in the middle of it. Rosemary going to look to try and finish up onto Sleepwalker. Has that bell to work with, is going to pop it. Rosemary now putting some pressure in, finds the uppercut, and Sleepwalker goes down in the middle of all of it, and Jing will follow him. The ult timed out. WBG go down.
Still a very, very good start for WBG. Getting 4 eliminations on the board off the rip. It's a pretty solid start. No one can say it different. Although they do go down, unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, you get those 4 early kills, you're still bound to be pretty pleased with that one, as you do keep a little bit of the money that you get. You know, when you do go down, you do keep a little bit, but getting the 4 early kills off the rip is definitely a solid start. But taking a look over here, it's a little bit quieter on this side. JDG have taken the time to loot up and get their hands on a Moonbane, landing up here in the northwest, over in the money spot. This is the best place for money on Perdoria, at least that we've found so far. And it looks as though they've managed to find themselves a lonely member of Bowder. Unfortunately, in a 1 versus 3 situation, there is not too much that can be done, and it appears as though he had already used his rebirth. So he is going to be down for the count, and the rest of his teammates are going to be tasked with coming up with the funds to resurrect their teammate, as otherwise he's going to be dead for the entirety of the game. But JDG, nice little pickup. Very happy. We're going to be able to get all of this money for themselves and potentially get some purple weapons or purple armors, whatever they choose to do. But we're heading on over to GG, looking for this engagement. The Zai F3 is going to come through. The tether from the Kurumi coming in as well. So there was a parry that took place just now. We've got the ultimates coming in from the Kailin, sending them, just crashing through them all the way, not able to get the juggle down the hill, unfortunately, but still doing quite a considerable amount, getting the value. The Kurumi ultimate now coming into play. Zai still holding onto that ultimate, but here it is coming online, getting it knocked out of that hold. Gonna look for the F3, diving in. Hardy forced to use that combo break to go to the sky, and I believe we're gonna be seeing that ultimate coming into play as well. Chasing him down. Are we going to catch him though? GG. Looking for this chase down. They do still have that Zyol active, but unfortunately it is going to be cut short by the Forbidden Idol, the Fox Idol, the 3-band zone, if you will. We're going it back to neutral. The F3 coming out from the Kurumi. A beautiful dodge through into the parry. Very, very nice. Followed up with that F3 going up onto these buttery rocks, trying to keep hold of these players, but it's not going to be easy. The combo break comes out for the Kailin, trying to peel just a little bit. All of these teams still looking pretty healthy. Nothing too crazy has happened just yet. We might be looking for the disengage. No! The re-engage coming out from the F3. The 3-band zone still is active. GG immediately runs back into it as the Hardy ultimate comes into play. And they're not looking to contest that just yet. We do have the cube available as well. LXM eating a bit of damage. A huge follow-up, though, coming out from CJS. We've got a ballista in play coming out from IBIN. BBE trying their best to stay at the range at which her teammate can help them. But GG immediately consolidating onto this player, onto this Hardy, forced to disengage. The RMB focus coming down on the drop-down. IBIN now trying to stay alive in the 1 versus 3. His teammates have now turned up. Fully reset. The ultimate is going to be coming through again from the Zai. CJS trying to find the opening, doesn't manage to get the CC onto Roy Hee. The Matariev crashing through onto IBIN. The bomb dodge away. F3 goes wide, not able to find the connection. Zipping coming in for that flank with the the dagger. LMB focus, able to peel him off for a second, but Ibin is still going to be going down. GG now, the Kurumi ult is in play yet again, and it looks as though GG might have this fight.
This is like one of the old zipping meta fights. Like it just
doesn't
down.
end.
To be fair, I do think the Zai comp is actually pretty heavily countered by the Hardy comp, and I know that might sound funny because we're literally looking at GG winning this fight, but I think that the amount of mobility and the ability to kind of evade them really actually counters this. So it was really well played by GG, and ultimately I think the reason they won this fight was because Ibin went to go get that Ballista, and GG just made the call to 3-man collapse while the rest of BBE went for a reset. So they were able to catch them isolated, and I think that's why they took the fight in their favor. But that was a good, like, 4 or 5 minute fight. That did not stop.
It was crazy.
Just constant action. As having a look at the map right now, we can see that the Realm of Yang's going to be spawning up. It looks like EWG are going to, if they want to, get their hands on one uncontested. Few teams around the FPX one, but actually all but KLA are moving away. So I actually don't think FPX themselves are particularly interested in jumping in. You can see WBG are desperate to get their hands on this Realm of Yang. Again, they've got that monk. They want to get the armor. They want to get the scaling going, get golden weapons onto him as quick as possible. That is going to be their game plan. But they have got SS1, and I can't see who the other team was. It's GG in the area. So there's going to be a fight for this zone. It's WBG going to look to make their way over. They want to be first in the zone. Are they going to be able to do so? Yes, there's Sleepwalker. Has the rest of the team made it in? Yep, they have. Alrighty. Going to see this Valda comp in. Not particularly geared as far as it goes on the Soul Jades front. But for now, we will keep our eyes on them. Sleepwalker, not really able to get much use out of his grapple to get nice and high. Is going to immediately go in for the transform here. Looking for the grabs. They're just going to hide behind that pillar. Can he find it? Gets the slam down onto Yin as he's looking for the grab. Yin able to just about tap dodge away of these, but he does find himself one grab.
Oh, the double grab!
The double grab, and here comes the clap. They are on top of the Kurumi ultimate, though, to keep them alive for now. Sleepwalker just repositions. Yin caught by the Valor ultimate. Pampy trying to make a run for it, but he's gonna get himself caught out by the Valor ultimate. They are so clean with this comp. Walker pops the bell, trying to get away for the brief second as Pampy now is going to get himself caught out inside that ult once again. Jing continues to put the pressure down, but the Valda chains are absolutely obliterating WBG. Sleepwalker wasn't in the area, and he is going to go down. It started strong, but it ended with a complete whitewash.
That's so unfortunate. They almost had it. WBG, I think the thing that really spelled disaster there was they greeded for literally just half a second too long. They had Pampy in that spear CC. They had him in the water turbine. And they greeded just for a little bit too long, and Pampy was immediately able to jump out of that CC into the F3. And they were denied so much damage that they could have potentially had, unfortunately. And it is what it is. You greed, you will be punished. It's tough out there. You gotta go for what you can. Unfortunately, they did not succeed in this situation. But JL immediately jumping out of this Realm of Yang, now engaging onto 521. Very happy to take this engagement. Both of these teams do have that Vermilion Bird's Might. If they can get themselves 3 kills off of this, they are going to be very happy, especially if they manage to parry away a golden weapon that has been picked up in the Realm of Yang. VVV being the holder of this golden weapon, going to be unleashing that ultimate now, to be trying to force these players out of the Kurumi circle so that they can find the damage and not have it immediately healed back on up. Pampy taking a lot of said damage, forced to try and disengage and find a reset. It's not looking too good though for 521. Akame has already gone down. VVV taking a bit of damage, but he's still not in all that much danger. The zipping F is going to be ready to go to keep him topped up, and they do have both ultimates from TXJ and One Feng ready in their back pocket. The cube now has been placed down. They are going to be having that extra combo break available at a moment's notice if need be. But 5-2-1, they're not backing down. They want this fight. They want to see if they can get just a little bit of value. Anything it will be good so that they can make use of this Vermilion Bird's Might. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen. 5-2-1 falling apart, and JL are going to be taking this victory after the Realm of Yang.
So there it is. Nice little victory for them, as we are going to see fight breaking out here between EWG and FPX. FPX can keep that pressure up onto EWG. Don't have that Realm of Yang debuff, but they are feeling the aggression right now. We are going to see Junks put some damage out. They're just going to continue to fire away onto them for the moment, as it does look like a Cookie going very low. It's just going to immediately get blown up. Junks goes down in the middle of all of that, and FPX now going to get turned onto, although they're going to try and equalize out the score here. Jai, very, very low, able to play himself away for the moment as they are looking to finish up these FPX members. Xiaohu going very low as well, and look at the damage coming out from Jai, as that is going to be the end of them. FPX taken out of the game. And EWG will be sitting quite comfortably off that one. The Bird's Might will be wearing off soon, so I think these Bird's Might teams not going to be particularly interested in scrapping any more. As we do cut over quickly to WBG. Do have that Realm of Yang debuff, and they only have a minute left, so they need to pull this trigger. Ibin's going to immediately get engaged onto. There's going to be the bells pop by Sleepwalker. He hasn't even got enough to transform. They've not been able to use it effectively here. They're just going to try and continue to pressure up, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's going to have to be big. They find themselves a beautiful parry off, but no follow-up comes in. WBG, they greeded for this Valda comp, and it may have cost them heavily. 30 seconds to find 3 kills. I don't think they're going to be able to do it in time. Sleepwalker does have to transform. They are going to put a bit of pressure in onto Roy Hihi. It may be. Maybe if they can find the one,
grab.
They're going to full combo in.
Oh, no!
The kill. No, he's able to break away. He
what is
cube out. He goes down. Can they get to his soul in time? They do. Walker's cleansed, but in comes backup. WBG, they cleanse one member, and he's immediately going to go down. Oh, it went so bad for WBG off the back of this one. This has to be a miracle. There is no miracle. WBG go down.
Oh my goodness. At least it's not all of them. The Valda and the Matari did manage to make it out alive with their having cleansed those Yang depletions, but oh my goodness. Yeah, they're cleansed, full cleansed.
Oh.
Thank goodness for them, though. Holy, they are going to have to buy that rebirth charm now, though, to resurrect their Tianhai. But I'm sure they will manage. At least we hope so for their sake. But SS1 coming in with that third party at the perfect timing. Very, very nice for them, taking them up to 7 eliminations. And looking at the scoreboard, quite a few teams are lurking around the same kill threshold. No big outlier, nobody just dominating completely. And it's still very, very close. Obviously, we do have a couple teams that have gone down fully, but it's looking good for a lot of them. And also, another thing to note, WBG did manage to buy that rebirth charm already. He's already back in the action, or at least he's going to be very, very soon. X1 now here, having picked up this Spirit Well, not looking to go into the realm of Yang, instead going for that Mystic Might on the Spirit Well. The safer option, perhaps the better one, only time will tell, but we're going to be jumping into the realm of Yang. KLA up against JL, and QGG is looking absolutely stacked. Golden armor, golden ultimate, and a purple staff. Oh, staff, sorry, the spear. I saw the bouncy coming out from the spear and thought it was a staff, but no, it's just an erudition. QGG looking for the chase down, finds the sliding uppercut onto One Feng. His teammates looking to follow up, but not able to do so, unfortunately. Hardy Cube coming in clutch. QGG with that focus slide, looking to come in and now jump on to VVV, forcing out this Kylan ultimate. QGG forced against the wall, forced to use his own ultimate as well. Erudition sent flying. No connection, unfortunately, but he does find onto the VVV. He's overextended. He's lost all of his health, and the zipping healing is coming through, but it might not be enough to actually keep him on his feet. And there it is, the Dragon Roar coming through. VVV does go down. One Feng now pushed against the corner again, but has Cube yet again ready to go. And KLA are looking extremely dominant in this fight. 17S still has that Kurumi circle ready to go at a moment's notice. The parry comes through, but unfortunately the F3 damage reduction comes in to deny most of this damage, 90% of it. The focus slide coming through into the jump LMBs. There's nothing they can do. JL are falling apart, and KLA just gonna have to clean this up, and they're gonna be coming away with a very nice secondary win in the realm of Yang.
This is the way to counter the Kylan. If they try to go for those dashes and get the sustain through that, if you can lock them down, you know, with the fear and shoves and things like that, you can actually just burst through them because they go very, very low while they're doing the ulting. So it's it was a really nice read there by KLA, able to win them that fight. And now golden armor onto QGG and to CXZ, golden weapons across the board as well. Like, these guys are starting to get very stacked, and I do think this is one of KLA's top comps. They are so good at playing the Sand Siphon. They've been very strong at this for a while, so it's really good to see, you know, them having a very solid fight versus a team that's pretty strong, as they are just are they rolling Soul Jades here, or are they actually buying Soul Jades? Because no, there's not too many on the floor.
I'm not 100% sure. I think they're just buying them.
Because I know you can still roll them.
You can, but it's not really worth it anymore. You can buy a you can roll for 5,000, 8,000, and then I think it goes up to 11,000 or something along those lines. But it's extremely expensive, and it can sometimes just be worth to save your money and wait until the shop fully unlocks so that you can just buy the specific Soul Jade that you want. But again, interestingly, we're seeing teams pick up this Draco Storm, which is definitely, it's definitely become a lot more popular and will be becoming much more popular now that in the most recent patch, they've actually made it so that when you pick it up, it gives you that full rage regeneration. But this is not the patch that they are playing on. Instead, they're playing on the previous one, but it's still extremely good. WBG now getting engaged upon by JL. JL with that Yang depletion, gonna be needing those soul blooms to cleanse that Yang depletion. Jing forced to use that ultimate, unfortunately getting taken very low. BVV coming in to follow up, taking a little bit of damage. Jing trying it to stay on his feet. Walker committing that monk ultimate to try and peel for his teammate here, but SS1 were in the mix, and Walker, he grabs one. Zen 1 getting sent down the terrain. I don't think there's going to be all that much follow-up though. It's not looking too good for WBG. Axiao has been singled out and spotted down by JL. The double grab comes through, but no! He's going down to SS1. That is heartbreaking. Oh,
yeah, they've only got one member left. Jing on their lonesome, being run down here by JL. Jing is not going to be long for this world. They did 7 kills on that game, but yeah, unfortunately for WBG, Monk comps suffer right now in the meta. There's a lot of crowd control, there's a lot of mobility, and they had a solid start to this game, which is a weird thing to say about Monk comp, because normally they're not solid starters, they're more solid enemies.
Yeah, true, exactly.
But if you're a Monk comp, you're going to get bullied by the lobby. Everyone's going to not want you in the end of the game, because the last thing everyone wants to have to think about are the Monk grabs. So they just decide to take them out and all go their separate ways. Bella's rung. JL just going to move it away. We've still got 9 minutes left on the clock as well. 21 players in this game and 7 teams. So still a fair amount to play for in this game. But I expect now, once this Roman Yang debuff on JL runs out, things will probably cool off until the Spirit Well comes up, and not the next Spirit Well, but the last Spirit Well of the game. Yeah. That might decide how quick or slow this game ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, JL They do still have that one Yang depletion, as you said, on VVV, but they do have quite a bit of money in their wallet, so they may be able to just let him go down to this Yang depletion, or perhaps let him go down to the zone, the storm damage, and then buy the rebirth charm up. But the problem is they're kind of surrounded. X1 is very close, and as is JDG. They're trying to find a spot where VVV can just go down unnoticed, not have this team immediately recognize that JL has a player missing, and then look for the rebirth charm pickup. So they managed to find it. EWG still lurking very close, as is 521. If they get spotted out here, this could be extremely bad for them. Everything could explode at a moment's notice.
I also assume they want to get their stuff back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
it's kind of like find a good place to hide him while they revive him, and then get back in time to go get it.
Yeah.
If he's about to go down, one thing, I assume he's about to send himself across looking for somewhere to go revive.
Ready to do it. Oh, here we go. Does he get the rebirth charm? He does indeed. They'll be going over to the rebirth altar. And immediately they're going to be able to go and grab their loot. And I think this is probably the best time for them to have done this, considering that this spirit well did come up a bit to the north of them. KLA immediately consolidating onto the spirit well, looking to claim it for themselves. But all of the teams surrounding them definitely going to be looking to jump in and snipe away some of this loot. 2Tick does jump in, it gets himself a purple armor, is immediately disengaging. X1 playing with fire here, sending these cannon shots into KLA. I'm not too sure if this is the best idea. This team's looking pretty stacked. QGG, CXZ, and 17S, all three of them with golden armor. And it's looking pretty good for them, Hitbrain. They're feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, I mean, they look so stacked right now. KLA are going to be really, really hard to deal with. As it's like everyone decided that was actually exactly what was going on. It's a variant challenge even used here by KLA. They know
We're going to Mortal Defiance for Jing as well on the Viper. Going to be diving in and not really caring if they die, although... Hey, you don't want to be going down. As one of the optimal little things that can be done, if a team's got a Wu Chen, they're going to teleport their teammates away when they do go down. A little trick that you can do in your own games, chat, is as just before that player gets teleported away, go over to the body and just grab everything you can. Just take the armor off the body, even if it's lower rarity than yours. Just take it off the body, as when they get teleported, they're going to be resurrected with no armor, and it's going to be tough for them to recover. A nice little finesse that you can do against all of these Wu Chen compositions. And also, surprisingly, we have a few of these Wu Chen compositions in this endgame, and I'm not sure if they're going to be doing all that well going into these final zones, but they do have a bit of terrain to work with. Usually we talk about Viper comps doing extremely well in tree endgames where there's a lot of verticality, a lot of trees for them to lurk on top of, and then look for those drop downs with the Viper ultimate and try and get just a bit of value at the very least, as Wu Chen's ultimate value just gets less and less. It just depreciates as the game goes on, as there's just not very many spots to teleport to that are going to be worthwhile. If you try and teleport, you're likely going to be as close to a team once you teleported as close to you as they were before you teleported. It's not looking too good for Wu Chen's, but there is a few things that you can do. Of course, you can get the Viper ult activated and then teleport and then just appear out of thin air and immediately stun players, which is always very nice to see, very, very exciting to watch. But I'm not sure if they're going to be looking for it here. But we do have the secondary and the final Spirit Well coming up, Hitbrain. Can you make out which buff that is? Because I cannot.
I could not tell you for the life of me. All I know is KLA won it. They are holding this, steadfast. Not committing the ultimates yet. Pampy actually knocks QGG out, and actually it's going to force QGG to go heal. Going a little bit low off the back of this one. It does look like now 521 are in control of this Spirit Well, as they are slowly working at it, but in come a bunch
no.
of people. That's a big Tessa charm actually onto all of the members. Pampy's interrupted. He's going to find himself charmed up, and there is no follow-up. That's enough to force them off for now. KLA re-engaging in, full committing off to the back of that one. QGG still holding the ultimate, so maybe not the full committal. Waiting to get this a little bit further charged up. They're just battering people away who step near. There's going to be the ultimate pop by QGG to send everybody packing as they get onto S1. Again, more damage coming out. Not fully going to be getting the kills, mind you. Tessa Charm will be connecting onto KLA, and this is going to leave them very exposed the moment that pops, and everybody is going to jump in onto them. QGG able to reposition himself away for the moment as he has to go off and heal. Now X1 are the ones to jump in onto this one. I'm going to make a guess that this might be the White Tigers buff because everybody in the lobby is going absolutely mad for it. QGG re-engaging in, rejoining into the fray, trying to force off the members of JL. Over the shoulder, TXJ goes as he just continues to harass and batter them away. The sandstorm was laid down. QGG are finding themselves again battered back and looking to heal. It's now JL in control. Another Tessa ultimate comes through. That urn is going to charm them up, and as soon as that pops, expect everybody to jump in onto them. In comes Rosemary. JL almost captured this though. QGG and the rest of KLA going for one last desperate ditch to force JL off the Spirit Well. Can they do it? It's going to finally get popped, and that is the buff for them. White Tigers over to the side of JL. QGG going incredibly low. JL now with the Kylan ultimate is just going to chase through everybody here. Desperately trying to find those dashes. Gets a whole heap of damage onto QGG. Finds himself taking a fair amount of damage. Actually, and they take him down. KLA with the shutdown.
Oh no, it's greed, the greed coming out from JL here. Thankfully, they are able to immediately resurrect their teammate, but oh no, you don't want to be doing that one as he has now lost the buff for himself. His teammates have it, but he does not, and he is definitely in a very bad situation. The fire tick is coming through from all of these cannons. The flame breath doing work. JL, TXJ trying to make something happen, trying to peel for his teammate so he can get that full heal off, but KLA are not making it easy. One Fang now does go down. TXJ also going to be following quickly after the focus slide. Unlosable neutral. QGG taking full advantage of that, and KLA still looking extremely dominant going forward into this endgame. Two-tick, JDG all lurking at the bottom of that tower, trying to heal up as they've taken quite a bit of damage. So many teams just flying through here. The mosh pit at the bottom, KLA are holding it. The blender is waiting for any of these players who dare drop down, but ZDI doing a very good job of disrupting this. QGG does have that ultimate ready to go very, very soon. All of these players going up and down, trying to use any bit of verticality to keep themselves safe. 5-2-1, scale rushing upwards. Cookie has managed to find a moment to heal. 5-2-1 Yin lurking at the bottom, looking for the scale rush, just trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. QGG taking the aggressive positioning here, getting hit with that Tessa ultimate, forced to use that his own ultimate now, trying to stay hidden and close on this little lip of this tower. VVV is back. He does manage to push him into the zone. QGG doing so much work with this erudition. The spear going crazy. He's just sending all of these focus attacks. As long as he doesn't get his first hit parried, the purple focus is going to keep him going, matching through all of these players. It's getting so unbelievably close now. The Matari F pushing them all out. The poison splash coming into play. A last-ditch cannon hit. Tried to get it off and not able to do so. ZDI still alive, and ZDI is going to be the last man standing. But who takes the MVP? I think it might be KLA, Hitbrain. I think it might be them. And there it is. Oh my goodness, what an end zone.
What a huge game from KLA. And I genuinely think QGG stopping... oh my word, I've forgotten the member of the team who got the
BVV? JL?
BVV, thank you,
yeah.
JL. Stopping him from having that White Tigers buff and being able to use it might have been the difference maker there, because I do think if VVV on the Kylan, who's kind of your primary get everyone low and kill them guy, if he had that White Tigers, there could have been a world where they could have wolves that lobby and just popped everybody, but Absolutely beautiful shutdown there from QGG. And it looks like, there is another answer to contesting the Spirit Well. Just contesting the members with it. Just by isolating one of them and taking them out. Really big game there for QGG and the rest of KLA. That's a Sand Siphon game, though. Sand Siphon absolutely thrives in the end game. And, we saw why there. Really, really solid stuff coming in. You just get a pat on the bum from TXJ.
Good job, mate. Good lad. The sportsmanship.
That one, Chief.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things that I absolutely love about the NBPL. Solos, trios, whatever it might be. All of these players know each other. They've been fighting it out in NBPL for so long. Yeah. They know each other from just in game, just playing trios in ranked, in Immortal War and stuff. They definitely are very friendly. There's a lot of sportsmanship behavior. It's always nice to see. In some esports, everyone is just at each other's throats. But here, everyone's just vibing, gaming. But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Answer for Treasures, the first of the day. And if you want to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, make sure to answer this question correctly and put your answer in the chat. The question being, usually the first one is, but question, which team won game number 1 today? If you don't know this, you may not be paying attention. You may have just arrived. But I'm sure that everybody else in the chat will be able to help you. Was it A, CDGG, B, SS1, C, JDG, or D, KLA? Make sure to get your answer in the chat. And also to pay attention to the chat and your whispers, as if you are the lucky winner, you will be added so that you can get your hands on your rewards and get them in game and put them to use. But back to NARAKA. What a game coming out from KLA. And yeah, as you said, JL, VVV, the shutdown on him, making it so that he didn't have that buff. He didn't have the White Tiger's prowess to be able to constantly be healing. And any kills that he got wouldn't actually... I don't know 100%, but I believe it would make sense that if a member of the team that has White Tiger's prowess doesn't have the buff because they've died and been resurrected, that if they are the player who gets the final hit onto a player, that the shockwave, the roar from the White Tiger's prowess doesn't actually happen because he didn't have the buff himself. So it would have to have come down to his teammates to secure those final hits to get that skadoosh potential going. But hey, it wasn't to be. A little bit of greed, in that kind of situation up against the wall, the massive gate. He was trying desperately to lock down KLA, but because of the terrain, just a little bit biting off a little bit more than he could chew, he does go down to that zone damage, not able to stay on his feet. But thankfully for him, he did get resurrected pretty quickly. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the standings off the back of that game very quickly. KLA...
Blink you miss it.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. KLA, the stats coming out here, though. Healing, 23,000 healing from 17S on the Kurumi. 27,500... Wait, that's healing as well. Oh, 27,500 healing coming out from CXZ. I imagine he probably had advanced group heal in as one of his 2 Soul Jades. We've seen it plenty of times. Advanced group heal being so impactful. And if you've got multiple sets of it, you're gonna put it on. You're not gonna be putting it on your position 1. You're gonna put it on Tamulk and on the Kurumi so that you can fully make use out of it.
But yeah, I mean, huge game. Here we go. Finally get to look at the scores properly. KLA, 19 kills, 20.5 points. It wasn't even close. JL had 11. They were 9 points behind that game. That is a substantial lead to KLA. 11 points to 521, 10.5 to EWG as well. I mean, overall, not a bad scoring game. It's 8th place is still 7 points, which is not that far. That's what 4 points behind. Second place is 8th. Yeah. So a lot of people scoring. I mean, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, well, 3 teams have 10 points in here. There's
2 with 11.
These teams were popping off.
Yeah.
And like I said, WatchX won. They had a 10-pointer there. I genuinely think this team are a little bit underrated right now. I think they're a little slept on. I don't think they're a top tier team right now, but I think they have some serious potential as a roster, and their performance has impressed me. So they're my new KLA, because I remember when KLA first arrived on the scene, I was like, watch these guys, they're going to be really good. And KLA, alas, didn't win that season because they weren't able to compete in the finals, but they would have. I guarantee you they would have won. I don't know if X1 have a win in the finals in them this season, but I think, you know, they going forwards could be a serious contender here in the league.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I'm not sure how green the actual players are, but obviously the X1 as a name, as an org, is new in this split, I believe. So, you know, they've got to pay their dues. But who knows? You know, teams have come in and just taken everything by storm. Players, individuals have done so. You know, that we might be seeing an X1 win if they continue to perform well. And I certainly agree with you that they do have it in them. But hey, look how hectic is this? The final zone closing on a wall so that there's literally no safe zone. It's just insane. It's so difficult to actually stay together, stay, you know, stabilized and not fall to pieces. But a lot of those teams leading up to that point had already lost members. You know, extremely hectic final zone. But the MVP for that game, for KLA, as you may have expected, was indeed UGG with 24,000 damage, 9 kills, and wow. Look at the damage coming out from the spear. You know, usually we see it split up a bit between different weapons or different things, but no, QGG went crazy with the spear.
It was literally spear or nothing, by the way.
Yeah, it was only spear.
Damage spear, 1,000 skills and ultimate, 1,000 damage without weapon. The only weapon he actually had any impact on was that spear. He had a cannon, by the way.
Yeah.
And we saw him firing that cannon, and apparently that still didn't do anywhere near as much as his ultimate, which only did 1,000.
Yeah, he was just sending those spear R&B focuses. You know, when you got erudition, this Jade, if you haven't tried it, chat, is pretty goated. It's kind of nuts because you can send it in one direction and then turn it as the follow-up comes through. And only the first hit of it is blue focus, which means that that's the only part you can parry. The next 2 bits, purple. You can't parry that. You either have to clank or avoid it. I mean, if you've got a gold focus, then you can go through it. But other than that, you know, it's an extremely useful Soul Jade, especially for just dominating space. It's in those small and tight areas. You can just send them out, and that's exactly what he did. And hey, 20,000 damage, not too shabby coming out from the spear. You know, he had a spear from spawn basically, and just rocked the lobby. But hey, very well played by KLA. It was looking a little spicy there when they weren't able to get their hands on the Spirit Well, and it was a little bit of a blunder from JL that perhaps if they hadn't blundered there, we may have been seeing JL coming out with the MVP, as I do think that a lot of the kills that KLA got, I mean, not the majority, they definitely went in with quite a lot, but a lot of those kills they managed to pick up in that end zone, and if JL had been able to do that, they could have been the ones coming out with MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, unfortunately for them, they weren't. Moving on to game 2 now, though, so we're going to be going to Holoroth for game number 2. I'm going to be interested by hero selection. I say I'm going to be interested by hero selection. I'm going to break the curtain down here. I'm not. Like, I know exactly what we're going to be seeing. I think later in the day is when hero selection gets interesting because people have used up their points, or people are willing to contest points and then go for something a little bit more risky later down the line. Early on in the day, I kind of think it's just rotation based. Like if you're at the top, you get Sand Siphon or the Zycomp apparently, which was a bit interesting, but people were putting a lot of priority on that. But yeah, I think it's going to be kind of like Sand Siphon's top, then Zy's and Blind Dates mid, and then the Hardy Comp for some reason goes into the bottom. I don't know why people are last picking that.
I think it's about the map. You know, so it does better on certain maps, I think. I'm not
that's fair.
Fully versed as to which map it does do the best on. I think it does pretty well on almost all of them, but I think it probably comes down to something like that.
Yeah, I can figure it being quite good on Holoroth, just because there's a lot of terrain, But
Yeah.
you have so much mobility with this comp that like the terrain doesn't matter. Like you can cube up to the top of a hill if you're being chased and use that as an escape route. You know, you have so much mobility on it. So I feel like this is almost like an anti-monk comp in the sense of like it does the opposite in the sense where it wants to use terrain. It doesn't need open spaces to thrive. Still very good in the realm of Yangs. They need a nerf not Hardy. They need a Kylan, I think. Like he has too many dashes, and I know you have to like hit certain criteria to get the dashes back, but like he has too much survivability. Too many dashes. It's so abysmal to watch.
I can't disagree. I don't think Kylan is kind of one of those characters that has been doing pretty well, and it's just obviously if you use him without a healer, he's not gonna get as much value. But when you combine him with zipping, because the ultimate that you use not only heals you passively, but also boosts any self-healing that the Kylan does for himself. So when he's crashing through all those players, cleaving with his ultimate, he's going to be healing himself more than he would have done without. And then on top of that, you have the F coming out from the zipping. And let's say, so when you use Kylan ult, you know, you at home, if you've ever used it, you've got the 2 free dashes at the start, which don't cost any health. And then you have 3 more, or at least 3, I think is the default, because if you have more health jades, then you get more dashes. So if you have a higher max health pool, you get more dashes in the end. But if you go down to that point where it unlocks your ultimate and you just start sending them out 4 seconds while you've got that immunity, you know, if you heal yourself up from that point, you then come out of that state and then you can just get more and more and more dashes the more health that you regenerate. So I mean, if anybody was wondering why this character is being played with zipping, that's why. Because you can just get so much value out of the Kylan ultimate, and then combine that with the Hardy, allowing you to combo break from anywhere. Basically, you don't even need line of sight, and then you have your own combo break on top of that. It's it's pretty oogly. It's pretty strong, and. No, actually, I'm not sure if you read through the patch notes, Brain, but in this most recent patch for the new season, big hype, a lot of changes that have come through. But one of the changes that didn't come through was any adjustments to Kylan. Kylan went untouched in this new season patch, so we're not going to be seeing any nerfs to Kylan, at least not for the foreseeable future. But who knows? Who knows? They may change things up. You know, perhaps the new additions, the new changes are going to inherently sort of tone him down. You know, it's an indirect nerf potentially, but
the question is who's getting buffed? Because that could change things.
Well, Valda got buffed. If
Valda got buffed, good,
huge
good.
Buff, huge buff.
Well, they did
Turbo. So you know her bubbles.
Yeah.
They made them all stagger people out of gold focus.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, pretty nice, right? And you know the F1 and the F2, so the F1 being the big bubble and the F2 being the big bubble and then lots of little bubbles around it.
Yeah.
So they combined those 2 abilities now, basically. And if you tap the button, it gives you the F1. And if you tap and hold it, you press and hold it, it gives you the F2. However, the really good thing about it is that you can press and hold it for just a second, and it gives you that gold focus armor. And then you can, before it gets to that stage where it turns into F2, you can still release it as the F1 bubble, having had that gold focus protection on cast, which is extremely good. But they also buffed her ult duration on V2, so that now V2 lasts longer in both solos, duos, or in all game modes. So yeah, you're going to be able to use your spears more than you could before. There's going to be a lot more value that you can potentially create, and you're going to have that shield for longer as well, as long as it doesn't get bursted down. So huge for Valda enjoyers. But enough of that. We're going into this second round selection now. Looks as though we're picking up a couple Hardy Kylan zipping comps.
AWG just go full expense there. Go down to 6 hero points to lock in Sand Siphon. That seems a little greedy on the second game of the day. That is going to put them at a pretty heavy deficit, but that does put Karumi now to the point where anyone looking to run Karumi is not going to be doing it anymore. So
yeah,
having a look at probably just the blind dates coming in. KLA, don't do it. You don't need it. Oh, hold on.
Need it.
I
need it.
I hate this variant. The Valda one is better. I absolutely despise this variant.
Not gonna lie, I agree with you. I don't think this comp is all that good. We've seen
what does it do? It's every man for themselves and just hope you win. Like, it's hope you outskill individually everyone.
I think one of the big things that it does is it really helps in endgame spirit well situations. It helps you secure the spirit well, as you just have so much pressure. You can use the Farrier ult to just knock people out, etc. But I do agree that personally, I'm not sure if this comp's really worth it, because the number of times that we've seen it do well is far outweighed by the number of times that we've seen it do extremely poorly. So who knows? Maybe they're just, it's they just need to figure it out fully, and then it will become really dominant. But for the moment, we're not really sure about this one. But yeah. Also, one thing I did want to note is that, do you remember last week when we cast together? WBG committed pretty much all of their hero points in the first 3 games, and they popped off. They did extremely well in the first 3 games, but they had to commit those hero points. But it worked out in the end, because they created a massive lead for themselves and were able to feel really good off of their first 3 games. And then, yeah, they didn't have very many hero points after, but it was certainly worth it. And perhaps that's why, EWG very happy to commit these hero points so that they can get their hands on the Karumi, Tumulk, Takeda, and also at the same time fully denying any team in the final round selection who thought, okay, maybe we can spend an extra point on a Karumi Sand Siphon game, maybe. But no, you don't really want to be spending 2 for that one, I don't think.
No, I don't think so at all. As let's have a look at the loadouts for everybody.
I don't think there was anything
KLA have a 23% pick rate on this comp.
Yeah.
I don't know
the average points isn't bad either. 9.8 is not too bad.
So here's the thing. I'm not entirely sure how the pick rate maths is done. I don't know if it's this comp in particular or it's the heroes in the comp. Because, it would make more sense if that includes just the fact there's a Zai there, and the Zai contributes a lot to that, because obviously the Zai comp has been very, very big. The Xiphon comp, so it could be that. I'm not actually entirely sure how we math that, because I'm pretty sure I haven't seen KLA playing that comp 23% of the time. I feel like this is the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen them ever play it.
You might be right. I'm not too sure either. Perhaps we'll find out.
I'm going to assume it's based on heroes and not full compositions. That's going to be my...
I mean, it would make sense if it was full compositions, because otherwise
I'll find out. I'll ask.
Yeah. Well, we'll ask and get back to you, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, for the moment, we're going to be jumping into this second game of the day. 5-1 and X1 going to be landing together in the Southwest. Getting spicy off drop in Metab. Got a few teams landing very close to each other. Speaking of, SS1 and KLA contesting this building just in the south of Plume Castle. QGG looking to try and lock down Roseberry, but not able to do so, eating quite a bit of damage. Zen1 now jumping in on his own. He does have that F1 available and the F3 coming out from the Karumi. No armors for the side of KLA, it looks like, except for CXZ. But Rosemary, extremely low, does get parried. Not falling for that one again. However, CXZ and 17S taking a lot of damage, extremely low. QGG jumping in now to try and save them. Zen1 is going to go down. SS1 do claim 1 for themselves. 17S has been eliminated for the moment. 2-2, the parry comes through along with the F3. Beautifully done. Very, very well executed follow-up coming out from KLA, and they're feeling themselves. 3 kills off the rip already, Hitbrain. Looking good.
I for a brief second saw them running towards the Soul Altar, and I was like, don't salty run back.
Yeah, I thought I had the same thought, yeah.
They didn't, luckily, but that would have been a complete clown fiesta. As X1 finding himself here over by Matab in a scrap with 5-2-1. Beautiful use of the ultimate coming in from the Kurumi there, but that is going to be X1 getting run down and taken out. This is how this comp shines. Very, very
Indeed.
effective off drop as well, with the fact that I've forgotten her name already.
Tessa ultimate.
Tessa, thank you.
Tessa ult
60% for
60%.
some reason.
Yeah.
Tessa, yeah. The fact you can cast it out without 100% charge, so it's really effective due to that. As I was in LXM, finding himself in a little bit of danger. Is able to just about break away. Beautiful turnaround, GG. They had a solid start to last game, but kind of got comp diffed as we move later on into the day. This time around, on that blind date comp, looking very solid off the dart. I just brain melty. Jake no work.
Brain smooth. Hey, we've all been there. Happens to the best of us.
Brain too smooth. It's like a slide.
But yeah, no. To add on to the point that you were making, I could this composition with the Viper Tessa is so good off spawn. Not only because of the Tessa being able to use her ultimate as 60%, but also, as we've seen a lot of Vipers opting to do so, the Viper F3 essentially just being a mini nuke button on cooldown. If you manage to get a decent rarity weapon, you're going to be doing a lot of damage as it's gold focus, and you just send it out. If you've got your hands on a purple to gold weapon somehow, we do see Roy Hee with a golden weapon, but it's going to do 400 to 500 damage in a single button. It's pretty damn affected off spawn. Junks, though, diving in a little bit too... Ooh! Diving a little bit too far, but then fading back and getting a beautiful parry onto Ibin. The Tessa ultimate immediately coming in to follow up as well. Junks now using that ultimate himself. The V1, the F3 coming out to finish off Ibin. Roy Hee now tasked with trying to save the day with the ultimate. Still pretty low. The Kurumi ultimate is going to be coming through as well, trying to secure this res so that they can get that Tamok ultimate online. He manages to go to the sky with that F. His ultimate does come down. They're stuck at the edge in the wall. The Wisps are in play. Fat Milk caught in stagger, trying his best to stay alive, but it's not looking good. And FPX just tasked with cleaning up this fight. Fat Milk is on the run, but he's not gonna be going very far, I don't think.
I like this game mostly because it's kind of just giving us the power of the Tessa comps again, because it's been a while since the blind date comp has actually looked as impressive as it once was. But Horror Off, a map where this comp shines. Actually, one where it used to show up all the time. As SS1 finding himself in a scrap versus JL. With the Bane's Breath coming down, they immediately have to play retreat. As 5-2-1 actually coming in for a third party. I think JL just going to use that Bane's Breath to heal up and not bother getting engaged in, especially when there's an extra team in the mix now, and this could get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. They do not want to be third-partied by 5-2-1 here. Yin, having used the ultimate already, it seems. Also, a Ballista in play, just the icing on the cake. BVV did get obliterated, but thankfully for them, they did have that Moonbait in the back pocket so that they could secure the resurrection. Now back on their feet, looking to control this Ballista. Akame is off screen somewhere, just getting absolutely cooked though by JL. They find the out of position Wu Chen and immediately pull the trigger. Now 5-2-1 forced to try and recover. It's not looking too good for them. They do have the Tessa ultimate coming in along with the Viper ultimate as well. One Fang might go down here. Pampy does get clanked. VVV coming in for the peel, trying to save his teammate. The F3 is going to come through as well. The Zai ultimate does come online, and there it is. JL salvaging this situation where they had lost a member and now managing to pick up 3 eliminations. 5-2-1 being the third partiers became the targets, became the victims of JL. Akame just getting caught out of position, not in range for his team to peel for him, unfortunately. It is what it is. You can't be, you got to be careful. If you're on Wu Chen, if you're on a support, you get caught out, it is very, very dangerous. SS1, speaking of getting caught out, does get hit by this Ballista, but thankfully for him, he is able to immediately disengage going up this terrain. TXJ now coming off the Ballista, looking to chase him down with the remaining members of his team. SS1, they're on the run, Hip Rain.
Yeah, they are. Let's see if SS1 are going to be able to make a potential turnaround come in. TXJ put some pressure up here. Just to note, FPX have 10 kills. They've kind of popped the hell off here.
Oh my goodness.
Tutu is going to do a fair amount of work onto TXJ. He just dashes up into the sky using that F there just to break off. As oh, they're caught out by the Wisp. TXJ losing so much HP. Tries to get some extra damage off. Is going to see both Kurumi ultimates overlapping each other here just to keep everybody alive. And it is going to be a hard-fought fight, but they're going to get forced away. And the longer they stay in here, the Kurumi's effectiveness will get less and less. With the anti-heal stacking up the longer you stay inside that zone. Rosemary going incredibly low. TXJ trying to find the opening onto him. Rosemary is going to finally go down as TXJ is able to connect the damage onto him. Tutu next up, and Zen1, last man standing. Can he find the hero play happen? They still had the rebirths, I believe, onto SS1, so it's not the end of the world for them, but he'd like to keep those purple nunchucks if he could. Although I say that, he's pretty engaging. He's going in. Nope, down he goes. Oh, they didn't have the rebirths. Bye-bye.
No, they didn't. Unfortunate. Hey, what that turnaround kick from the fist blades did so much damage, and he was like, wait, did I hit all three of them? Wait, I have to go again. I have to get back in there. And to be fair, he had no teammates, no rebirths, no nothing. It was all or nothing. Unfortunately, was not able to find any of those eliminations and potentially get himself a soul bloom. But again, taking that fight, I thought it was looking pretty bad for the Zai team, but as soon as the zone rolled in, I realized this is exactly where a Zai composition wants to fight, in the zone with that fire tick coming out from the Zai F3s and from the ultimate. They played around that advantage very, very well, holding them in place, making it so that they couldn't get away and coming out with the victory in there. But hey, we're going into the realm of Yang yet again. KLA, the MVPs of the previous game, up against Bowder. Peak eating that fist blade blue focus to the back, trying to disengage, but KLA are trying to immediately consolidate onto this player, fully locking him down, but now changing focus over to the Farrier, who's taking a lot of damage, and he's already gone down, not able to jump into the mech. CXZ is down for the count, and it's now a 2 versus 3 situation. 17S does have that ultimate ready to go, but he eats all of his damage, all this damage to his armor. Now, when he does come out of this Monk ultimate, he's not going to have any armor to play with. He finds one grab. If he finds the second, it's salvageable. Peak in the hands, gets sent out, slammed. 17S looks for the second grab. Bowder's Yu and Yeran playing around these pillars extremely well. But as I say that, Yu does get grabbed. Zai trying to make something happen. The combo break immediately off of the slam. Yeran does get picked up yet again. We're going to find another grab. It's not looking too good. QGG, extremely low HP. 17S now coming out of the ultimate. The scale rush coming through. The combo break to break out of it, but it's not going to do anything for them. And Bowder going to find the win in this realm of Yang. And unfortunately, KLA, Farrier not able to get into the mech, and it spelled disaster for this fight.
Yeah, Bowder able to find themselves the victory off the back of that one. Grabbing themselves the golden, what is that?
I think it was a katana. I think it was a katana.
That's a katana. Yeah, that skin is really, I think that's like an old school katana skin, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's the lightning one.
Yes, in fact, a couple of years ago, Naraka sent us all these boxes. Unprompted, by the way. I was well happy. I got a box in the mail. It was a massive box, and it was a big Naraka box.
Yeah,
and I got a little one, a little desk one of that very katana. So I should have known that.
Very lucky.
They knew I liked the katana. They knew I liked the katana. I've kind of switched to Hung Sword recently. I really like that weapon.
I mean, it makes sense. Hung Sword is kind of is
the better katana.
The better option in most scenarios. Let's just say that. However, with the most recent patch, that may have changed, but we don't really know just yet, as we've not had that much time with it. But we're going back into the action. JL up against X1 Hip Rain. It's looking pretty oogly. The Kurumi ultimates in this tight space. Secondary Kurumi ultimate coming through now. JL. BVV looking for that F3 to re-engage, but Bowder coming in for the third party. Oh, the Zai is doing so much, though. This is looking really spicy.
Can they actually do that for the moment? You got himself the scale rush. That golden katana. Can he actually get the use for it? I genuinely don't think I've seen a katana in pro play for a long while. Actually, so long, I can't remember what the soul jades are for this weapon, to be honest. He's going to look to go in for the dashes here, able to get one through. VVV is getting absolutely railed by him here, doing so much damage. One more dash in the pocket, and Yu secures himself the kill. Still got more dashes to go. Goes onto one thing, still able to refresh a couple extra dashes. He's about to time out, though, so it's just going to get that last couple through.
Oh,
Yu
my
is
goodness.
absolutely obliterating health bars.
He's just gaming
Ripping
the
them off.
blistering edge on top of it as well. Bowder looking good. 6 eliminations. Oh, has he been spotted? They found him. JL, one thing, teleports away. Okay, they're fine. They're fine. They've stabilized. It's not looking too bad for them. They're pretty happy. 7 kills as well. Taking a look at the scoreboard. 7 kills for the side of JL. KLA on 3. Unfortunately, hasn't managed to find the soul blooms to cleanse the Yang depletion yet. Neither has WBG, the other team that went down in the realm of Yang. Unfortunately, they are on 0 eliminations, at least for the moment. JDG on 3. FPX on 10. As you said earlier, absolutely gaming 5-1 on 3. GG on 6 and Bowder on 6 as well. Quite an explosive game so far. BBE now, speaking of explosive armor, knocking XLY away from this Kurumi. Looks as though they're going to be able to stabilize in this situation. The 3-ban zone, the Forbidden Idol, deterring X1 from aggressing, it seems. However, they do seem pretty happy to get the reset. They don't have their ultimates available just yet. But look who's not happy, Hipbrain. At WBG, they can't find anyone. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough here. KGG. He has the rebirth charms, right?
He
Please tell me
does
he has the
indeed.
rebirth charms. He's running out of
Wait.
Walker!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Walker's also got the debuff.
Wait, what's he doing? Where's he going?
Well, he saw the
He's gone to
revive
pick
come
up the
through
soul
and realized
blooms.
He was going to die.
The soul blooms of the
No
2
way.
players that went down. Okay, dude. What is that? They know
That is
exactly where they are.
crazy.
And
Well,
now
they're
they're
fighting
going to fight
inside
it
the
out.
zone. Can KGG actually do this? He gets a slam down, gets the refresh in. A lot of damage coming out from his ultimate. KGG, you're done. Able to take the kill onto him. WBG punishing KLA, and they were able to just about pull it off. I think he was the one with the debuff on still, because he still had blue
Yeah,
armor.
he was.
So
Yeah.
he kind of sacrificed himself honorably. Did a chunk of damage to WBG, who only have a couple of berries in their pockets, so they need to get to that zone. But that zone is pulling away. Oh, KLA started strong, but hasn't gone quite so hot, as we're going to see Bowder and JL inside the realm of Yang here. Once again, Bowder with the katana on you. See if he's going to be able to do much with this one. For the moment, it is just a moment of everybody's in the sky waiting to drop down. VVV did just get taken down by you, actually, earlier on. So I want to see this again. And we've seen these comps can handle the Kaitlin with the use of that ult from the Decatur very effectively. VVV actually slams in here. Sorry, it's you who's got the Kaitlin ult. He's going to be the one who's chasing forward, looking to find those dashes. Can he actually get it? Able to get one dash through on to one thing. You can pressure up for the moment. Waiting for those dashes, and he is obliterating those health bars. The Kurumi ultimate, very needed at this point. See, he's just continually dashing through people. It's starting to go a little bit low. The zip healing is going to come in, though, and keep him going.
Oh, no. What is this? Bowder. Oh, no. That's sad to see, I will say, especially off the back of all of that work that you put in, knocking all of these players out of the Kurumi circle. But, hey, who knows? Might be salvageable. 2 versus 3. We have seen it before. You, with that scale rush, looking to come through, trying it to lock down one of these players, do some damage. I believe that there might be a group heal in play for the side of JL. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to overcome this one, Hipbrain. It's, yeah, you can't be letting your support go down in a 1 versus 3. I saw Bowder's you just he had an F from zipping thrown at him, but it didn't connect, so he doubled back to go and pick it up. By that point, his teammate was just dead. Zipping was just fully collapsed on by the entirety of JL. It's not what you want. Not what you want at all.
It was a little bit of a mistake off the back of that one. JL able to find their opening and secure themselves a pretty strong kill off that one. That's going to put them with the Mystic Might actually running around the map. So some teams actually opting away from the Draco Storm in this one and actually going for the Mystic Might instead, as we do see JDG just secure themselves a kill and back off from that right now. A couple of teams running around with those debuffs. Just Bowder, actually. Bowder, the only team with the Realm of Yang debuff on. So interesting to see not too many people took that second Realm of Yang.
Yeah, I reckon, one of these teams definitely got it for free, and I'd imagine it was JDG who managed to get their hands on it for free, as they picked up the Draco Storm, as it doesn't replenish ultimates, you know, and if you've got your ultimate already, you might as well go for Draco Storm, and GG likely picked up their buff from a Spirit Well, as they've certainly been Spirit Well enjoyers, although I'm surprised that they didn't stall it out, as we've seen them do time and time again. But speaking of GG, going at 4 an engagement here in Plumed Castle, committing that Viper and Tessa ultimate. The Tessa charm is going to come through onto 5-2-1. Yin immediately getting collapsed on. The peel does come through from Akame. Pampy trying to peel with this Viper ultimate. Does he find it? The Wu Chen port does come through just in time to save them. 5-2-1 though, happy with that. They're going to immediately grapple away for the full disengage. GG are hot on their heels, trying to chase these players down, and it's going to be made a lot easier considering that they do have that Mystic Might buff in their back pocket. They're going to be able to keep track of these players very effectively. Speaking
We're also going to see Bowder behind them.
Though, yeah, Bowder coming in for the third party. GG might get sandwiched here. Might not be too good for them. They've used their ultimates as well. This could be really bad for GG.
This is the big weakness of the Tessa comp. If you don't have ultimates, you're in trouble. No ult zone comes down, but it's a little bit too late on the back of that one. Yu finds himself charmed up. He gets a lot of damage thrown onto him as Bowder just playing around the edge. And GG, knowing they don't have ults, want to stick inside this no ult zone, and they do not want to get caught out for it. CGS is going to take a fair amount of damage. Good parry onto LXM. They even steal the weapon as well. That's going to force him a little bit lower down as Bowder continue to lose a lot of HP off the back of this one. 5-2-1 are in the distance as the world they come back around. Yu has to take the cube out as he is going to just make a break for it, and that was not how Bowder wanted that to go. They were able to steal a weapon, but I would be a bit worried here as they're looking to re-engage. The problem is BBE are in the area. Saw the Tessa ultimate go out. I don't know who it made a connection, if it made a connection onto anyone. Little clang comes out. Bowder, Yu, starting to go a little bit low. Finally getting the opportunity to use that ult now. We're out of the no ult zone. He's going to try and stagger onto LXM with that golden armor. Continually dashing through LXM, who is just getting bursted through. The damage is enormous. The champion is overtuned. This does too much damage. That is just so not okay, man. And
it's gonna
be
crazy.
It for GG. I think.
Oh,
no!
He dies. But it's okay. It's okay. He'd picked up a Soul Bloom just in time. Thankfully for Bowder's Yu, he did get a Soul Bloom leading up to that point. So
I'm sorry, that hero does too much damage. That was golden armor, full health, and he just using his dashes killed them.
It just disappeared.
I know he had a golden weapon, but like, nah.
The individual dash. So this is the thing. A lot of people didn't think Kylin was all that good on release, as they were just focusing on the damage of an individual dash. However, because you're able to chain these dashes together, as long as you dash through someone from a certain elevation and from a certain from a certain position, and then immediately flip the camera around and dash through them again, you're going to be able to chain quite a few of these dashes, and not only is it going to be doing damage in itself, but your teammates are going to be able to follow up if they're in position to do so, and you can just end up absolutely obliterating players with this ultimate. But looking here, holy moly, that's a lot of players. All of these players, the entire lobby, it seems, are just packed in to this small area at the edge of the zone. Bowder's you trying to kite around, going up and down this terrain. The scale rush is coming through from the fan, saving him for a second. But is it going to be an... Oh my goodness! The ultimate, the last possible second comes in and saves his life. But he's got nowhere to go. He's just forced to dash through all the other players, but he somehow made his way to the other side. He's just gone through literally everyone. JDG still in the middle of it, looking to try and chase down this player, though. They saw Bowder's you disengaging. Is he down? Wait, no, he didn't go down. Different member of Bowder went down. Jing, caught up by the Tesla ultimate, is going to get charmed in a second, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-up coming through here.
Oh, takes
We do have some kills
to the face.
Yeah, you have that. All right. Worth Tessa ultimate. Right. Unfortunately, not able to follow up. But yeah, Year Run, I believe, was the member of Bowder that did go down. JDG, they're going to go over for the Spirit Well, get themselves their hands on some loot. No buff just yet. It's not the one with the buff. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be getting their hands on another golden armor and a golden pair of dual halberds. Very, very nice for JDG going into this endgame. But it looks as though no one has grapples right now. I've been looking down and seeing that nobody has any grapples. They've used literally all of them. I imagine, are they going to be able to find any? Because is there a shop close by that's going to go uncontested going into this end zone? A lot of these teams might have to slow down, take a breather, and look for some look to loot up and make sure that they have the resources to survive going into this end zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a resource drain. This is something that used to happen a lot more. I prefer the way the meta moves in the sense of like we have a lot more aggression, so the resource management isn't as big of a deal. But back when like the Buccaneer phase was the way of the of the game, where you know people would have lots of people in the lobby. They'd be constantly exchanging cannon fire, bow shots, musket shots, and all of that. And it was all about, you know, having ranged soul jades for the end game. Having repairs, having heals were way more valuable than they are now. I mean, having heals and stuff is still really big, but we don't see as much of that kind of ranged gameplay because it's very hard because of what's happening right now. You know, this is where typically the ranged gameplay would come into play, but you have a Bane's Breath in the middle of the map, so you can only really exchange fire with people close to you, so people aren't really doing that as much. And then as soon as that wears out, you get the Spirit Well, and the Spirit Well is obviously going to be blocking those range shots, so people aren't going to be using those. It's a very, very different resource management game. There's still obviously an element of it, but I don't think it is as prominent as it was before.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. The 80% Moonbane, which just takes up so much space within the final zones, it does cut off. It prevents a lot of these players from being able to use this Buccaneer phase, as you put it. JL though still making use of these J's. You know, obviously they're not as much of a priority as they once were. However, as we've seen, Rupture Gale Flame Breath is still one of those Jades, one of those win condition Jades that allows you to poke out so many of these teams. Also, another thing to note, which is very nice, thank you NARAKA production team. They've introduced this new little graphic on the right hand side of the screen that I think just tells us which buff is in the Spirit Well. Although it is in Chinese, we can tell based off of the icon that's used. In the previous game I saw it, but I wasn't really sure what it meant. And now with the different icon being used, I feel like I can safely say that this is going to be Mystic Might, as well as the fact that we don't see every single player in the lobby looking to contest this. As Mystic Might, although it's useful, it's not as good as White Tiger's Prowess.
I never realized that Mystic Might was a snake riding a turtle. Genuinely didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't. I'd never seen that either.
Actually, that's a tortoise, to be fair, not a turtle, because it doesn't have flippers. But I didn't know that. That's
is that? I'm not sure if that's even the icon for the buff. Is it though? It might.
Yeah.
It might be.
Look at JDG. More... It's definitely that is the icon.
I don't know.
I've never seen a high quality version of it because it's always a small little thing on the screen. So I never really knew what it was. Now I know.
Yeah, now we know, chat.
Tortoise and a snake.
Indeed, but back to the action. The artwork in NARAKA, though, just another quick side note. It's just
very good.
breathtaking. It's beautiful. You're doing a good job, NARAKA. We're definitely very pleased with everything that you guys are bringing out. But looking here at this end zone, we got WBG not lurking in the middle here. Walker and Axial both have blue armor. It's not the best for going into this end zone. They might be able to survive regardless, though, if they stay hidden. However, as I say that, I recall the fact that Mystic Might is currently in play, so they are going to be spotted out. But are they going to have their armors exposed and have the team with Mystic Might realize that they are the weaker targets, the more optimal targets to try and force a fight on? Speaking of FPX, Junks eating a lot of damage, the cannon fire coming through, the bow shots pressuring him. He's on the side of the rock, forced now to use his ultimate. He is a man down as well. Xiaohu, the Wu Chen, has been eliminated. Does manage to find the stun onto a couple players, but immediately going to disengage, just trying to get this team lobbied as opposed to have the attention on him. VVV grappling around, trying to find players to take down. He does manage to find the kill onto Walker in the sky with the Hardy ultimate. Had just a sliver of health, but he finds it with the grapple LMB.
Oh, Jin going very low here. Does have the dashes, though. Is going to dash into the zone, so a couple of ticks coming in. The healing is there. Battered back into the zone in response, though, is JDG making sure that he does not get the pop-off. 2-tick also committing his own Kylin ultimate in the middle of all of this. Isn't going to be able to find any kills off the back of it. Does do a heap of damage. Takes a heap of damage in response. This is a really rough position for these Kylens to be ulting, just because it's on the edge of the rocks and they can get battered out into the zone on that low HP and get taken down themselves. So having to play it very tempered right now. JL and FPX are both fighting for top spot, but the problem for FPX is they've only got one player up. Can Junks pull off a miracle here? Everybody else is just going to be fighting it out above him as he clings off in the distance, waiting to not get caught. He does find Ajiao, though, and the whole heap of damage to him is going to look just to try and secure the kill onto Ajiao. Ajiao has to disengage and make a break for it. Junks continues to try and put some damage into him, not able to really find that opportunity. It's going to be about that ultimate coming in from him on the Viper. If he's going to be able to get it, that could make the difference. VVV has to use the F to get up into the sky right now. 35 seconds left as he's going to use that ultimate, the chain scythe, just to do as much damage as possible. Is going to try and keep Kiki in position, but not really able to find it. Still a whole heap of damage, though, onto that last player. There's the end of Junks. Beautiful slam down with the F coming in from JL as they overtake and take over this lobby. Win or lose, this lobby is theirs now at this point. VVV is trying to desperately cling on, but he got battered out over and over again. JDG going to be the last team standing here is Ajiao. Actually, it's WBG. Oh, no, it's
WBG?
They are the last team standing, but I don't think it got done enough there to take that.
No, I don't think so either. The victory, the MVP, is certainly going to be going over to JL. A very solid game from them, going all the way up to 14, I think maybe 15 by the very end there. Eliminations and securing not the top spot, but I think it was the second or third top spot. Unfortunately for Junks, he wasn't able to stay alive and get more value out of the kills that he and his teammates have managed to secure leading up to that point. The Xiaohu going down early on was definitely not very is not the best spot to be in. You know, you don't want to be a man down going into the end game, even if it is a Wu Chen who's not going to be doing a huge amount with his abilities. Still not looking to be a man down going into that spot, but very nicely done by JL. A considerable number of kills and a recovery as well off the back of the previous game where they had a bit of a blunder. You know, they managed to secure that White Tiger's prowess, but they go down. VVV losing the buff, does get res, but they just they lose all momentum in that final zone, not able to secure any more eliminations with that buff and secure the MVP. But here we are in game number 2, and they come back and they get their hands on that MVP. Very nicely done. Unfortunate, extremely unfortunate for KLA. They do manage to pick up a few kills, 3 kills, but they go down to that Yang depletion in the end. You know, that little play that was made at in the zone where 2 of them went down in the zone, and then the other buys the rebirths to resurrect them. But they were only 2-man strong at that point, and white armors, they just get chased down, found out, and taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a rough one for them in that game, but you know, they had such a good game number 1. I'm interested by the scores going forwards, because I think that is going to be that's going to be the most interesting thing, because we had a very, very tight scoring game last time around, only KLA pulling further ahead. Here's your question though, to get yourself some goodies. How many players chose a Viper in game number 2? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? I think I know the answer to this one. This is actually definitely a tougher one.
It's always the first question is easy, and then they get harder as the day goes on.
I saw some pretty obvious ones, but yeah, I agree. This is a very interesting one, but yeah, I check your whisper box, by the way. Yeah,
true.
Make sure you answer ABC Audio and Twitch chat, check your whisper box, get some goodies. There we go. Back to my point, scoreboard, because I think that's going to be the most interesting thing to see how tight everything was. And again, a pretty tight game. JL get 18 points, but FPX are right behind them with 15. Then it's 11 to JDG, then 10 to WBG and Bowder. GG go 9.5, 521 go 7.5, and then you start to see a bit of a drop-off, and KLA are in that drop-off, sadly, for them. But it's been a very, very tight-knit day. I guess this is what happened when Wolves don't play.
Well, I mean, that's true. However, I do think that NBPL trios and even solos has been far more competitive this season. We've been seeing this happen quite a lot. A lot of teams just sort of packed in around that score threshold. But a quick look at the stats from these players from JL: 37,500 healing coming out from One Fang, TXJ with 28,000 damage, and VVV with almost 31,000 damage on the Zai. I think we know who might be the MVP for JL. But, well, I mean, who knows? Could be One Fang with that healing. Advanced group heal doing work. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever find it in-game and you're playing trios, make sure to pick it up and put it on your support, as it's going to do so much. But here we are taking a look at the total standings so far with Game 1 and Game 2 put together. BBE, unfortunately, not able to find their footing so far today, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard with 3.5. But then a quick jump up to 10.5 for EWG. And it's pretty close. It's pretty close. JL, though, sitting at the top now. They did have a decent game 1. You know, I was talking about how they blundered in the end game, but there's still 11 points is solid. KLA, though,
yeah, they have
a massive 20.5, but then second game 3.5, not able to maintain a lead, sitting on 24 in second place. FPX on 19, 521 on 18.5, along with JDG and then WBG with 17.5. All pretty close.
I would love to see FPX actually have a good day, because they've been a team who have been, you know, they've gone from like top dogs to losing their entire team to kind of looking, you know, a little bit lackluster for a while now. So it'd be nice to see a return to the FPX that we once knew and loved in the league. And so far today, they've been a very impressive team. They're third in the standings overall, and this team here, their former team, actually, roster, or at least their former roster, JL, popping off in this game number 2. But still 4 more games to go, though. Going to Morrisile for game number 3.
Plenty more NARAKA to be played.
Oh, hell yeah. Loads to go.
Absolutely. But Yeah, no, as we saw in that replay just before this one, fighting in the zone, using that Zai ultimate, the fire damage, giving them the advantage that they needed, as they were at a loot disadvantage going into that fight. And, it wasn't looking too good initially, but then as soon as the storm rolled through, they immediately were able to turn it around. And here as well, in this fight, where they're able to fully consolidate onto that one player, onto the support, just spelled disaster for this team. But it was very good for JL. BVV doing work in this end zone as well with the Zai ultimate. Again, fire damage is so important, so useful in competitive NARAKA, as it gives you that advantage, allows you to surpass the armor of a player. And in final zones, storm damage is your biggest enemy, is the final boss, and fire damage is going to make him a lot harder to deal with. But there we have it, and there it is, as I predicted, as I imagined. The Zai is going to be picking up the MVP for JL. VVV with 31,000 damage, the majority of which coming out of the skills and ultimates and the chain scythe. Quite a lot. Almost 18,000 damage coming out just from the ultimate. Only 5,000 coming out from the hang sword. Happy with that phantom step, the blistering edge, and fire damage all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of dots, a lot of burn coming in from VVV. Been on fire today, and excuse the pun. They've been looking very, very solid. So, yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with the performance of our teams today. I like that there's not just one team far outweighing everybody else, and it is a relatively close day so far. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen once we move to Morris Isle and get to halfway through the day. But for now, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with our game number 3. See you in a moment.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we are going to be going into our third game of the day very shortly, and it's been very competitive so far in the first two games. You know, we've been talking about it so far. No huge outliers. No teams just fully dominating all just like the entire lobby. You know, we've had quite a lot of close scoring games, but going into this third game, who knows? Things can always change. Things can always flip on their head. But for the moment, it is still very, very close on the scoreboard, with JL now leading the charge, but only by a few points. KLA had an explosive first game, but then the second game, unfortunately, not able to do all that well. Only 3.5. They may be able to redeem themselves, but if you get the wind taken out of your sails, it can definitely be very difficult to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. I think because we talk about like how a lot of the teams in the league are actually very good with each other. There isn't really much toxicity. In fact, I've not seen any. So I find like instead of someone being someone's worst enemy in this league, everyone is their own worst enemy. I think a lot of teams, they really struggle when they do lose any momentum or they have like a bad game. I think the better teams in the leagues are the ones who are able to bounce back from that. KLA typically are one of those teams, so I don't think that underwhelming game number 2 should affect them. But there are teams who I think, you know, Wolves, I think, are really criminal of it, where they will have a bad game and that is it. That is them just checked out for the day. I mean, they're not here anymore, but J-Team were the worst for that back in the day. They would have an absolutely amazing couple of games and get like 100 points in 2 games and then get like 0 points in their third game and then just play like absolute poo for the rest of the day. So I think, you know, one of the things that the coaches and the teams probably work the hardest on is their kind of mental fortitude for the games going forward, because 6 games in NARAKA is a lot. It's a long day, especially when games 1 and 2 and 4 and 5 are back to back, so you have very little downtime between those games. You're just kind of going straight into the action. So, you know, for the players, it's a lot of NARAKA, especially if you've had like 2 bad games back to back as well, and then you've suddenly got to go into game 3. Like, if I was BBE right now, you know, you are going to have in the back of your head, like, we kind of screwed up. We kind of really screwed up at the beginning of today. So with everyone else scoring as well, that probably stings a little bit more. So it's about that mental fortitude. We know BBE are a good team. This season, they've been a little bit underwhelming, but last season, they were a pretty solid team in the league. And, you know, it's time for them to get back to that form, because we are now beyond the halfway mark. We're into that third bi-weekly. There's only 4 bi-weeklies before we hit the repechage and then the playoffs and everything like that. So we're now at the point where I stop giving you like the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, you're just shaking off the rust for the new season. That's done. Like, we're done with that now. It's all about it's all about getting into the swing of things and making sure that you get to those playoffs, and more importantly, get to J-Cup, because that isn't that far away now.
No, it is not. No, not at all. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It can be a real struggle. Speaking of, you know, in the bi-weekly finals that we just had on Sunday, you know, Alliance, they were doing so well. They managed to get to just barely off of match point. They made one massive mistake in the end game. In one of their games that they were doing extremely well, they got the buff, and then they all ended up dying with White Tiger's prowess going into those final moments, and it broke them, I think, because after that they just couldn't get the ball rolling again. And having been the first team that was actually close to match point threshold, 3 points off of it or something, they couldn't get to match point for 2 games, and then 2 other teams came in, got to match point threshold alongside them, and they ended up losing out for the day, and Wolves took it all. You know, it's rough. It's rough for them. It speaks to how difficult it can be to recover. And you said, yeah, coach has most likely been working with the teams and trying to improve their mental fortitude. You said the 6 games is a lot. You know, bi-weekly finals, it could go up to 8 games. To be able to play in top form throughout all 8 games, or at least you have to be prepared to do that. It is a rather daunting task to play that much. Now, for me, I play 9 hours in NARAKA a day. I used to stream 9 hours in NARAKA today, no problem, but it's not the same intensity. It's not the same at all. When you're playing on the stage and you're playing trios as well, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. You got to get the snacks in. The goated coach with the orange slices. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see whether or not some of these teams are able to recover. KLA being the team in question for the moment, as they had the big game 1 and game number 2 a bit of a flop. Let's see, going into game number 3, if they can indeed recover. But first round selection taking place, we have Bauda picking up the Zai Matari Karumi, along with EWG. It seems JDG opted to go for the Sand Siphon. At least that's the expectation. WBG still have yet to hover a team composition. Oh,
I think that might have been a bug.
There may have been something going awry there. We'll probably be back to it very shortly. But
it's funny how I, at the beginning of the day, said I wasn't that sold on the Zycomp anymore, and then the teams have been popping off. I mean, to be fair, they have been piloting it very, very well. I am surprised just with things like Kylan and stuff, just being so mobile. It's very hard to hit the DF on the Zai. And remember, this whole comp is built around that Meteor. It's the ability to get 3 resets on it. The burn ticket does. That's what this comp is built around. So, obviously the chain sights and the ultimate is big, but it's really about using that F. And there's just so much mobility. I am surprised, but it's still this high priority. I'm also surprised it's being this well piloted. These players are doing a very, very good job of handling it. So they are proving me wrong. But we'll see. Hopefully we'll get back into the lobby as soon as possible and see what WBG we're going to be picking. I'm going to assume it's some form of Karumi comp. There's 2. It's the Zai and the Sand Siphon. I would be surprised if it's anything but, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed. I think one of the reasons, though, that Zai is still rather prevalent is that the Hardy Kylin composition is very, very strong. And although it's not, although it's not make or break for the team composition, the Zai being able to shut down a lot of the healing coming out from zipping is extremely impactful. Zipping doesn't have that cleanse effect that Karumi has, and this the composition doesn't work as well with the Karumi instead of the zipping, and alongside the Hardy Kylin. So because of that zipping being an integral part, Zai being able to apply that fire damage that can't be cleansed means that I think that's one of the reasons why she's still so strong, why she's still being picked up so much, as well as the fact that in general it's still a relatively good comp, especially in the sense that after the changes done to Immortal War, where purple armors and just loot, higher tier loot in general, is harder to come by, it's been described as the budget composition, where it can function very well even with just 1 purple armor, as long as it's put on the right player. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But looks as though we're getting the It is indeed. Hey, very nice.
Lovely.
Like
That's
it.
what I wanted to see. Been a minute.
We've seen this comp before as well. I've always kind of gassed up the Justina pick with this team comp. I think it's pretty solid.
It's weird because I remember me and Rune. Wow, it's been so long since I haven't casted with Rune once this year, I don't think. So I miss him. But yeah, I forgot his name. It's been that long. When me and Rune, when Tessa, I forgot their face. When me and Rune casted Tessa when she was first being kind of shown off, and we were looking at her as the coming hero, the comp that we predicted was actually, instead of the Wu Shen, it was the Justina, Viper, and Tessa comp, and it's just maximum CC. Because keep in mind, this is when the Monk comp was about, and Justina was a very, very niche counter to the Monk because of the freeze would just completely lock him down. this could be that version of the comp. You obviously lose a lot more safety, but you gain a lot more aggression and a lot more crowd control. I kind of want to see people bust that one out, to be honest with you. I think it could be a very, very explosive comp, but I like the Justina. I haven't seen the Justina with the Tessa yet. I would interested
I
to
don't
see
think
how...
that would really work. Or did you mean
I
the
think
Viper, in fact?
No,
You mean the
with the
Justina
Tessa,
with
because
oh,
you
with
get,
Tessa,
you
okay.
get Justina into the urn, and then you kind of you change CC off the back of it, basically. You overload with the crowd control. Means they can't get away, means they can't break the urn. There's obviously a reason it's not getting played. The players have probably tested it back when she first came out, but something I had in mind. Yeah, another comp that has been showing its head as kind of like a B tier pick, but when people haven't really been picking it up, but hasn't shown up today, is the Yoto, the Attack on Titan comp. We did see a couple of it. I feel like if we're going to see it, it'll be towards the end of the day once the hero points are starting to get spent. But honestly, people have been very conservative with the heroes points. We are halfway through the day, and I mean, 3 of these top 4 have kept all of their points. EWG have been a little bit more aggressive, and I know they're a team who do pull out the Attack on Titan comp, so they might be quite comfortable with the fact that they can stay somewhat flexible with that. But again, Attack on Titan, you need to have the Viper, so you could be spending points on these Vipers, and I guess that's the issue with it.
I'm just thinking a little bit about this Justina pick. So what it fits the utility slot of this composition quite well in that if you look at Tessa and what she does for the team, and you look at Justina, it is somewhat similar. You know, Tessa's ultimate acts as a very good lockdown. It's got massive range on it. It's very good in the fact that it only costs 60%, so you can use it early in extended skirmishes. You can use it multiple times. Extremely useful ultimate. Justina, after the changes that were made to her a while ago, I can't remember exactly when, but they changed it so that now if she gets she gets more rage, or her ultimate essentially can be cancelled now, and she can maintain the rage of that was left behind, having not used all of the dashes. So you can use only 1, maybe 2 of the dashes, and then still keep a little bit of the ultimate charge. And then if you're picking up soul blooms when you're in your ultimate, you're going to be able to extend your ultimate slightly further. You've got the resets coming in as well if you dash through multiple players. So it can be an extremely good ultimate and perform in a similar way that the Tessa can. However, it is obviously more committal.
I think what I like about it is, in theory, it actually could potentially dumpster a Kylan. If you wait for him to dash and then you line up your freeze onto him. Remember, Kylan, while ulting, especially initially, is very low HP. So you could potentially just burst the Kylan out. This could be actually something they've been practicing in secret and have had ready to play as an answer. We'll have to see, though, because BBE have been a little bit underwhelming today, as you can see, sitting in 12th place. So maybe we don't get to see anything out of this one, as we do see WBG getting himself a parry off there, getting a whole heap of damage. Clang makes his connection onto Cookie. Was looking for another parry, but Walker is just walked over. And now Cookie trying desperately to make this one work as parry comes in onto Jing. Jing goes down. EWG played that fight very, very well.
Absolutely. We're heading on over to 5-1 and SS1 scrapping it out over here. Already 1 member down for the side of SS1. Rosemary has been eliminated, and it looks as though Zen1 may be following quickly after. 1 HP situation, unrecoverable, unfortunately. No armor swap to be found. Pampy picking up a 2nd kill and 3 kills now under their belt. Very, very good start for 5-1, sitting in 3rd position in the total standings. Rather contrasting to their BBE brothers, unfortunately for them, sitting in the bottom. But who knows, maybe we'll see a huge upset going into this game. Bowder does manage to pick up a kill onto QGG. It looks as though KLA have been taken down off spawn up against Bowder. They do have a kill. However, it's just the one. They're going to be forced to now go and resurrect themselves elsewhere. Taking a look now at X1. Just looting up. I do imagine this team are relatively close. We saw that fight between WBG and I believe it was EWG off the rip in the money place. And they might be pretty close by. JL, so they're closing in pretty close to them as well. A lot of Vipers, a lot of assassination potential. But I do really want to see how well this Justina composition does. I think it could definitely do well. It's harder to pilot. It's not as straightforward as a Tessa ultimate. You know, you have to be more on point with your dashes and finding those opportunities. It can certainly be very difficult, but we've got a fight between GG and WBG. WBG certainly need to take this fight and clean this up relatively quickly as they don't have any rebirths available. They are consolidating fully onto 330. Left on his own at the edge of the Tumult Sand Wall, not able to stay alive, unfortunately. And now the other members of GG jumping in to try and peel, unfortunately, are going to be going down as well. And only one left alive, but definitely very nice for WBG here. 3 kills under their belt.
Been a very aggressive start to the game, actually. A lot of action to kick it off. Kills across the borders. Able to get himself a parry onto you. Is able to jump back into the Kurumi ultimate, though, so keep himself going quite comfortably. As the ultimate, it's holding fire on it. I think there's a world where they're thinking about those Realm of Yangs maybe spawning up. Gets the F onto all 3, though. Big burn. Now pops the ultimate. Gets the reset F onto Yoran. Continues to apply pressure. Is going to get turned around onto, though. And now it has to go for the armor swap to try and keep himself alive. The Bane's Breath's coming in. Can he survive? He's just being completely locked down. Trying to make a breakout from it. Yoran's keeping the pressure up onto him. He's low HP. They continue to pressure. He just jumps back into the Bane so he can go for the heal. And it looks like he's going to be able to get a couple of pots off at the least. Bowder needs to be careful, though, because they're the ones inside this Bane's Breath. It's not their control. EWG lose another, though, in response as Yoran goes for the turnaround play. Comes in with the grapple. Going to go for that lockdown. EWG, though, still got the man advantage. Well, the power advantage with the Bane's Breath in their pocket. Yoran playing right on the edge of the zone here, knowing that this is going to be dangerous for him. Peak jumps in. Bowder, keep that pressure up. The parry comes down. The Banes have been miles away from the action, so this is just going brilliant here for the side of Bowder on the turn. Another parry coming forwards. The halberds, the duel of them, just absolutely rinsing through the health bars. Bane's Breath going to be timing out in 5 seconds, and it has not done anything here for EWG. It's a paid actor at this point. Yoran going low, going in for the F. Can he make a break for it? EWG trying to see if they can find the turnaround onto him. Is Yoran now making that great escape? But Bowder have got you back, and I think they found that turnaround. EWG lose another player as Bowder have finally found that turnaround they were looking for.
Indeed, so close between these teams. Yeran, literally on a pixel of health, manages to make his way over to his support, able to get that a little bit of healing, that damage reduction coming in very clutch for them. And yeah, as you said, that Moonbane, a little bit of a paid actor, not really doing all that much for the team, unfortunately. Heading on over now to KLA. Another Moonbane in play up against BBE. It looks as though BBE not able to stay alive in the face of KLA, not in the face of this Hardy Kylin composition. Hey, but I mean, who knows really how it went down, so we were only able to catch the end of the fight. But they do have their rebirths still available, and they will be able to recover going forward in this game, but we'll have to see if they can find enough loot to really gain momentum moving forwards. JL, though, having spotted out this Moonbane, immediately heading on over. As Moonbanes, no ult zones, they do act as somewhat of a dinner bell for all the players in the lobby. They are very visible from afar, and a lot of teams immediately start rotating over to see if they can pick up scraps or find that third-party opportunity, or just a straight-up fight against a team who's already used all of their ultimate cooldowns. But for the moment, we've got a bit of a lull in the action. A lot of teams waiting, looting up, preparing themselves for the Realm of Yang situation, or whether or not they're looking to go in or just grief the other players who are looking to go in. Perhaps even a Spirit Well angle. But GG rotating in from the Storm, FPX behind them, nipping at their heels. Let's see if they can find an opening for themselves, but nothing just yet. It looks as though they much rather rotate in to the safe zone at 5-1, very close to this Realm of Yang opening. Looks as though we do have a little potential fight taking place between WBG and X1. We see them fighting in the southwest of Celestra, but they quickly part ways and instead are going to be rotating down to the southern side of the map. EWG waiting there, preparing themselves for that Spirit Well, potentially. Bowder also still lurking up here in the north, going to be jumping into this Realm of Yang. A lot of Yang fights, I imagine, are going to be coming through very, very soon. No grief for Bowder. They're very happy, jumping right on in. They're going up against 5-1.
Yeah, let's see how this one's going to go down. Bowder playing this game very well so far. 6 kills under their belt. 5-2-1. Going to get aerial. The standard start here. And the Kylin find the dashes is the question. Yoran opens up onto him. The dual halberds. So good at just locking someone in place. And I think Bowder are using 2 of them. So Pampy is immediately going to have to cube out. He just loses way too much HP. Takes a slap.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. They just juggled that so flawlessly. What a unbelievable kill. Cube, no ult. That's how you kill a Kylin. You don't let him ult. You just lock him in place. And this is it. The parry comes in. Bowder's forced to use the ultimate. But, I mean, it's over. It's absolutely cooked for 5-2-1. As down,
it is indeed.
Go. Yin.
There it is.
He's binned.
Binned.
He's binned. That's a better one.
He's binned. But we're heading on over to the other Realm of Yang. GG up against WBG. CJS already used that that Kylin ultimate. Sorry, the Hardy ultimate is still in play though. Xiao taking down very, very low. Walker getting hit up against the wall, not able to dodge away. The stagger was simply too much, and GG going to be picking up a Realm of Yang and a golden pulse sword. Very, very nice. A very big enjoyer. It is a great sword in disguise to me, but for many, it is just it's just a pulse sword. Lamau. But GG most likely going to be keeping it as a pulse sword, as it is objectively the better choice. GG. They'll be rotating out of Celestra, looking for a team to fight. Although they do have FPX right behind them. They spotted them out, yeah, or no? Oh no, wait. Sorry, FPX are in soul form.
They're poopy boys.
Yeah. They didn't. They can't see ghosts. They can't see dead people. They have not respawned just yet. But speaking of respawning, we have 5-2-1 and WBG both respawning on the same altar, looking to immediately jump in and get aggressive. We have the F1 coming out from Walker, the ultimate now being used by the Hardy from 5-2-1, putting down that cube, ready to use for the members of 5-2-1. Pampy goes for the parry, doesn't find it. Goes for the overhaul. Jing, though, gets a parry on the back. The 180 parry. Very nice follow-up there as well. Pampy losing all of his armor. So is the Hardy. No ultimate available. I think the cube may have already been used. Walker trying to chase him down. The ultimate now coming into play. Sending out that LMB, RMB. Not able to find the connection. Now in a very, very bad position. The F1 does come through from the zipping to keep him alive. He's managed to regen his ultimate now, going to the sky. Yin takes a bit of damage, getting stuck in the wisp, but no true follow-up here. The cube is ready to go yet again. I would imagine Yin fading back, looking to try and stand strong. Walker now being crashed through, cleaved through by the Kylin, but it looks as though Pampy got taken down in the blink of an eye. Not able to survive, and I think the rest of 5-2-1 are going to be following shortly after. Yin does eat the fan RMB from Walker, now Akame. Gonna try and disengage, but there is not all that much terrain to work with, unfortunately, and he likely will be eliminated very, very shortly.
Yeah, not going to be long for the world, unfortunately. Sleepwalker finishes him up. or Walker now, as he's shortened his name. As we are going to see FPX getting themselves into a scrap with Bowder. Massive amount of damage coming out from Sansky's chain scythe there, locking down multiple people. Yoran is getting absolutely liquefied by FPX, as this team really have had such a glow up at the end of this season. Third party comes in, X1 looking for it, immediately trying to break away from the Tesla lockdown, but they're going to find themselves in a whole heap of trouble. Kurumi ultimate keeps FPX going though. Chain Scythe doing a whole heap of damage in response. Still has that coming back up actually. They just about used it. F out. It looks like FPX losing junks means they want to break away, but X1 are not letting them go for that escape as the third party's coming in. They're hoping just to get the turnaround. GG getting a whole heap of damage in response as well. Sansy needs to make a break for it.
Oh, the
GG looking for the turnaround. Lovely little parry though. Coming in, Sansy, they're going down in the middle of all of that. Maybe GG find themselves the third party, but I think GG are tapped on ultimate, so they don't want to take it.
Oh, they have ultimates. They just know Draco Storm is not worth it. As X1 do have the Draco Storm still in play for another minute and 15 seconds or so. Draco Storm is just so powerful. Becomes extremely difficult to fight a team when they have this buff, as we saw in that fight before, and as we're likely going to see now. The power of Draco Storm keeping them constantly healed up. The stagger coming through from the Thunder. Oh, there it is! He's so unbelievably low, but he stays alive. EWG managing to bring it back from the brink of death. Still alive now. ZDI still holding on to the ultimate, but he might be a little bit too greedy. No ultimate as the no-ult zone comes into play, and WBG come in for the third party. The Wu-Chen ult is going to come through, but I'm not sure it's going to be placed far enough. No, sir. WBG immediately find them. LYD waiting to see if he can res him.
I think he's going to get it.
Is he getting spotted?
He's played that really well, actually. LYD might be able to get the save here. WBG have left, and he played that really well. Though. Although they stopped for a shot. Bit of retail therapy. Ooh. ZDI, time's running out. I think WBG smelt a rat when they couldn't see where he went. So they just decided to stay in the area in case. And that's going to be the end of one of their players. Down goes one from X1. As Remy Yang spawn up and about to do a bit of shopping themselves. Don't know if they're overly interested in getting inside, although they are geared, so I'm surprised that they don't. Yeah, there it is. They're going in.
Surely, right?
They're way too geared not to go in. I think they're waiting to see if they can sneak off versus a good team, like a weaker team, maybe.
Perhaps.
I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if they don't go into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, that's not them. It's not them.
Yeah, they jumped in late.
I did. Oh, yeah. Did they? I can't remember.
I can't remember who we were looking at now.
Yeah, neither can I. I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember.
I literally, my brain
was looking at the loot.
Who are we looking at?
Was it Bowder? It could have been Bowder. I think it might have been Bowder.
Oh, I don't know.
Was it Bowder? I mean, Bowder's in the other Yang. I don't know.
Anyway,
we'll have to wait and see.
Yang's GG. CJS does have the ultimate ready to go. Very, very confusing camera angle at times, this one. Sometimes you really lose what's going on. Waiting for the opportunity to actually use that ult, but you might not even need to. They're just doing so much damage to WBG. Takes the cube out to safety. WBG are in the Kurumi ultimate, though, so they are healing up somewhat at the moment. CJS looking for an opportunity. Does lose a little bit of HP. There he is. Going to use the ultimate. Charging through a couple. Lining it up again. Gets another dash off onto members, but he finds himself locked in place. Lots of damage from that fear and shove.
Oh my.
Going to go through to him, but he gets a 2 or 3 man there. Charging for another 2. Again, just lining up these dashes so beautifully. And he's still got plenty of time. He's about time. He's got plenty of dashes. Maybe able to get one more in time. Isn't going to get it this time. Sandstorm breaks down, and now CGS is immediately run down by the members of WBG. Finding themselves the kill onto that GG member. Going to heal up as 40 seconds left on this timer, so they need to actually get aggressive with it. Gonna get himself a heap of damage off on to those members. Looking for the potential parry angles. LXM, can they find that turnaround? Halberd still a fair amount of damage to Walker.
Oh my
They do
God.
get the counter in. They get the follow-up. WBG take down one. Looking for the final member. 3-3-0. Down he goes. 20 seconds left on the clock. They left it close, but they're able to get it.
They did indeed. Well, as soon as they got that kill onto the Kylin, it was definitely a wrap from that point on. There was a few parries, you know. We could see the just jump parrying over and over and over again, trying to catch it, but no recovery for them, unfortunately. And it looks as though Bowder also victorious in the realm of Yang up against EWG, Luoye, Cookie, and XSI, now tasked with finding some soul blooms. Luoye, it's as though he's used his ultimate. They must have had an engagement immediately coming out of the realm of Yang. They found BBE on their Viper Justina Wuchen composition. Fat Milk finds a beautiful parry. Oh my goodness! Almost completely exploded. XI almost 100-0'd. Does manage to find the Matari ultimate, and now the Viper ultimate comes into play. Although they are invisible, I think is mainly being used for the damage reduction. XI still very, very low. The Karumi ultimate is going to come out now to keep him alive. Justina ultimate now in play, dashing through all of these players, trying to be disrupted, trying to find some CC. Laurier now dashing in with that F3, not able to find the follow-up on the Fat Milk. Fat Milk rolling back over to his teammates. Do they have any more Justina dashes? I think they do. They have at least one, maybe two in the bag. Dashing through, but Fat Milk does get found out. Laurier chasing him down mercilessly. Ibin now on the disengage, recognizing the threat. Laurier with these purple fist blades does get overheld on the cross. Ibin just narrowly avoiding the flank blue focus from Laurier, trying to disengage, makes it into the building, looking for the scale rush, but not able to clutch to the wall in time and dash away. He does get eliminated. And all three of EWG managed to cleanse that Yang depletion. Whew, that was
Bad
spicy.
run for BBE though.
It is, unfortunately.
Justina comp, I was excited to see it, and I did not see it. They just got rolled into this game, and
The Viper
today
all-time
has been
was
a
just not it.
underwhelming day, unfortunately, from them. BBE, they got 3 more games after this, and they have to make it work because the day is running away from them at this rate.
Indeed.
As Bowder potentially looking for a fight here versus GG. See if they're going to be able to find it. Looks like they are. You loses a chunk of HP immediately. CJS still got the ultimate, looking for an opportunity. He has that debuff, so he has to get this kill. They need to make this work. Peak going to get heavily focused out here. Just to dash away. Jumps out with the F as well there from Yoran. But GG not willing to give this one up. Bowder in some danger here. Dash is still being saved by CJS. He's immediately going to get jumped onto. Has to wait for that opportunity to use the ultimate. Cubes out. Gets interrupted mid-air. That is rough for him. Peak looking to turn around. Can they find that opportunity? There's going to be the ultimate used by CJS. Able to make a connection and get some of that healing in to his pocket. But he is still taking a lot of damage. Can they continue to keep him locked down? The dreadful wail from you is huge onto him. CJS going incredibly low, is able to get another dash through, but gets caught once again by the dreadful wail. The gatekeeping of that Soul Jade is just absolutely denying him any opportunity. Pete continues to pressure up onto CJS. His ultimate's timed out. There's 1 minute 50 left for them to find this opportunity. Caught by the uppercut. One more hit is all it is going to take him down and out of the game for good. GG. This season has been a lackluster one considering, but they won the last split. They finally found that win that we've wanted to see from them. And then the summer split starts up, and they are just not having that performance. There goes CJS. He is taken down. Poison Splash isn't going to do enough. KLA come in with a third party, though. Able to get themselves a couple of kills onto the Bowder members, and you may just be next up on that menu for them. Couple of dashes left available here for CXE. Wait for the opportunity to line it up, as there it is. You armor swapped. I don't know if it's going to do enough, though. Down
Yep.
battle route.
Good luck running away from the Kylin. Even with those dagger scale rushes, not able to break away. Does get the armor swap, but only to a white armor. It's just not enough to really tank through, especially with multiple people chasing you down. And now, speaking of being chased down, 330 does get found out, trying to stay alive, not able to in the face of KLA, who are extremely stacked right now. Gold armor, double purple armor, and 12 kills under their belt. Speaking of kills, we have WBG on 10 eliminations, JL on 6, FBX on 3, EWG on 8. JDG unfortunately on 0, not managed to find all that anything really so far, but not that many teams left alive right now, Hitbrain. We've got 18 players alive in total, and that might be cut down to even less relatively soon, as we have Jing taken down very, very low, forced to swap to a white armor. Junks getting taken down in the back by WBG. FPX 2 tunneled on the chase down for JDG, and they get punished for it now. FPX getting it forced onto by WBG. WBG looking to run this lobby in a similar situation to KLA with 1 gold armor and 2 purple. Legendary ultimate for Walker. Swarm coming into play from JL, sitting on the outside, waiting for their time to strike. The Tessa ultimate is going to come through, but they're in zone 4. The Kurumi ultimate does get utilized, but are they going to be able to make it out of the zone safely? Immediately getting focused down by JL, but it looks as though FBX, JDG, and EWG are all far too focused on the fight that they have in front of them, as opposed to the WBG coming in from the zone behind them. KLA having lost some armor on 17S, 2 gold armors now, still looking pretty stable. Ooh, ZXZ, be careful, my friend, jumping into that Moonbane, taking a hit. Not the end of the world just yet. They do have the zipping ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice, looking to find these players. JDG lurking right underneath them, being found out by EWG as well. They might find the kill onto Axiao. WBG biting off a bit more than they could chew, perhaps. Does manage to make it out alive for the moment. Immediately disengaging. JL lurking on the other side. KLA trying to hold on to this terrain, trying to hold on to this building. EWG above them, quickly move away, recognizing they don't want to stick around. They're going to rotate around the zone through the Moonbane and look for a better spot. We do have the White Tigers' prowess this game as well. Hitbrain is coming into play, and KLA are looking to try and secure this Spirit Well, it seems, or at least put themselves in a position to do so. XZai on the side of EWG taking quite a bit of damage. JL might be looking to force this. TXJ diving in. A huge Tessa ultimate coming in onto all 3 members of WBG. The Viper ultimate is going to be coming through as well. Looking to find the stun onto some of these players. Not able to find it on the Tumulk. Unfortunately, Jing still alive. Cookie does take down Axiao. WBG falling apart. Merciless Havoc coming through, trying to find the kill. There it is. Jing does go down. TXJ caught up by the Sand Wisp, but no follow-up coming through. KLA, Dreadful Whale in hand, looking to hold down this Spirit Well. Hardy Cube now being utilized above everything. They do have the first movers advantage at the moment. Are they going to get contested by JDG? I don't think they will, Hitbrain. I think it's coming out for KLA here.
Yeah, I think KLA are going to be able to get their hands onto this one. Luckily for the rest of the lobby, not a buff lobby. Not a buff one. 6Z probably.
No, it is. It's a buff one. It's White Tiger's prowess.
Oh god, we're 4 minutes in. My brain turned up. I thought we had more time.
No, we don't.
It was moving this quick. KLA, they're actually holding it. They're waiting to get it as late as possible because no one's contesting them. Sleepwalker just straight up dies. It's so hard to push in with the Dreadful Whale on 17S. He is just making sure nobody can get close. They are waiting until the last possible moment to pick this up. This is really intelligent here from KLA. They know that the later they get it, the more likely they are to get that Wolves lobby nuke. As EWG just taking a couple of pokes here and there. I don't know when the bubble pops. It'll be fairly soon. So KLA probably want to get this before the bubble pops and they start to get overly harassed off. But CXZ as well will be getting gold armor if they do secure this. There it is. There's going to be the pop. So I expect to see KLA probably try and move in and just finish this one off. Gonna be a little bit harder now. They're still waiting. I feel like this could be greed from KLA. I think it's now or never, really. But let's say no one's even interested in contesting them. KLA, they're going to commit the ult. Kylan going to get that reset because they have that White Tiger's prowess. And CXZ is just doing an absolutely abysmal amount of damage to everyone. Sandstorm comes out. They're just forcing the ults from everyone else in the lobby as well. Golden armor, CXZ could probably go grab that one. It's on the floor, but he's, there we go. Now he's going to grab it. Gets himself a couple of other little bits of goodies. And with 2 minutes 30, I think we might see a lobby pop, if I'm going to be honest with you here. This is looking like one of those games. They've got White Tigers for 140 seconds still. They've got gold armor on all of their players, gold weapons on all of their players. Ultimates have been reset. KLA, this would have to be the fumble of the century not to take this lobby. Just need everyone to get a little bit closer. That's what we call as a caster curse, everybody. Then wait for the circle to get a little bit closer. And then I expect to see the action really explode here. JL pressuring up. Can they contest? The moment, it is a bit of a waiting game. Is that a Tesla Orb down there? I think that was a Tesla Orb. Connects onto somebody. KLA are going to get themselves caught out by that one, actually. But able to reposition in time. QGG losing all of his health. The fumble may be coming in. CXZ has the dashes. We see a Wu Shen port for the resets. JL,
oh my goodness,
himself juggled back. The damage from CXZ is absolutely enormous as he is looking to take people down. Here come the pops. Here comes the damage. KLA popping off this one. CXZ does find himself CC'd. He's going to lose that last charge as he's CC'd for the most of that time.
Oh no!
Into the zone. He's going himself taken down. EWG come in. QGG finds the reset though. Can he find the damage? There's going to be the Kurumi ultimate. It's going to do a little bit of healing, but they're just getting knocked back into the zone by QGG. He's doing a lot of work here. Cookie going low. QGG continues to pressure up onto him. EWG able to take down 2-tick from JDG. As QGG's just keeping that pressure going. Just him and his zip, though. Ultimate times out, and I think this is going to be pretty hard for them now. They have the 13 kills. They are contesting EWG for that top spot. Are they going to be able to get it? 30 seconds left on the clock, and the zone is closing. Even tighter. Full close coming in. Can KLA make it work? Just playing the high ground for the moment. We see that slam come in from the Zai. I believe the White Tigers is still on for a little bit longer. Not when they're eliminated. Down they go. EWG, this is it. They've done it. They should have been able to overtake off the back of this one. KLA out.
You had to say
have the kills. I cast a curse.
Yes, you had to say it, bro. You had to say it, KLA.
GG, baby.
Fall to pieces. Oh my goodness, that's sad. That's very sad to see. Hey, KLA might be coming for you now, dude.
KLA. Sorry, guys. I might have cursed you there. That might be on me, that one.
Oh, goodness. Hey, well, EWG, though, are going to be taking the MVP off of that game. Very nice for them. Just playing the long game, playing it smart. KLA biting off more than they could chew, getting a bit too aggressive. And I believe that the zipping ult was just... I'm not sure why. It could have been that he just didn't have it. It could have been that he was silenced and wasn't able to use the ultimate, but that zipping ult came in way too late. Way too late. Like, he was already in the zone being juggled, and only at that point did the zipping ultimate get popped. Like, you're not getting healing from that, bro. You're in the zone. It's not going to happen. And he just ends up going down because of it. I'm not sure why exactly the zipping ult didn't come through earlier. I'm sure there was a reason. It could potentially have just been a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. It's easier to make a mistake than to not. It is what it is. But good for EWG. They are getting on the board with their MVP. And no repeat MVPs so far today. You know, KLA, first MVP, and then the second going over to JL. Now EWG, very competitive, very nice to see. I'm interested as to whether or not JL was able to hold on to their first place spot off the back of that game, considering that they were in first place going into it. KLA were Why? I mean, they weren't very far behind, only 4 or 5 points behind JL. So they may have been overtaken, but we'll have to wait and see for the moment. But greed is bad. Greed is not good. Greed is bad.
Greed bad, tight scores good. That's all I'm going to say. Things are going to be very, very close off the back of that one. Really impressive game, genuinely, coming in from EWG. I felt like KLA had that one kind of in the bag, bit of a wrap. But yeah, I think the biggest issue that I do see, especially in final circles, is teams kind of getting lost from each other and scattering apart. We see this a lot where, like, I can't remember who it was, who they used to drop and they would scatter immediatget. I think it was like GG back in the day, where they would be scattered, and then because of that, they would struggle to get to each other in time. Final circle, even though it's a small space, you have to still do the same. But here we go. EWG 23 points, Bowder 16, KLA 15, JL 13, GG 12, GG 5. Sorry, it's JL 12. Very, very good.
Skipped WBG on 13.
Yeah, WBG 13, but like, whatever. No, for real. A lot of our teams actually scored really good there. Good game. Good game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, top 5, all pretty close. Well, I mean, actually, second to 5th, all pretty close, and then EWG a little bit further up in terms of scoring. Taking a look though, Cookie with 43,000 healing. That is massive. And again, I wonder what he had in his Soul Jade bag. Xi on 18,000 damage. Luo Ye on 23,000. You know, could be a Kurumi MVP this time.
You know, i.e. Caster Curse KLA. I think the ultimate Caster Curse was me saying I'm not impressed with Zycomp at the beginning of the day, and then we've had nothing but Zycomps just clap.
True.
Apart from KLA did win with Sandslife at the beginning of the day, but it's been two Zyphon comps coming in, which is good because Zai actually after Valda is one of my tops. That Yoto, I love Yoto.
Oh, JL, hold on, actually.
Woo!
Just
about.
Interrupt
my ramble of just like old man shouts like Cloud, and you're like, well, let's talk about the scoreboard.
Oh no, but yeah, JL. I just get excited. I want to see it.
It's tight, man.
It's so tight
between them and KLA. This is only close because KLA fumbled in game 2 as well.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if KLA had won this? They would have reclaimed their spot at the top. EWG also fumbled those 0 points in game 2, so that is probably a big point of why they are a little bit further behind everybody else on the top 3 anyway. A lot to play for. Still, we are only at the halfway point. There's still 3 more games to go.
I think a lot of this game, EWG off spawn, massive.
Yeah.
This parry was beautifully played. The entire fight was really nicely done. They staggered their focuses very well, catching them on dodges. It was very nicely done. BBE.
I'm gonna go on record here and say I despise this costume.
You despise this comp?
No, this costume. Look at his.
This costume. Oh, right. The gift wrapping paper.
Yeah. He looks like this is only gonna apply to people in England, so I don't know why I'm saying it, but it looks like someone on CBBS. I just like a presenter on CBBS. Nobody else is gonna understand what I'm saying there, but it was a kids show. But like young kids. The clown outfit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of retro as well. I feel like that's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get what you mean. I think it's kind of funky, but it's not what I would use for my character, I don't think. But EWG, taking a look at those highlights, not the Kurumi MVP. I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd get the Kurumi MVP, but no, it is going to be going over to the Zai yet again. And I mean, Zai plays the position 1. You know, they're the ones doing the most damage.
I don't know, 23,000 damage and 6 kills. You should give that to your 40k healing Kurumi, man. Like, they are the reason EWG won this game. Absolutely huge. Also, I just wanted to see the satisfaction in seeing that they did have group heal and advanced heal. That's all I wanted to see.
Yeah, true. No, absolutely. But I mean, hey, position 1, the aggressors, the DPSs, they're usually the ones in the spotlight. It is what it is. Support is just not as a spotlight role, so to speak. Even though supports typically do end up being the big reason why carries can do what they do.
If you don't think supports aren't MVP, take a load-bearing wall out of your house and see what happens. That's all I'm gonna say on that one. Like, it is what it is, man. You need your supports to function, and Kurumi is the support at the moment. I have to give it to the people playing Zip as well. Like, I mean, as much as I, for a long time, had a bit of a rep as being a Zip hater, I didn't hate Zip. I hate Monk. That's where I sit at. But I did hate solo Zip. But trio Zip I find really fun when she's not over healing, and I don't think she is at the moment. I actually think she's in a pretty decent spot, where Kurumi is in a Kurumi spot right now.
Yeah, Kurumi is in a Kurumi spot.
We're only 3 games in, and I am just like giggle waffling. So I need to have a coffee and wake up. I don't even drink coffee. I'll find something and wake me up. We're gonna throw it over to our interview after this, and we'll be back with game number 4 and 5. So we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you all to casters, and hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. Okay, and now I'm standing here with CXZ and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，玄之先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Carry 的陈玄之。
欢迎陈玄之来到我们的赛后采访。哇，我想说这一周啊，感觉整个 KRA 状态是焕然一新。OK， 那我们接下来问一下 ，So we know like this week or although you guys always have a good status, but I see it's like today so far. How you comment on your team because it's really surprised us. 我先来问一下，今天整个状态怎么突然间变得这么好啊？这个全队进行了一个怎么样的调整呢？
就很平常心嘛，就是训练赛怎么打，这比赛就怎么打呗。
Okay, so for us, we're just like adjust our psychology. So now in the matches, just like what we like in the training time, training mode, and that's why we have really good status today. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，来看一下今天我们的有奖问答是什么了。Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. A lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. Which hero did KRA CXZ use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，玄之用到哪个英雄？说到刚才这把比赛，我得来问问你。So we talk about latest game. We know that wow, you like in the final circle really strong by using this hero. So how you comment on the hero? Don't tell us which hero. Okay? 那我这边来先问一下啊，刚才这把比赛最后。拿这个英雄打爽了，是不是？爽了没？先说。
是的。
爽了。我们先不告诉他们正确答案是哪个，能不能给我讲讲目前对于3排当中，玄之自己对于这个英雄是怎么理解的呢？
就是很厉害。
具体表现在哪里呢？比如说他的技能奥义呢，还是说他的别的 counter 能力呢？
他这个智能就是他这个英雄加上就是他这个整体的这个阵容嘛，他是谁都不怕，就是。你就算再难打也是5-5开，就是他跟谁都能打。
所以说这个阵容目前在3排当中的3-3能力是等于是可以在你眼里是可以 counter 掉所有的阵容的是吗？
是的。
Okay. So to be honest, I think not only this hero. So for this hero combination, it seems like now in the Trolls game, it's the strongest hero combination in the game. It can counter every hero combination. That's why I think this hero is really strong now in the matches. Okay, I think our players prepared, and do you know the answer? Just type them, okay? And don't leave the screen room. If you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. Okay, I think our players prepared. 那我觉得玄之应该准备就绪了，对不对？我们准备英文。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 玄之，刚才我还没给你翻译，我才反应过来。知道刚才这道题的正确答案吗？
知道的。
给我们公布一下。
A 张起灵。
Yes， 哦，直接能看懂英文的选项，不错不错，这个赛季还是很有进步的。Okay, yes, the correct answer is A, and I would just like to say you are like improve your English is really good. Okay, because we talk about the hero combination, and also we know that you are really strong on like one-on-one fighting because in the final circle it's really amazed us. So I would like to know, so for you in the Charles game, the hero combination and all cooperate with the teammate is more important or one-on-one fighting is more important？ 那我这边要问一下，因为刚才其实我们也讨论到了说，在用这个英雄，包括英雄阵容的时候，阵容很强就可以 counter 所有的阵容。那么在这个基础上，觉得目前在3排当中啊，是整个阵容和全队的这个协作能力更重要呢，还是个人的一个刀印更加重要呢？
我觉得这个阵容要就是兼备嘛。
对。
就那个。就是你明白怎么打，然后你就是你刀也不能掉太多状态，就
就是两者在你眼里五五开可以算吗？
就是
或者有个比例之分吗？
就是五五嘛，就是兼备嘛。
Okay, so I think, in my opinion, both of these skills are really important. They are like equal, both of the like one-on-one fighting and also to how to choose the hero combination. 哇，感谢玄志今天这个采访。其实我感觉在跟你的采访当中，我们也学到了很多3排应用小知识啊。那除了我们在练习3排当中要去磨练自己的这个刀房之外，同时也要去更多的关注我们的阵容搭配，对不对？
对的。
感谢玄志带来给我们的一个非常实用的采访，也祝你们后3把好运，好不好？Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day. Somehow the day is just blistering by. Very, very fast-paced games. Moving on to games 4 and 5 now. So be changing off maps. I actually can never remember the map order. It makes no sense.
It changes every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the map order is, but yeah. We'll be going to another map.
I think I know. I'm not sure. I think
Go
it's.
on,
I think.
make a guess.
I think we're going back to Holoroth. I think we're going back to
then goes
Holoroth.
Morris Isle. I know we end on Padoria.
So, yeah. I think so.
You're right. I think you're right. Anyway, for you guys at home, if you haven't done this already, make sure you have got your account linked and you can grab yourself some goodies. You're looking at the daily drops of the top 3. Not this weekend, but next weekend will be the bi-weekly. So that'll be bi-weekly 3 to get your hands on the Dragon's Grave. Is that a banner?
It's a background for your character card going into game.
Yeah, that's the one.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's
very fancy. I can't wait. I think that's is that Moonbane looking very very sharp. I do think that all of these bi-weekly final drops are definitely worth getting your hands on. I'm pretty sure as well that if you don't get them here, you don't get them during the bi-weeklies, then you can't get them again. You never get them. You never get the chance. I don't think. I mean, maybe you might, but it's you get it now. You're gonna have to wait a long time. But back to NARAKA, we're gonna be going over. I'm guessing it's Holoroth. I think it is because I distinctly remember looking at the map rotation on the bi-weekly finals and seeing that it was Padoria Night to start with. Oh, no, wait. Are we going to Padoria again? No. We're definitely not. I'm pretty sure it was it was night, 2 daytimes, and then 2 nighttimes, and then a daytime Padoria to end off the day. But we're going to be finding out very, very soon as we are already heading on over to the stage, taking a look at the players who are going to be locking in to get into this 4th game of the day. And I will say, I don't imagine we'll see all that much variety in terms of character choices, compositions. It'll likely be more of the same, but who knows? You know, we've been surprised before.
I think we're now at the point in the day where certain teams will still be okay because they've been balancing their points very well. Certain teams haven't been balancing their points very well. So I do think we're at a point now where we actually will start to see more and more teams maybe branch out a little bit. We have had a little bit. We've had the Valda Monk comp not work. We've had the Justina version of the Love is Blind comp not work.
It was I feel like it was the Zyferia one that kind of flopped.
Yeah, I mean the Zyferia one was just like, I actually don't even remember seeing it ever do anything. I don't know if we even saw it on our screens. It was very underwhelming. Anyway,
indeed,
as we are getting ready to go into game 4, we'll see the rotation.
It is Holoroth. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, okay. So then we're going to Morris Isle after this, then Padoria, unless they've changed it again.
No, they wouldn't. No. They wouldn't throw us a curveball like that. It's definitely going to be Padoria at the end of the day, I think. We'll bookend the day with the Padoria maps.
It's weird because we always used to end on Morris Isle. It's like going home at the end of the day. You know, the old map, we know it so well. But I guess we're staying over a friend's house now with Padoria. Apparently, I went to bed too late and woke up too early. Here we go into the selection. No surprises. Everybody wants Kurumi. KLA holding those 9 points. I think we're going to get a cheeky sand siphon from them at the end of the day, and they're just going to blow all their points.
Yeah, I think so.
That's going to be my prediction. A lot of these teams really holding on to their points actually at this point in the day. I am surprised to see people aren't starting to spend. We do see at least BBE spend, getting Fat Milk, that Kurumi, and going for the Zyphon. But other than that, pretty standard stuff. Kylan getting locked in by a bunch of people. With the amount of sand siphons available, though, this does say to you that we're definitely not going to be seeing that Valda Monk comp coming out from WBG again.
Yeah, at least we would hope not to see it, as they did it before and it did not do well.
They're going Zyphon.
Or they're going Kurumi, even with the increased cost.
Wow,
they are splashing the cash.
I mean, they have to make it work. If you fumble here, that is a big old fumble. JDG actually going for the Kylan comp. So another Rubik's Cube added to the mix. And only 2 blind 8s.
Not too much Viper. It was rather popular on the previous Holoroth game that we had, but the difference now being that there's Fireflies in play. They don't really want to look for those assassination attempts, as it's going to be hard to tell when teams have their ults and when they don't. It's not as telegraphed as it usually is when there aren't any Fireflies in play. But yeah, so only a couple Vipers for the moment. Plenty of Sand Siphon and Xiphon. So yes, indeed, not all that much different. I will say GG. Not gonna lie, I've seen every single time that we've cut to the stage and had a look at GG. This bloke on the right has had his head on the table every single time. Every single time. Just forehead stuck to the table. I'm not sure if he's got a headache or what, but it's he's
explain a lot.
He's just doing
a lot about GG today.
The optimal speed naps, speed sleeping, just quickly recharging before each game. Who knows?
Well, I don't know what time it is over there. It's Shanghai, right?
They're 8 hours ahead of us. 8 hours ahead.
So it's for us in England, it's almost midday. So it's 8 at night.
Yeah.
Damn,
exactly.
you still got 3 more games to go.
Yeah.
You're gonna be pooped.
Yeah, it is exhausting, and well, I can imagine that a lot of them probably wouldn't have gotten up until around midday their time. They're all gamers after all. We all know the drill.
they would have had.
Oh, you think they're up bright and early at 8 in the morning? Surely
not 8 in the morning, but you'll be surprised. I reckon they would have had scrims this morning.
Well, they probably would have had something, but even then, I think it might be counterproductive to drain your players and just have them tired by the time that they actually have to play the games.
God never stops, Duncan.
Yeah, true. You got to be strong. You gotta get your rest as well. Perhaps some teams opted for the practice the night before and got up late, had a bit of a lie-in. Some teams they got up early and did their practice in the morning.
Look at GG.
It'd be interesting
Classic.
to know.
So Imperial's actually out of the drop area, but they are still dropping down by beast pits as far up as they can, because they always go to the central tower at the top of Imperial. And then into the tunnel from there. There's also a bunch of Fireflies in that tunnel, I believe. Seeing quite a lot of people dropping just outside City of Tang. This is going to be a cluster for action over here. KLA going to be getting involved on that. I can't remember who it is who normally does the puzzle at Plumed. Thought it was KLA, but it's not.
There's a few different teams. It just sort of... It bounces around between teams. Sometimes they feel like they want to go to it. Sometimes not so much. It's just, I think it depends on their success on a day. If they go there, they land there, they have success, they'll want to start going there again for the rest of the bi-weekly or something. And then if it doesn't go well, then they won't touch it at all. And there's lots of different off-spawn strats as well for it. But speaking of off-spawn, we've got X1 up against EWG right off the rip. And EWG just immediately getting obliterated by X1. Funny that, teams that get MVP in a game immediately afterwards end up just... It's getting rolled off spawn, unfortunately. It seems like that's the trend of the day. We're immediately going back into another engagement. X1 fighting against JDG. Perhaps in a little bit of a bad spot. They didn't have all 3 members with them initially, but they're recovering fast. They do have a Moonbane in play as well. They were able to get all that money from those kills and picking it up as well. And now have a Moonbane in their back pocket ready to go if need be. XLY, is he going to pop it? It's as though he might. He's hiding for a second. Bowder as well, also in place. Somehow didn't see him. I don't really understand how they didn't see this Hardy above them and then drop down behind them. But hey, it looks as though they are a bit too tunnel visioned on the fight in front. And now the Moonbane is going to get popped by XLY. Oh, the value! The value! Bowder's peak, getting the parry, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to follow up into that Moonbane hit. ZDI goes down, but he's going to get rezzed here.
Yeah, they're going to pick him up. Next one. Getting great value out of that Bane's Breath. Sit inside a tent and heal up. Bunch of teams in the area. Could get very, very dicey. Looks like Bowder just going to have to call it quits and let you run back himself. There's ZDI just going to move around and have a look who's in the area with the belt. It's going to see that most people are either gone or leaving. As I do see that JDG have Bowder behind them, but doesn't look like Bowder really wants to take that fight. They are way too low, and JDG, not being fully aware of that, just decided they didn't want to take an engage. Still waiting on one of their players to get back up. Or no, now JDG have noticed that Bowder are just a two-man. And Kiki maybe looking for that opportunity to jump in onto the Bowder members. They are going to revive you. This is potentially bad timing. They just revived one of their players, and he has no revive.
Oh,
Pete goes down. You, if he goes down here, they have to buy a rebirth charm to get him back or pick up him from his carrying, as they're going to zip out of that one. Pick up Peak. You needs to heal, though. Immediately, the re-engage should be coming forward. So the Yu does have the ultimate, so there is a room for a turnaround here. The charm, I don't think, actually landed. Jing finds himself caught out, and that's going to be the turnaround there for Bowder. So they're able to get themselves one. 2-tick, now getting run down in the middle of all of it. You can go for the re-engage. Is he going to be able to find it? Doesn't have that ultimate up and available quite yet, as they get a massive dash through here. 2-tick is absolutely melting through the Bowder health bars as they are going down, and that is going to be only two of them coming back.
That is rough for Bowder. Off spawn, just unfortunate situation. Not spotting out the Hardy, looking for the engage, getting caught out by the Moonbane hits. The value coming through for that team, and now just being chased down. Perhaps it was done deliberately. Perhaps they wanted them to disengage, rotate over, and let that third member respawn and then take the 3v3 fight, denying them that third member going forwards. But JL taking engagement here, losing a member. One Fang going down for the moment. BBE in advantage state. Ibin does get stunned by the Icicle, but no follow-up coming through from the opposing team. BBE consolidating onto this Hardy. Unfortunately, not able to get that F3 in the air, but it's not going to matter as he does go down regardless. BBE, they're getting the ball rolling here. 4 kills under their belt already. A huge contrast from the previous games of the day. Perhaps even, I think that's just under half the points that they've actually gotten throughout the previous 3 games, all in just a matter of minutes. X1 trying to chase down these players at WBG, sort of lurking in between and trying to chase this down. X1, they want the fight. They want to take this. They have Kylin ult ready to go. Walker, no Xayah ultimate, but they've run straight over to the no ult zone. The Moonbane coming through. Doesn't matter if we've got no ults, we've got a Moonbane in the pocket. Are they going to be able to hold on to these players, though? They're looking to focus down the Matari. They send the parry, catch the follow-up. Axiao coming in to try and peel, but it's not looking too good. It gets caught by the Moonbane, bounced around. ZDI looking to lock Axiao down. The parry coming through from LYD, immediately followed up on by the other members of X1. And they're able to hold on to that Kylin ultimate and leave it for the next engagement, taking down all 3 members of WBG for the moment.
See, I told you, X1 are actually... They need to, you know, they're definitely a little bit rough around the edges at the moment. Need a bit of a polish, but I genuinely think that X1 could be a team to watch going forwards. I keep seeing these glimmers of greatness from them. Unfortunately, that is sandwiched between underwhelming performances, but there are just these games where you see these big performances from their players, and they're really, really good to watch. So I've got my eye on them going forwards. Don't think this will be their season, but future seasons, if they keep the same roster, I'll be very interested to see what comes up from them. As One Thing taking himself a fight here versus Fat Milk, gets parried and taken down. BBE able to secure themselves the kill. Lovely little pick up there.
8 kills, Hibrain. It's rather contrasting from the previous games.
They've scored more in just kills from this game than they have from all of the other games today, I think.
Yep. Hey, I mean, thing is, this is a thing that we've seen time and time again, that certain teams simply perform better, or much better on Firefly days than on their daytime games. You know, they have the Firefly routes mapped out. They know the timings extremely well, and they're able to take full advantage of it. And then there are some teams that are really good in their off spawn situations when there are no Fireflies in play. They're able to fight those 1 HP situations consistently well and create advantages and scale up in those daytime games. And it makes sense to me. You know, BBE, they are a team that's come from SEA along with 521. SEA in the past has been regarded as one of the uglier regions. You know, initially their trio scene was extremely aggressive. You know, it was very contrasting to the Nbpl trios, where there was a lot more safe play, a lot more calculated and tempered play. And in the beginning, the teams coming over from SEA were at first they sort of screwed with the tempo of the lobby, but then immediately they got checked and they were forced to slow down and had to adjust. But you know, Fireflies, it's very in line with that sort of idea of playing very aggressive and playing very fast tempo. So it does make sense that that's why they're doing well in this early game so far.
All right, well, BBE going to get themselves into this Yang. They're going to fight up here versus JDG. Just going for the F coming out. Doesn't really find the opportunity to do much. They're just being juggled about. Roy Shishi in real danger. Has an F. Can they use it? Can they get the slam down? Are able to hit a bit of damage. Luckily, the Kurumi ult comes out to keep Roy healed back up, as they are just being juggled about. This is the power of the Kailin as an answer to it, though. Just dashes through the Zai. The Zai cannot compete. Luckily, the Kurumi ultimate is keeping Roy alive. Massive amount of damage coming out from the chain sides, though. It does do a fair bit of kind of staggering coming out. Does have that F available. The Matari invisibility, or translucency, whatever you want to call it, is up there and available. The other two have actually finished their Yangs in the meanwhile, as Roy dashes into 2-tick's pocket, looks for the F slam, does land it onto one. They get a whole heap of damage off onto the other. JDG actually starting to lose this fight. They're able to take one. The burn and the pistol coming in from Roy was enough to finish it up. Kiki now next up on the menu for them. It looks like there's the turnaround. BBE pull the win out.
Looking very strong. Hey, it wasn't looking too good initially. We saw Roy taking a lot of damage, but thankfully was able to make it over to his Kurumi and get that healing through from the Kurumi circle. Now we've got a fight between X1 and KLA. 17S going for that jump parry, not able to find it. ZDI not releasing into him. Does find the parry onto 17S though. Regardless of the goofy terrain, still able to get the damage from the follow-up. Very nicely done by X1. Playing this very well, and now only one member of KLA left alive.
He has no money.
No money at all. Yeah, this is pretty rough for KLA.
I think KLA might be having another bad game. It's good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, unfortunately for them today. Luckily, the good has been very good, but unluckily, the bad has been very bad.
Indeed. We're going to fight between 521 and GG here. Both Tumult ults, both Kurumi ultimates have been committed, along with, I believe, both Takeda ultimates. Literally double, triple ult from both of these teams, fully scrapping it out in this engagement. Pampy looking for these fan R&Bs, trying to find it on the flank. 330 eats a bit of damage, but he himself, Pampy, gets hit by a blistering edge in the back, and now Dragon Slayer. But all the Furin shove dodged through by CJS. Very nicely done. Immediately forcing Pampy to disengage. The LMB focus into the Assassin's Lunge, coming through the follow-up onto 521. A GG. It just, in a matter of moments, take down all three members of 521.
Nice and easy pick up onto them. As we are going to see JDG taking a fight versus FPX. FPX had a very good start to the day. has somewhat fallen away from them as both these teams actually have the Realm of Yang debuff on each other, so they need it. And FPX Sansi able to secure a kill. That's one Soul Bloom for their team. Massive amount of damage coming out from the chain side, so they both have to cube up to break away from that one. But Jing is going to be next up on the menu. No chain scythe available, but that's 2 for the side of FPX. Now WBG coming in for the third party. Can Sansi break away? They finally cleansed themselves, but WBG are on the F to get some distance, but the rest of FPX have just left Sansi on their own. Hung Sword buying some space. They really need to turn around. If FPX help, they might get the kill.
He's gaming, he's got his ult back already.
1 versus 4 goes for the F, does miss it. Chain Scythe's available. Where the hell is the rest of FPX? They're not here to back up their primary carry. He's on his own. Sansi's trying to make a break for it. The Matari invisibility does give them a little bit of an opportunity to break line of sight. Into the zone they go. Keck actually being run down by the rest of FPX in the meanwhile. This is greed from FPX, which I think could cost them the game ultimately. As they do get the kill, they do get the cleanse, but they lost Sansi for it. That was so greedy.
That's insane. That's actually insane. Hey, good on you, Sansi, in the 1 versus 3, able to keep moving and regen his entire, most of his ultimate there. He did have the Soul Bloom that he'd picked up beforehand, but still, what a performance coming out from him. Able to fully stall out the fight, allow for his teammate to go and double team onto that one player, getting that Soul Bloom to cleanse. Very nicely done. I
genuinely think if they had turned and joined him, they would have won that fight. He did so much work 1 versus 3.
Yeah,
if he had backup, if he had a zip in his pocket, like, it was donezo.
I think they may have just ended up being too far away. They just overcommitted onto that player and just didn't think they'd be able to make it back in time. Here we are taking a look at a quick replay. 5-1 up against FPX. Taking down 1 very quickly here. And then the second Sansi. It's a bit different from what we saw after this took place. He gets taken down before he's even able to use his ultimate. 5-1 with the perfect execution in that Realm of Yang.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. Only on 3 eliminations, but still very, very good coming out from 5-1. 5-1 certainly been doing pretty well today. Bit of a slower start so far, but they are on the Sand Siphons. They're looking for that scale-up potential. Looking to try and get that gold ult for the Takeda and make sure that they are ready going into that mid-end game situation. BBE, they did go down to a team after having won their Realm of Yang, but as they had Vermilion Bird's Might, they did not go down fully, and now jumping right back on into the Realm of Yang hit rate. Are they taking this one too? They're on a roll right now. Actually, don't say. No, don't cast it.
Really, he doesn't have ultimate, so keep that in mind. Can charge it up relatively quickly, especially when you get a big parry onto Walker. Back to 94%. That was a very quick charge coming in. Should have that ultimate up and available soon. Gets the slam down with the F. I don't think it made a connection, mind you, but they have now got that reset from the Matari. Going to look for another F before they re-engage with their ultimate. Going to go for Jing. Jing takes the damage. Ultimate now available to Roy Hee. See where they're going to use it. Fat Milk just playing the zoning game for the moment. Waiting for an opportunity. And the Chain Scythe hasn't come out yet. There's the Kurumi ultimate. There's the parry into the damage. Now goes for the Chain Scythe. And the damage is just enormous from the Zai. Gets the slam down as well. Jing dies to the burns. The Chain Scythe continues to stagger and lock. Walker trying to find an answer back out to Roy Hee here, as he's going to go for his own Chain Scythe lockdown, but he has no backup. And that wasn't a cast curse. They are on a roll. You were correct.
They are indeed. Oh my goodness. How many even is that? That's 14 eliminations on second Yang hit brain. That's crazy. The first 3 games they had nothing. Game number 4 they just fully unleashed. Now they are absolutely cooking. Speaking of X1 almost getting cooked there, ZDI able to get that Hardy cube to safety. XLY, having taken all of his shield off, is on the full retreat. The no ult zone does get put into play. They're not interested in taking this fight up against GG, as GG did manage to get their hands on Draco Storm, the buff that you just don't want to fight. You never want to fight Draco Storm. It is a ridiculously uphill battle. It comes down to the Draco Storm team making a lot of mistakes for you to even come close to winning that straight up fight. A 5-1 here. Ooh, the shift parry going in. Very nice coming out from Peak into the scale rush follow-up. Not able to find it. Akame does turn it around with the R&B focus, but the drive-by from you with that F3 just, oh my goodness. Goodbye, sir. You are dead.
It's just the side swipe. It's like getting hit by a truck. Just like
Just out
they're
of nowhere.
focusing on someone else and someone just comes from off screen and just like rockets past them and takes them out.
Out of nowhere, indeed. Oh, we got a bit of a fight. What, is this really a fight? This is a 3 versus 1. Doesn't really. I don't feel like it really counts. KLA is in shambles right now.
KLA are just like so good and so throwy at the same time.
It is what it is. They thing is, I mean, KLA's kind of always been like that. They do still do well. They do still perform
consistent, but yeah.
We've only got one member alive, and as I say that, he does get taken down by WBG, who are able to cleanse one of the Yang depletions, but still have 2 Soul Blooms left to pick up if they want to fully cleanse the Yang depletion and not have to look for the rebirth strategy. They do spot out EWG rotating in.
I didn't see their money. I don't know if they've actually got enough. The EWG definitely don't have enough. I don't know if they had a debuff. I can't remember. They might have done the run into zone. I'm not sure. Anyway, what WBG got money. They got enough money actually. So I think that's probably their game plan. Find a nice quiet spot where they can run into the zone, take their members out, then revive them, grab the bodies, grab the gear back, and then just undo it that way. What they don't want to be doing is fighting BBE right now, because BBE are hella scaled. As looks like WBG have different thoughts on that one. They're chasing on, but look at that. Gold armor, gold nunchucks. Like, they're just so set up. I mean, speaking of setup, to be fair, GG, who have been quite quiet this game, quietly getting strong in the background anyway. 6 kills under their belt. They're also very scaled up, really good armor. Sleepwalker's actually going to just full commit here. They're going to go for the fight. Immediately, the Tesseract breaks out. Sleepwalker trying to make a breakaway. He can't touch the earning time, so he is going to get himself charmed up. Now the stun's next to come through. The CC chain is just too much for Walker. Kurumi ultimate will keep him alive, though. He gets the F up, jumps back out. They're going to blink away. Walker able to just about survive that one, but it looks like WBG are just full committing to this one. They've got the ability to go for it. Chainsnap's about to time out for Walker, though. EWG have split in multiple directions, and that's going to potentially slow down the ability for WBG to get themselves the Soul Blooms they need to survive. Cookie locked in place. The F goes wide, but it doesn't matter because he is going down any second now. There it is. S1 actually slide in, try to steal the Soul Bloom there. Not that they needed it. They've only got the one player. He's been left alone. The double parry. 1 versus 2. Can Zen1 do this? I don't know if he's got enough in the block. Gets himself out briefly.
Oh,
no. They're given out and saves the life of WBG. Jing, though, inside the zone, being locked down by EWG. He's trying to save it. Not going to happen. He goes down. EWG able to turn the play around. And again, greed. Teams keep breaking off in multiple ways.
They do indeed. I don't know about that one. EWG are a man down now, so they probably can't contest this resurrection. But I mean, they could do it. They do have the Viper Tessa. It's not as if it's the Wu Chen that's still alive. So they have the dueling potential. However, WBG don't seem all that interested in going for that resurrection, as opposed to looking to chase down the remaining members of EWG. However, BBE have spotted them out on the chase and are going to immediately engage. Walker getting caught by the F3, caught out of the air. Xiao, it seems, got caught up by a different team as well. Oh, X1 coming in from the back. WBG fully sandwiched. The Kurumi ult comes out, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. And now Walker is the last man standing. And I can't remember who it was who had all the money, but one of them did have a lot. Okay, I think Walker may have been the one that had
Walker?
I mean, Walker had a chunk, so he's able to buy it. Yeah, but I don't know. I think maybe Maybe Axiao had slightly more. But Walker,
Oh,
I don't know.
no,
He's gonna
Walker.
walk out of this one. He's oh no.
Oh, his Eagles got boogled.
Indeed, he did.
Yikes.
Speaking of oogly boogly, BBE, good lord, they are on a rampage so far. 15 eliminations now, taking them up to
Wow.
20.5 points so far in this game so far today. Actually insane.
Yeah,
The
they're kinda
contrast
crushing it.
between the first three games is absurd.
Yeah, BB
feels like
have
a
an
different team.
Absolutely amazing game. We did see WBG go out in the middle of all that. They've had a very underwhelming day, unfortunately, WBG. Solid start with that Valda comp, at least off drop, and then kind of crumbled a little bit more off that. GG. Another team have been kind of sleeping today, but this time around got themselves on the Sand Siphon. CJS very geared up. Brifio also got golden armor, so GG actually could potentially be a real threat as we move later into this game. Let's keep our eyes on them. The Sand Siphon's very good in these final circles, especially when we start to see those Spirit Wells come up, which will be spawning up soon. I believe the next one is the buff one, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Interesting what the buff is going to be.
True, I want to know as well. I don't know if we'll... Wait, so I think there is a Spirit Well technically in play at the moment. However, I don't think these teams have been headed on over to it. The 80% Moonbane is going to be coming through soon-ish. Yeah, usually there's
I'm
another
pretty sure
Spirit
GG
Well.
I think GG got it because they've got two sets of gold armor. So I'm going to make the assumption that they picked it up. Oh, CJS in danger. LXM comes in and blocks, takes a lot of damage, but GG walk away.
Bowder might not be walking away from this one though. Peak extremely low health. Yearun did go down in the middle of this Moonbane. Peak immediately getting chased down by BBE. The musket shot from Ibin to finish him off. And BBE don't show any signs of slowing down right now. 16 eliminations, and they are certainly going to be looking for this Spirit Well. And speaking of, it is now spawning in right on top of where they are, and it looks as though it's going to be another Mystic Might Spirit Well. I'm not sure if we'll see too many teams looking to contest the Spirit Well. Although, I mean, there is still loot to be had, and Mystic Might is still pretty nice. It's not as popular, or is not as valuable as the White Tiger's Prowess. We do see GG starting to move in. A swarm. The glorified crossbow.
I think it's going to be, to be fair, with the Sand Siphon teams, I do think the Zai comps are going to struggle to contest on Spirit Wells just because of the Sand Storm from the Temi.
Yeah, true.
Very, very impactful. And I think BB recognized and kind of acknowledged that, but they do not want to get caught inside the Sandstorm and then getting messed up there. So they actually say, we're scaled enough. We'll just play later. We'll give this to GG. It's going to suck that they get Mystic Might. They get that information. And it does now mean that every member of GG is going to be having golden armor for the final circle, unless JL do something about it. GG not committing ultimates, though.
Ooh,
I think JL have been... Oh! Dreadful Whale hits onto CJS. No full commit. Very interesting to see, but GG are actually kind of okay to hold for the moment. Just throw the ultimate out here. There we go. One thing. It's a lot of HP. TXJ next up on the menu. He's going very low. Forced to cube out. That is the ultimate's burnt. CJS will be able to pick this one up. Gold armor going to LXM. GG now. Mystic Might has information on everyone. Most crucially, so geared up for this final circle. It's going to be a big one.
Absolutely. CJS immediately looking to push these other teams lurking at the edge of the zone. GG. And they're playing safe. You know, it's not the White Tiger's Prowess, so they don't have the full, you know, they don't have the go ahead to just immediately go fully crazy and try and collect at least 1 or 2 kills, because it will chain into the White Tiger's Prowess raw, as we've seen many a time. But they're still looking to fight. They're still looking to get aggressive. They do have agency to do that here, trying to loot up this body that went down to another team. CJS with these golden fist plays, just constantly throwing out blues left and right. And if you do get hit by one of those, you are going to get absolutely cooked. Absolutely slammed. Speaking of cooked, we've got the Flamebringer coming out from BBE. VVV eating a little bit of that damage, but managing to make it out of danger, disengaging. GG now pressing the issue onto X1, looking for the flank opportunities. ZDI stone forming, trying to stay alive, trying to block these hits coming through, but still taking that chip damage. Hardy ultimate is now going to be committed for one of these teams. The cube is going to be placed down. BBE still holding strong. They have this dreadful whale just sectioning off a piece of the final zone, of the safe zone, for them to call home. Bowder's you now in a bit of a bad spot, forced to use that Viper ultimate. Thankfully, though, he does find the pickup for the armor swap that was left behind by this team, by GG. Well, it's getting a little bit more aggressive now. Roy Hee just taking the time to heal up at the edge of the zone, but being forced into the storm by the Takeda. The Assassin's Launch follow-up. Roy Hee immediately forced to use ultimate alongside the Kurumi as well. They do manage to stabilize, but that could have been very bad if just a little bit more damage had come through. They certainly would have been taken down here. Roy Hee now trying to find some value with this ultimate, looking for X1, trying to find the empowered attacks. XLY taking a bit of damage. F3 now coming through for Roy Hee, looking for that reset. Fat Milk only with a white dagger, just constantly using the dreadful whale. Doesn't matter if it doesn't do damage, it's going to do the stagger that we need to stay alive in this end zone. CJR sending a blue, getting parried, punished, forced back, but immediately re-engaging. ZDI forced into the zone and taken down by the blistering edge. They're still healing. BBE getting taken down extremely low. They could do it. They could take it all if they get all these kills. CJS coming online with the golden fan. Takes down one, takes down two. LXM's the one taking the kills. X1 goes to the sky. Next skill coming through now, and I believe BBE might be fully out now unless there's one in the sky. They might still be alive. People. There it is. Ibin still alive. There he is. JL as well, still in the fight. Oh my goodness.
GG are closing the gap though. 13, 14 kills over to them. There's still 2 people left. If they can secure these 2 kills, they may just have done this. JL's VVV is going to try and put some damage in. They're going to absolutely rip through his health bar. He goes in for yet another dash, but the fear and shove just locks him in place. X1 is taken down by VVV. The denial, 15 kills to GG though. I think with the kill multiplier and the placement points, they take first there. And I'm sure BBE are kicking themselves over that one. They were so set up.
I mean, it is what it is, you know. GG on that Sand Siphon. It's hard to really predict that they're going to just fully unleash like that. Yeah, they all got pushed into the zone. They weren't expecting it, and I don't think that the GG even really intended to push those specific players into the zone. They were trying to finish off a kill onto somebody else, and BBE just got caught in the crossfire, pushed into the zone, and then immediately followed up on by that dagger LMB focus into the Assassin's Lunge. And then all of the cooldowns were just immediately forced out, while GG was still sitting pretty with their cooldowns ready to go. I mean, they've used the Takeda ultimate, but still just immediate panic mode, press all the buttons and try and stay alive. And unfortunately, it spelled disaster for their chances of getting MVP in this game. It was still possible, but unfortunately it wasn't to be, and GG are going to be coming in and sniping away that MVP, the first place placement, to finish off our 4th game of the day. What a game though. We've had different MVPs every time as well. BBE finally getting off the bottom of the leaderboard. Good to see from them, but is it going to continue is the question here, Bryn.
I don't know. Is the honest answer. Today has been very, very back and forth. I think, you know, it's a high-scoring day. I'm curious what it looks like when we have some of our other teams playing. You know, the likes of Wolves. I've had a complete brain fart on some of the other top teams in the league, but those guys, TE, I know TE have been kind of meh recently, but you know, when some of the other guys show up, how that's going to look as well. because there isn't one team scoring so many points, but they're like far exceeding everybody else, like we saw last week. What we're seeing is a lot of teams coming up at the same time, but if the likes of Wolves or any of the other top teams in the other groups pop off on Sunday, they can overtake everything. Anyway, how many kills did SS1 get in game number 4? Was it A1, B2, C3, D4? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys? Let us know what you think the answer is. Check your whisper. Get yourself some goodies. That's all there is to say on that one. I don't know the answer.
Neither do I. I don't think that is definitely a hard one.
I can't even give you a clue. Here's the clue. It's one of them, I hope.
Yeah, you would hope, you know. Secret answer.
If I was in production, if I was in production, it would actually be F.
Yeah, or just A plus B.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, the A plus D, 5 kills, easy.
Divided by
ultimate. C. Yeah, exactly. Divided by C to the power of B. But hey, here we are looking at the leaderboard off the back of that game. GG in first with 22 game score, 15 kills. Sadly, BBE with their 17 kills weren't able to secure the the first place and get that multiplier. Coming in second, GG bound to be happy with that one. Just a clean game from them, a clean Sand Siphon game. Nothing too crazy, nothing too spicy. Just playing solid NARAKA. Here we are looking at the stats. Not even that much healing coming out from 330, and no crazy big damage numbers. And I say this as well when we do see this this happen, where you don't need to be getting 40,000 damage for you to get all that many kills. As long as you're able to actually effectively and quickly eliminate players, you're not going to be getting all that much damage because they're dying pretty quick. And full purple armor, full health, that's 2,000 damage to deal. Split between 3 people, that's not very much at all.
Yeah, but, absolutely.
Yeah. Total leaderboard though, SS1 now going down to the final, or the 12th spot, unfortunately. BBE, good for them though, taking themselves up off of the bottom with that massive game from them, and taking a look now at top 6. JL still in the lead in KLA, as you said.
I mean, they literally just added a decimal point to their last score, but they put it in the wrong place. Disappointing game from them. GG slingshot themselves up the standings off the back of that one though, so I'm sure they're going to be happy. The good news for a lot of the teams is JL didn't have a particularly amazing game, but they are being consistent. That's the thing. It's always around that 10-point mark, other than that game too. So you can catch up to them, but they're also, as long as they continue to play like this, they can kind of, look to end around 60, probably 65, 66 points by the end of the day. Oh no, 70, sorry, by the end of the day, because there's 2 more games to go. So, there is a world where, that's a solid day one. We see 70-point days being very, very consistent here in the Nbpl. So keep that in mind going forwards, as we're just going to have a look at some of the replays of GG. They were a bit sleepy this game. We didn't really see them until the last moment, but there was a moment where I caught them towards the end and saw how geared up they were, and was like, wait, these guys are stacked, and they used it so well. So well.
And look at them having a good time just listening to them go, what? You get the parry, when you got the nunchucks, I always love to do it. What? The nunchuck parry is extremely satisfying. But just nice, solid team play coming out from GG here. CJS coming in with the peeling off that Takeda. And I distinctly remember this though. The enemy Takeda here did a really good job. Oh no, wait, no, it was a different fight. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different fight between Takedas. But still, extremely good performance coming out from GG. And they managed to pick up enough kills to actually surpass BBE. Because if they hadn't managed to pick up the last few, BBE likely would have ended up becoming being MVPs. As those kills, if they hadn't picked them up, the BBE may have, and BBE would be the ones on your screen right now. But it is GG, clean NARAKA, trying to catch this phantom step Kylan in the air, who's skywalking with the bow. Managed to find him, and there it is. It's just Nothing, no pressure. All three of them got max gold armor, 2 solos to deal with, and there it is. And it looks as though it's going to be the Takeda coming in with the MVP for GG. Let's take a look, see here. How much Fan was going to be the most damaging weapon that he was using in that game. 21,000 damage. Solid game.
I didn't even see him on a Fan.
No, he was at the very end. He was just sending those RMBs. Sending out the RMB focuses. Swarm on 3.5 3.5k. It's a rare sight. You know, Swarm you'd think would be a pretty solid range weapon in trios, but we hardly ever really see it. As it's not
we used to see it more often back when the Buccaneer phase was a thing and people would exchange cannon fire, but the game doesn't move in that way anymore. Like, you don't sit on a rooftop shooting cannon shots at people for 7 to 8 minutes. Instead, you see, you know, that for maybe a couple of minutes, and then the Bane's Breath will move you, or a Soul Well will move you, Spirit Well, will move you. Like, there's too much going on in the end game for people to sit still, so you don't really see things like a Swarm or a cannon actually have the amount of impact that they once did have. That is it. It's core, to be honest. We are now getting ready to go into game number 5, which is going to be Morris Isle. There's still teams with 9 points. Time to spend those points, guys. Time to go hard. Get yourself your favorite comp. If that's going to be the Sand Siphon, if that's going to be the Xiphon, it's time to go in. And I think for some of these teams who spent points, it's the question of what's left open for them, or what have they got up their sleeve as a potential.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been, as Raven does like to call it, it's the championship round, as it's the round that sets you up. You know, a lot of people think that the final game of the day is the big one, but in fact, a lot of what ends up being the final scoring is decided by the 5th game. You know, if you have a really good game in game number 5, you're setting yourself up for that 6th game, not only mentally, but by like points wise, depending on where you are to begin with, of course. But game number 5 is definitely a big one, and we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams who've saved those hero points go for their most favored compositions. And I don't think there are actually all that many that have used up all of them. You know, EWG definitely used up a few, but other than that,
like 6 at this point.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of any team that's really in a bad spot hero points wise. I don't think.
I think the most of them are around 8 or 9. I think there's a few on like 4 or 6 right now, but 4 or 6 is very manageable depending on the depending on kind of what is picked in this round, and also dependent on where you are in the hero select. So I feel like some of these teams on 9 points have probably thought about, you know, we're going to be playing in spots 3 and 2 at the end of the day, or we're playing in spots 1 and 2, because that will inform, you know, your point expenditure. Those who are probably on 9 points, like 6 points now, are probably higher up in the pick order going forwards. Therefore, they know they're not going to be contested on the hero points, so they should have a good idea of their game plan and what they're going to be playing. I'll be very interested. I'll be very, very interested to see what is going to get picked up here going into this next game. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not too sure. But I think it's probably going to be a lot of Sand Siphon. I think we'll see a couple surprise picks, though. I think because it's Firefly. It's Firefly Monarchs, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
everyone's going mad for Siphon and Xiphon, then. They're going to be like the big ones.
Hardy Kylan too, though. But a lot of people...
Kylan uses it. To be fair, I mean,
picked up a lot
even
already.
Tessa Viper, because you basically immediately get the charges to kind of get those hard drop fights with the Tessa. Not as impactful, but like, I mean, there's an argument to make for all of these comps that are meta right now are going to be good for it. I think at its core, Sand Siphon is the most effective user of Fireflies. Takeda has always excelled on Firefly maps. And is 330 alive? Or has he just like died? Because he's been like that every time the camera's gone on him.
Literally every game, right? That's why I caught it.
Without fail.
I don't know. Maybe
Someone
he's got a migraine.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. Well, poor guy if he does have a migraine. If not, then perhaps it's just the optimal micro naps. He's just keeping his eyes rested. He's not He's not looking to strain his vision. Just getting locked in, just meditating, sorting things out in his head. Who knows, really? Who knows what's going on in his head?
He's the guy who leans really far back. I swear there was someone who spent the entire...
There is someone...
It might be the same guy. He just leans one way or the other. He has no core strength is the problem for him.
No in between. In between. But anyway, who knows? I do know who you're talking about, though. I can't remember his name.
There is
but I've
someone
seen it
who always leans back.
It's whatever's most comfortable, Like if you play better when you're comfy and you're just lying back and you can play at your highest, like at your peak, then hey, lie back. Put your feet up, do whatever. As long as you're doing well, as long as you're gaming, then it should be fine. At least that's what I'd imagine the coach has decided. Don't force somebody to sit up super straight just because it's expected. If they play better in a relaxed state, it's probably for the best. But no relaxed faces just here. Everyone's looking very locked in, ready to jump into this game. I'm wondering what kind of curveball we could potentially see. I think there'll likely be one. It's a Morris Isle Firefly game. And it's very, very possible that we'll see something interesting get brought out. We've got the side-by-side, GG, KLA, JL, all three teams looking to take the cake for the day. Of course, one thing to note is that although every team is competing as hard as they can to try and take the top spots, it's not necessarily because if they finish the day in first that they're going to win something. It's that they're going to have as many points as possible, potentially securing their qualification into the bi-weekly final. And then not only that, but getting as many points as possible is ideal, as you do take a percentage of the points that you gain in the first 3 days into the bi-weekly finals with you. So the more points you have, the more points you will start with in the bi-weekly finals. And it's not a huge amount. I think it's between 10 and 15% of the points that you manage to get for yourself. But still, it is something. But looking at the first round selection, we've got
no surprise,
triple Xiphon, one Sand Siphon, and a lot of Kurumi.
Okay, no. So I thought we were going to see 2-2, but because of this, I think this is just going to be Sand Siphon. Although there's a Xiphon for EWG, they're going to 0 points off this one. I assume that means they're picking first next round, otherwise they could be in trouble. A lot of Sand Siphons and Xiphons coming in. I don't think anybody on the bottom selection can do anything about this now. I think they just have to suck it up and take Kylan.
Yeah. I don't think this is necessarily a bad option, it's
no, not at all.
What you're left with, but it's still decent,
I think Sand Siphon's so good is the problem.
Yeah.
I think on Firefly maps, it's just so much stronger. BIWEEK3 just went from 9 to 2 points. No, they decided not to.
Wait.
Ooh, that maybe not be the one. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this now means that they can pick whatever the hell they like for game 6. Same for GG, same for KLA. Like, those three teams have full creative freedom. They're not at the bottom of the pick order. They have 9 points. They still have all their hero points. So game 6, I expect to see them go explosive on that one. That's a cool keyboard. Did you see that?
I didn't know.
Well, I was sick. He had cool keycaps.
Yeah. I've been wanting to get some cooler keycaps, not gonna lie, but they're so expensive.
Yeah,
they're the really nice ones, The really nice ones.
They just wear, man.
They do. If you're a heavy duty gamer, you're gonna be wearing through those keycaps and whatever artwork's on them pretty quickly,
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. Maybe you get you get multiple sets. You could alternate every week, perhaps. It might be optimal. But hey, GG330 takes his head off the table, and we're gonna go into this 5th game of the day. And as we expected, a lot of Sand Siphon, a lot of Xiphon, and a few Hardy Kylins. In fact, 4 Hardy Kylan compositions. I don't know. It's looking pretty even across the board. Is that 4 of each? Wait, 1, 2, 3. No, it's
No.
not. So there's 3 Sand Siphon, 5 Siphon, and 4 Hardy Kylan. I thought it was 4 of each for a second. That would have been nice little.
So here's why I think the Siphon has taken priority. Zai, obviously, when she ults, if she doesn't have a weapon equipped, she gains a gray weapon. So you can prioritize grabbing those fireflies for a fight and then immediately pop the ultimate. And if they're unarmed, you are going to slam them. If they've gone for gear, then you're just going to match them because you've got your chain scythe. So I think that's why we're seeing so many Zais getting locked in. Also, Zai just scales very well into the late game. Everything I said at the beginning of the day was a lie, and I am wrong. Is here we go. GG not dropping on Secret Tunnel, but oh my world, Sunwings in the surrounding area is going to be a bloodbath. We might have a quick day, if I'm going to be honest with you. This could be a very quick game.
Yeah, this could be a very fast game. But then again, we talked about it last time. You know, the Firefly maps, they tend to get really oogly off the start, and then they calm down like very hard in the mid game. You know, everyone's just not really looking for fights in mid game around when Yang spawns in. You know. But it's going to be spicy off the drop. And GG, although they can't land on the cave, I imagine that they literally can't because of the drop zone. They might, they're landing in Eventide Temple instead. And I would hope that they'd rotate from Temple over to Sunwing, you know, instead of going from their drop spawn to the cave, because they're not really going to get any chances of any fights around there, as not a single team is dropping even remotely close to them. But we're jumping right on in. KLA and the JDG, along with Bowder, are all contesting this Firefly spawn. 2-tick manages to get those 2 Fireflies. Unfortunately, no melee weapon in hand just yet. Does find himself some armor, though. Not in immediate danger. KLA looking around, seeing if they can find themselves a Firefly or 2. I think pretty much all of them have already been taken. JDG looted up and ready with the Takeda ultimate. Find the lone member of KLA, CXZ, caught out. This is not where you want to be, buddy. This is not where you want to be at all. I feel like KLA is just split up and in shambles right now.
Yeah, KLA kind of caught sleeping, unfortunately. CXZ may get picked up, though, by 17S, so not the end of the game for them there. So we do see FPX taking a fight here versus BBE. Roy Hehe going to put some pressure in. Goes for the F. Don't believe that hit, actually. I think they just about dodged that one out. And now Roy Hehe pinned up against a wall. Taken down. No way that BBE could save that. And I've been the last man standing. Not going to be standing for long.
That's rough. That is definitely rough to see off the back of their previous game, considering how well they managed to do in the early game of the previous game. You know, we were talking about how maybe it's just their Fireflies, their map, but here it looks as though they weren't able to overcome that fight. But WBG up against JDG in this situation. WBG with the Moonbane, having it gone and picked up the money to be able to purchase this very, very early on, have gone all the way up to 5 eliminations already, currently leading the charge in terms of kills. Still 37 seconds and counting on this Moonbane. They are going to have the time potentially to resurrect their fallen teammate. However, it's not being made easy by KLA, who did in fact get fully resurrected and not have to use their rebirths here. Jing sending out the blue focus, immediately getting parried. KLA looking to grapple forwards. 2 of them immediately cancelling, though, as the Moonbane hit did come through, avoiding that damage and stagger. It looks as though WBG, even though it was looking very good for them, might be in a very bad position, as there it is. KLA are going to be able to pick up that final kill. And the Moonbane, unfortunately, just did not do enough for them here.
Yeah, KLA coming in lovely there, getting himself the kills. WBG, though, still starting off with 5 kills. So regardless of that, did still have a very good start to this game. Although KLA are walking in the same direction of them, so they could catch them at the Soul Altar if they released at the wrong time. Does look like Bowder as well. Only got the 1 kill, so pretty slow start for Bowder in this game. But If you didn't drop on the hotspot, it kind of makes sense if you don't have many kills, because there was a lot of people dropping in one very big cluster, and then a couple of teams not. So as you can see, GG 0 kills because of where they dropped. They dropped I think they dropped to Celestia, right? Yeah, and then they went up.
And Temple.
Temple. Dropped at Temple, and then they were going up Secret Tunnel, yeah. So I don't expect to see GG for a while, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see much of them in this game. But JL, oh my goodness, VVV with the F2 Takeda, you're joking. Oh my god. Oh, Yaran taking a lot of damage here. VVV looking to follow up. Trying to find it. Does find the RMB.
Yaran's able to find a turnaround here for VVV. Gets some damage off of the fans, though. Being a real menace. Lots of damage getting caught there onto Yaran as One Fang going incredibly low in the middle of all of this. The Kurumi ultimate doing a lot of work for the side of JL, but there's the parry from you. The fans are stolen, and suddenly VVV has lost that power. Luckily, he had a pair of blue fans in pocket, but he's taken out by the chain scythe from Yaran. The Wisp does make the connection. The dual halberds do a fair amount of work there as Yaran is able to use that pole sword to just clatter another kill for himself, and Bowder fire back.
Hey, very nice from Bowder. It was looking pretty good for JL, but I don't know, just sort of fell to pieces, and the F2 from the Takeda just don't feel like it offers enough to justify taking it in this kind of environment. I will say the F1, as we've seen pretty much every single other Takeda use in trios, is just so useful. Not because necessarily it offers like an aggressive ability, but the fact that it gives you that passive immunity to blue focus attacks that allows you to not only just go in as position 1, but also look to peel for your teammates standing with them, and then any blue focus that goes towards you or your teammate that's close by is going to get grabbed out by that Takeda F1. But heading on over to this fight, SS1 up against EWG, both Matari ultimates already in play. The Zai F3 not on cooldown just yet. The parry comes through, knocking him down. Tutu taking a lot of damage, forced to use that Kurumi ultimate as well. Rosemary now popping the ultimate, pulling the trigger, using that F3, trying to group all of these players together. Luo Ye not able to stay standing, gets knocked around and taken down. EWG still fighting though, trying to save this situation. Cookie, though, I don't think is on the same page, going to be looking for that disengage. Rosemary just constantly chasing down this poor Kurumi. No armor, half HP. Sends out the blue focus RMB, though, on the pole sword. Rosemary not ready with the parry, but I don't think it's going to make all that much difference, as Cookie is just going to get shot down and take it out.
Yeah, lovely little pickup there for the side of SS1. Up to 5 kills as well. Having a very solid go of it at the moment, as Bowder taking a fight here versus WBG. Bowder had a pretty rough start to this one. Did get the 4 kills though, so see if they can make the turnaround happen. Slam comes in from Yaran, actually able to do a fair amount of damage. Chain Scythes are ready to go as well, and is looking for an opportunity to get those lined up onto the members of WBG. Gets the F off for a bit of burn into the Chain Scythe to follow. Another rotation of those Chain Scythe burn. WBG are being absolutely liquefied here by Bowder. Chain Scythe burn onto Sleepwalker. Down he goes. Bowder, they just played that so well. WBG, they're eliminated from the game entirely.
That's insane. And also, EWG was also fully eliminated off the back of the fight that they'd had before. But looky here, JL trying to jump in for this third-party opportunity. Bowder looking to retreat, get into the safe zone. JL do not want to let this happen. They've already committed that Tumulk ultimate. They have the Takeda and the Kurumi ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice. But the turnaround, TXJ is going to go down, and Bowder immediately turn aggressing onto JL. What on earth just happened? VVV, now the last man standing, trying to lurk and stay hidden. Yeah, it looked like it, but I don't know. What on earth happened here?
I like that they're gatekeeping the Karens as well to make sure that they don't get back up.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Playing that very, very well. Do see in all of this time, though, it does mean Bowder won't be able to get into a run with Yang. One thing is getting up. They're going to get TXJ up. This could get dicey, though. If Bowder come over, that's just more kills in the pocket.
They're going to hold them at the edge. Look at how far the zone is as well. This is going to be tough.
Away. They have to go the longest way. I don't know if they're going to do well on that. I think it's going to go bad for JL. As
VVV goes to the zone. Moving on, GG over in the realm of Yang, fighting up against 5T1, sends out the LMB focus. CJS, little bit greedy, sends it, and he's ready for it, Pampy, but CJS ready for the release himself, gets the parry, sends out the follow-up, and he's ready to unleash this ultimate, though. Both Kylins pulling the trigger, getting this ultimate online. Pampy taking the brunt of the damage initially, but no significant follow-up coming through. GG just going back and forth. CJS trying to find the openings with his Kylin ultimate, has found a lonely zipping on her own. Does manage to stagger, does manage to force out that Hardy Q, but is going to now look for the follow-up on to this zipping across the map, but the ultimate is over. It's going back and forth. This could go either way, Hitbrain.
CJS looking for an opportunity, had to take himself, jump out with the Rubik's Cube. Got to break away for a brief second. Akame gonna put some damage down. GG waiting for an opportunity to turn this one back around. So far, I believe it's a pretty equal fight, as they're gonna go in for the turnaround. Knock up comes in from CJS, doesn't quite get the damage down. Yin breaking away. Parry lands onto CJS. Ooh. Halberds, does he get them back in time? Yes, he does. Akami comes in. LXM trying to bail out CJS, but this is now GG with one member and a dream. And that dream is a nightmare, because 5-2-1 win the fight.
They do indeed. That was... If he hadn't clanked against that LMB, or that aerial LMB, whatever it was, on the pole sword, he may have been able to kite out a little bit longer, as there were only about 17 seconds left on the clock. But unfortunately, he does clank and does get taken down. And that's just a small little bit of damage. BBE looks as though they won their realm of Yang and have picked up 3 eliminations, and now looking to get aggressive onto JDG in this area. The bounty is in play as well. Roy He just sending out those blues with those fist blades, now swapping over to the golden dagger that he had in the back pocket, holding onto the golden weapon, not looking to get that one parried off the rip. It's quite optimal, I will say. Some players do this. You see them use a lower grade weapon than the golden one to start off the fight, as they're looking to open up the fight with an aggressive blue focus. BBE, though, look, speaking of aggression, still trying to push forward in this fight. Roy He using that Zai ultimate, does manage to find the damage onto Kiki. JDG losing another member, but SS1 have been waiting in the wings, and they're looking to pull the trigger.
Yeah, SS1 now continue to keep that pressure up. Roy He caught in the knock-up. Oh, this is a bit of an
What is this combo?
I've not seen this one. That was beautiful from Rosemary. Now, Roy He, as soon as they come back down, his chain scythe whiff does connect onto Rosemary, though. Trying to break a breakaway. Is able to kind of get themselves out, but again, BBE, they still have the Bird's Might, so they're just going to pop that and walk away. As here, we have a look at a team who do not have the Bird's Might. They have the opposite, GG, now running around with that Realm of Yang debuff on them, desperately trying to find themselves the kills. Dash is looking to be breaking up. 17 SC, it's a fair amount of damage. QGG as well. A lot coming out from CJS. He's doing a lot of work here. Continues to dash forward, does get eaten by the damage himself, though. Is about to time out, so he's trying to get as many extra dashes out as possible. Is going low, gets that extra last dash in, and now it's 17S in his sights with the halberds. CJS is trying to do his best, but has to take the cube to break away for a brief second there. Parry comes onto 330. 330 very low, but not down yet. CXZ. This is just breaking up into multiple 1v1s at this point. So just avoiding and evading each other. CJS loses a fair chunk of his armor. Halberd's coming in, though, on to the KLA member. Gets the knockback onto 3. 2 members of his team down. The parry to follow. And KLA are eliminated. GG cleanse himself and are still in this game.
They absolutely are. The back and forth. The realm of Yang depletion fight. The mirror, it is what it is. GG are going to be coming out on top there. Taking a look at the leaderboard here. There are quite a few teams. Well, actually, only a few players have fully eliminated. KLA, EWG, WBG, and then 2 members of JL have gone down. Unfortunately, we saw that fight that they had in the zone. It looks as though they did get the full reses off, but then died to the zone, and only the Tumulk was able to make it out alive. But back to the action, SS1 and X1 gonna be scrapping it out. The Matari ultimate's coming through already. The Zai ultimate for the side of SS1. X1 trying to hold onto it just a little bit longer. Zen1 forced into the zone on the Matari. Does manage to make it back into the safe zone, onto that Kurumi circle, healing up just enough to stay alive. The Poison Splash is going to be coming into play as well. X1 ZDI trying to kite it backwards. Now we're going to an equalized fight, 2 versus 2, I believe. Rosemary finding the opening onto XLY, but the ultimate now expiring. ZDI waiting on the outside, trying to find that lunge in with the staff. Not really able to find it. ZDI finally getting that damage. He gets the hold check, gets the RMB onto Rosemary, does go down. But JL coming in with a third party, having resurrected VVV, looking to try and claim all of these eliminations, all of this money. And it looks as though they're succeeding in this endeavor as they managed to pick up 4 kills now in total and quite a bit of cash to be able to buy back their third and final member, One Fang, from the Abyss, bring him back from the spirit realm. And they are going to be resurrecting him very shortly.
Yeah, really nice there coming in from them. 15 minutes left in this game. They're going to be BBE once again after losing their last run with Yang. Going to be going up versus JDG on the Sand Siphon. C2 Tick gets up into the sky for a brief second, just waiting for an opportunity to jump in. Roy Hee could be that line of sight for them. Trying to catch him out of the sky. Ultimate now used, got the Fear and Shove available to them. 2Tick inside the Sandstorm. He is tracking, looking for his opportunity to come in for the burst. Roy Hee gonna be the target. Immediately gets parried. Is able to get the Kurumi ultimate out though. Throws down a lot of damage in response, but is eating so much in return. Still has one more of those Fear and Shoves. Looking for the opportunity to get a good opening to use it. Charges it for a few people, but ultimately not really much has been achieved here. Both the Kurumis have ulted and everyone's pretty low. Looking for a parry. Roy Hee taking a lot of damage from this hung sword here from 2Tick. Doing a lot of work now. Fat Milk next up on the menu. Ibin going to eat a fair chunk of damage as they're going to turn once again onto Roy Hee to try and keep Kiki alive. Roy Hee on the run. They're trying to chase him down. I don't know if they've lost line of sight on him though. He keeps that pressure going, and Roy Hee is able to turn it onto Kiki, but he is low, and this could be their opportunity to take him down. They do get him. They equalize the score. It's a 2 for 2 now, or 2 versus 2 now. But the Kurumi Tethers could come in really clutch here. Fat Milk should be the target for them. They're about to get that ultimate backup available on 2Tick. He's almost got it fully charged. We did hear a clang go down. I didn't see who it made a connection onto, but Fat Milk gets scale rushed forwards against. Can the damage keep through here? Lots of bursts hitting onto 2Tick. He's going to use that Fear and Shove. Ibin gets caught by the Wisp. Helped another Fear and Shove, just keeping him in place. The Infinite starts up, and there's the burst to secure the kill. 15 seconds left in, and Fat Milk, it's going to be a Kurumi versus a Kurumi, I think. I can't see who he's fighting, actually. No, he's
That's
fighting
a Tumulk.
Not quite the same.
Oh.
Maybe he can get it ever. The parry comes in. Fat Milk goes down. They both go down. It's a heartbreaking fight. Kurumi healing too much.
That was so close. So well fought from both of these teams as well. Just the spacing, oh my goodness. There was so much to go through for that fight. That's a VOD review fight right there. But good lord, very nicely done by both the teams. Unfortunately, neither of them are going to be coming away with the buff and with the victory from the realm of Yang. So they now are going to be tasked with finding those soul blooms to cleanse the Yang depletion. But however, Bowder, on the other hand, are very happy as they've managed to pick up a White Tiger's prowess. And I believe they got this from a realm of Yang themselves. Looking very, very scaled up now. How many kills is that? I think that's 11, 13 eliminations for the side of Bowder. Looking at very, very good with this White Tiger's prowess as well. Looking at the edges of the zone. Gonna be trying to find all of those solo players, all of those players who've lost their teammates. Look at this though, FPX with the full grief, sending it onto GG, finding that player and making their Realm of Yang infinitely more difficult. And Bowder getting this fight in the 3 versus 2. CJS tries to use this Kylan ultimate, but as you can see, it's being made extremely difficult by Bowder. Oh, as I say that, Yeran takes a lot of damage in this replay. Kurumi ultimate does come out though, and then just makes it completely unwinnable. 3 versus 2, it is a very, very hard thing to manage. And unfortunately, they weren't able to here. Bowder, though, fortunately for them, are able to take full advantage of that situation.
Yeah, really nice there coming in from Bowder. We're just going to have a look at what is going on for the side of BBE, because obviously they got that Roma Yang debuff on, along with the side of GG. GG actually being down a player is going to cause them quite a bit of problems, as they are being run down by JDG, who right now are also debuffed up, but looking to cleanse that, looking to fix that one. CGS trying to make a break for it. Not able to quite get away, but it does go for a light turnaround. But I think this might be the end. Pops a bit of damage off. Has the dashes, to be fair. He's going to turn onto Kiki. See if he can find the opportunity to get the dashes through, but CGS just wants out.
Full disengage angle coming out from GG, but I'm not sure if this is really... I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to really say in that situation. Do you look to commit and try and get at least one Soul Bloom in the 2 versus 3, or do you just fully disengage using the ultimates and hope that you can find a moment later on that you can pick up a Soul Bloom? It's a hard decision to make, but instead we're going to be having a BBE up against JDG, the rematch, the run back. It looks as though BBE bit off more than they could chew, a bit too aggressive, getting caught in a bad spot, even inside the Kurumi circle. They are going to go down, losing a member. Fat Mill going to be following it quickly afterwards, and now Roy Hee is left on his own. JDG going to be able to cleanse 2 of those Yang depletions, I believe, as they do take down 2 members of BBE. However, it doesn't look as though they did. Only 1 member was able to cleanse it. Perhaps one of these teams was able to jump in. Perhaps, oh, GG! Wait! GG was able to jump in and snipe one of the Soul Blooms and cleanse.
Oh my word!
Cleanse the Yang depletion on the Kylan. Unbelievable. Right, he now on his own. He needs to find the Soul Bloom. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be hard to manage. Bowder as well going to be coming in and making it even more difficult. GG, though, caught in the crossfire. CJS, member. Yeah.
They just lost their person they cleansed.
Yep. He's dead, and so is BBE. It's all falling to pieces. Just absolutely explosive situation to be in. It has indeed.
Free-Frio's going to get the pickup.
Oh! Wait, does he find the res? No way, right? Surely not.
He gets it.
That's insane.
So he's going to heal him up, drop his cash, and be like, I did pick it up at 8. Like,
come get me here at 8 o'clock.
Oh my goodness. GG. I think they just pulled off the sneakiest play, but the question is, are they actually going to be able to do it? Free-Frio's actually run into the zone. I think their game plan is to die to the zone, but what they didn't realize is I think Bowder know where they are. They're going down.
Ooh.
We'll see. Yeah, there it is. Pete gets the kill.
CJS still alive, though.
He has 2 pots. 1 armor pot, 1 health pot. He is...
Oh, goodness. It's not good. And also, do you want to know what's really, really sad? Is that JDG... So they cleansed 1, and then the other 2 died. The one that got cleansed went over, bought both rebirth charms to be able to res his teammates.
And died?
And then dies to the zone.
Yikes. Yikes, indeed.
That's heartbreaking. Oh, spooky! Oh, my lord.
That was what we call a squeaky bum moment, that.
Oh no, but Bowder's found him. Oh, this is just a roller coaster of emotions. You know, will they make it? Will they? Won't they?
I don't know if
looks
it's
as
a
though
roller coaster
CJS
of emotions.
might
I
be
think there's one emotion for GG in this game, and that's sadness.
Yeah, they are definitely very sad. The paid actors though from JL. Did they save him? No,
there's absolutely no way. CJS is going down here, and there he goes, fading away.
To the zone,
he didn't
though.
give
Hey,
a kill.
at the very least. Hey.
That's some ultimate disrespect.
Oh my goodness. What is going on? What is going on right now? We've got 15 players left alive. Yeah, and then it fell off, and then it just went all oogly boogly after the Yangs, and now he's probably going to calm down for a little bit, considering we got the Moonbane coming into play. Bowder looking very, very strong, though. 15 eliminations under their belt. Is it going to be a Bowder game? Perhaps. We've had a different MVP team every single game so far today. JL, although they are... although they do have the legendary ult state for the Takeda, they do have a blue armor on TXJ. They're not as scaled as they perhaps would want to be. Regardless, they could potentially pull it out of the bag. And look at that hip rain.
No.
We got White Tigers prowess in for the Spirit World. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, who's going to take it? How oogly is this going to get? X1 sitting on this bridge, controlling the space with the... oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I always forget the name of this Soul Jade on cast. I never forget it at any other point. It's just only when I'm trying to refer to it on a cast that I forget the name of it. Cloudweaver, that was it.
There you go.
Cloudweaver. There, I keep thinking it's Wild Windspout. No, it's not Wild. That's for fan. It's Cloudweaver.
No, it's Windspouts is a fan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I always think
he didn't even get that one right.
That's what I said. Windspout. Wild
He
Windspout.
said Wild Winds. Oh, Wild Windspout. Okay, I didn't actually. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I didn't. In my defense, and now to look like a total clown, I didn't even know the full name. Apparently, I just called it Windspout.
Okay, big dog. Okay, let's get back in. Take it away, Hip Rain. Take it away. What's going on here?
Well, as you would expect, there's a White Tigers buff, so everyone's gone mad for it. Bowder actually have control of the area, though, as Peak. I just noticed using the Lara Croft skin. Haven't seen anyone use that yet. They're just going to hold this for the moment. And I don't think we're going to see anything until it gets close. I think a lot of people are going to be very hesitant, although Bowder are pretty close right now. They're almost halfway there on getting it. They're keeping it nice and sturdy. FPX going to move in and try and stop Yoran. F's up. To get away for a brief second, jumps back into the action, however, as he eats a whole heap of damage. Peak going very low, is able to survive. Junks gets parried, does get a light turnaround though. Everybody's jumping back in to this Spirit Well. Soul Altar, Spirit Well, yeah, Spirit Well. Everybody fighting for it. Bowder using the chains there from you just to put a whole heap of damage in and force everyone away. And Bowder trying to reclaim control of this area. Yoran evading the chain scythes himself, does end up eating them, however. Sandstorm breaks out on top of the zone, on top of the area. Bowder find two caught in a wisp, but they don't actually get punished for it. Able to reassess and move back over. They're so close to capping this. This could be the difference maker. We see the ultimate, the Fear and Shove coming out from a Takeda. I didn't see which one. I just saw it from below. Everybody is full sending it for this Soul Altar. Spirit Well. I'll get it there eventually. Everyone wants it. Yoran holding fast. He's still got his ultimate. Is going to just go in for an F. Doesn't actually hit anybody with the F and is hit by the Takeda midair. Waiting for an opportunity to jump in as it is just so close. As soon as this pops, I think the game ends. Genuinely, whoever gets it, because everyone's so low. Whoever gets it is just going to full send their ultimates and then win the game off it. Should
Oh,
be
Bowder.
instantaneous. Bowder are so close, but Peak is so low. He's
Oh,
got this zone. One thing takes him out. Bowder are denied. FPX are now going to go for it. Can they hold? The zone is moving beyond. This is just too risky at this point. Jux is caught inside of the Wisp. Able to break away, keeping the damage onto One Fang, or to TXJ. I don't even know who he's hitting. There's just too many people on my screen. Nobody's capped. It's gonna hold. Peak jumps away, trying to get himself out of the action as he's being chased down. Junks using dash after dash as much as he can. As FPX have forced Bowder out, the zone is there. Is anyone crazy enough? Have we got a mad dog in the midst? No.
I don't think so. That would be a little bit too aggressive, as literally everybody else is lurking on this building, watching and waiting to see if any of these players are going to greed and try and make their way over to capture the Spirit Well. But now the problem is that it's not going to happen.
Akane went for it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Jay went for it. Sorry, Akane got it.
It's not going to happen. No one's getting this.
There.
They're
It's
dipping
sitting
their
there
foot
like
in every so
Palpatine.
often.
Do it.
Do it. Get in here. You want the buff, don't you? Don't you?
You win the
don't want
game
it?
if you get me.
Yeah,
Come here.
exactly. But can you do it? TXJ, 1 HP. Can he do it? No, he cannot. He is going to go down to Pampy here. One Fang responding, taking down Junks. Going to be unleashing the ultimate on the side of 521 for Kylin. Going to be dashing through, cleaving in and out of this closed space. It's not going to be easy. The Kurumi ultimate is down. Pampy looking to try and get some value. He's trying to regen at least some of his HP before he goes for a secondary dash, but not able to get another one. Bowder jumping in. The F3 knocking all of these players out. The poison splash, the fire damage. It's so explosive. And Bowder looks as though they're going to be taking this game. Are they going to be confirming the first place? Yes, they are. Bowder are going to take game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, a different MVP every time. Bowder's turn to take the crown.
Yeah, they are popping off. Bowder, winner of this game. 18 kills as well under their belt. Huge performance. I'm not gonna lie, my mind got frazzled in that game. That ending was so bizarre, but there we are. One more game to go. And that championship thing, I don't think stands today. I normally agree with you, but today I think it's been so close that everything gets decided in this final game.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you can say that you can still call it the championship round, because Bowder coming in, you know, they've just set themselves up going into the 6th game. If they hadn't done this well, then they probably couldn't have hoped to compete and take the top spots. But off the back of this one, they certainly can. I would imagine, at least. We're going to have to wait for the actual total leaderboard in a few moments. But Bowder bound to be very happy off the back of that game. As I said, it might be looking like a Bowder angle a couple minutes before the game finished. And hey, I didn't cast a curse them. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Very
Good
nice
stuff coming
indeed.
in. Bowder,
But
find the win. Game number 6. All to play for as we head back to Padoria. For that, though, obviously, we have to look at the scoreboards. We have to look at the damage. We have to look at everything. I want to see the points more. Most importantly, I want to see where everybody was at the end of that, because that was quite a hard one to keep track of. I think 521 had a pretty good game as well. But you know what we have to do before all of that stuff? Ask you guys a question. Give you guys some goodies. Which hero did CDGGLXM? That was just a lot of letters. I just alphabet spaghetti over you lot. GGLXM. What did they play in game number 5? Was it Justina? Was it Hardy? Was it Kylin? Was it Yuashen? This one, I think, even if you don't know, is a good 50-50. Let's be real. If you're still in chat, guys, check that whisper box, because that's where you get yourself your goodies. You miss it. Sad face.
Yes, don't be sad face. Don't be sad face. Pay attention. Be there when the winner is chosen, as there's only one. You know, everyone's going to be putting their answers in the chat, but only one lucky winner is going to get their hands on the Summer Split random gift box. But back to NARAKA. I'm sure we're likely going to be moving over to the scoreboard screen any second. Here it is. Bowder sitting atop the mountain with 26.8. What a game from them. 19 kills. First place placement. Get that multiplier. Turn 19 into 22.8. 4 ranking points. 26.8. What a game. FBX. Ooh.
I think this is the first time we've seen the points between first and second be this far apart today.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's
like
14.8.
Today it's been very, very close. This is the first time where it's felt like it's really been, you know, a stomp. And it's from Bowder, a team who I, you know, admittedly, I cut short quite a lot. I'm not always 100% sold on these guys, but today they showed up. 35,000 damage coming in from Yaran. But if you doesn't get MVP for almost 50,000 healing, I will lose my mind. He had
6 kills as well.
10 assists. 50,000 healing. Come on, guys.
You know, if he doesn't, we're just gonna have to ask the question: how much healing does the support have to do to get
like, what
MVP
more?
at that point? What can I do?
What more do you want from me?
Oh, here we are with the total standings though, and Bowder coming in, game number 5, gonna be taking first place away from JL, only by a point and a 1.3 though, almost a point and a half. It's not that big of a difference, but hey, look at the smiley faces there. Look at me.
KLA from first at the beginning of the day to 6th right now. They are trembling. They need to come back for game number 6, or it is donezo for them.
Now look at how close it is though between 3rd and 6th. Literally a point and a bit difference between those players, between those between those teams. So bad. It's not so bad, but if they want to get second or first, then they got to get a lot.
Day, hasn't it? We see a lot of teams kind of pop off and then just do tragically. Like it's no one's been able to like fully show up, I guess. So yeah,
I mean, JL has been very consistent. They haven't had pop-off games every game, but they've been pretty consistent.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
It makes sense as well. JL being the J Cup champions, or at least 2 out of the 3 of them were from the JL, or from the team from TE, the old TE from last J Cup. Bowder, taking a look at these replays though. Bowder's you somehow staying alive in this situation, just sitting inside that Kurumi circle, very happy. Quick pistol shot, very nice, very flashy. And then this situation where they get aggressed on by JL, and then they just turn the fight. Was it? Wait, no, was it JL? I can't remember actually now. It wasn't JL, was it? I'm not too sure. But they get aggressed on by a team in the zone, and then they just fully turn it around. I think it was JL, now that I remember. But this end zone, very nicely done, especially considering that Peak went down randomly, you know, trying to capture the Spirit Well, but he goes down. Regardless, they're able to find the resurrection, and he survives with blue armor all the way to the end, securing this win. The drop down into the Kurumi circle, send out those fan R&Bs. They're all extremely healthy. That was just, they just played it smart. Work smarter, not harder. And it's another Zai MVP.
Kurumi players are not getting. Maybe they just know that Kurumi is busted. That's all I can assume. I mean, to be fair, when you have no legendary Soul Jades, putting a performance on like that, I have to give it to Yaran. That's pretty impressive. They said 3 attack Soul Jades, 2 damage reduction ones, and then Harmony Spear.
I mean, there's a lot of damage on those Soul Jades, but nothing too special, you know. He just ended up just using his ultimate, as you can see, 18,000 or just a little bit more damage out of that 30,000 something coming out from the ultimate and from the skills, from the burn damage, from the F3. You know, it's typically what we see coming out from Zai's, considering that the composition, as you mentioned earlier, is built around the F reset, the skill reset from the Matari ultimate and from the Zai ult activation. But that was the end of our 5th game. We're going to be going into our 6th game. But quickly, first, we're going to be going to a short break. So we will be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. Things are tight at the top of the table. A lot of very close lock teams, and this map on Padoria, I think, is the game where people are going to go hard because they cannot afford to go home empty-handed here. Last game, we saw Bowder pull out a very significant lead, and that has slingshotted them a little bit back into the standings. They are in first right now, but the results of this game could change everything, and that has kind of been the story of the day. Every game, the leaderboard has changed pretty dramatically just due to how close everybody is.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, yeah, this game could change a lot, as JL are only 1.3 points behind Bowder. So yeah, it could very easily go either way. Just to claim that first place for the first day of this bi-weekly trios. And although, you know, they're not winning it all today, there's still more NARAKA to be played on Sunday and in the following week, leading up to the bi-weekly final at the end of next week. But still, you know, as many points as you can, as all you know, for pride, for mental, for the extra points that you take into the bi-weekly final for you. You know, I think this is definitely a lot to play for. And I'm interested to see if WBG is going to be pulling out that Monk, that Tianhai Matari Valda composition going into this final game, as they've done so relatively often. You know, as long as there aren't that many sand siphons, there aren't that many tumults in the lobby, they can. They're definitely going to be able to make it work. But we will see. So we're going to be jumping in to the character selection very, very soon. Taking a look at Bowder, the MVPs of the previous game, very locked in. You know, Bounder's you. Look at him. He's just like he's slumped down in his chair, but he's look at his eyes. You can see it in his eyes. He's ready to game. He's ready to get oogly. But EWG smiles. You know, they unfortunately didn't have the best game 5. Got eliminated in the mid game. Hopefully, they can come back in this final game and potentially take first or second. Who knows? It could go either way. Although the top 2 spots, as I said before, are 1.3 points apart from each other. But then second and third, so below a JL, there is quite a significant gap, about 20 points, I believe, or 15 to 20 points or so. So there is a little bit to make up for in from third to second. However, it is certainly possible, as we've seen teams flop a bit. You know, after they do well, they end up not doing so well in the next game, etc. The only team that's really been all that consistent has been JL, been putting up at least 10 points on the board every single game, with a couple games with a little bit extra. You know, that 18-point game in game number 2, definitely keeping them ahead of the rest of them. But let's see it. EWG, JDG, Bowder, and WBG going to be in the first round selection. And this is going to be the real test as to whether or not WBG really puts that much value into the Tianhai Valda Matari composition, as to whether or not they choose to pick this comp in the first round, you know, when they're not necessarily denied their picks on other characters. But look at this. WBG, no sir, they're going to be going for that Hardy Kylin zipping composition off the rip, along with EWG. JDG going to be opting to go for the Karumi, Matari, and Zai. Bowder hovering the Hardy. Are they going to be going for it? They're going to be locking it in. There it is. They are locked in on the Hardy Kylin composition as well. 3 Hardy Kylins, Hitbrain.
In first round as well. Very interesting to see how much attention that gets. And this just gives Sandsiphon over immediately, or Xiphon, depending on the teams. 521 just lost a lot of points for hovering Matari. Under the didn't. There we go. Full going in onto that. Yep. Pretty standard stuff, really. I think, depending on who's got what points, KLA timed that beautifully with the fact that they're now down to 0 points. Depending on who's got what points. I mean, there's a world where Sandsiphon could work, or Xiphon could work here for X1. Yep, Sandsiphon for JL. And looks like it is going to be Rubik's Cube for SS1 to round it out.
Rubik's Cube.
That's what I'm calling it.
Hey, well, it's still yet to be decided. I don't know.
It's decided.
No, it's... I love her. But regardless, no teams forced into a bad spot going into our final game of the day. We're looking locked in. A lot of Kylin, as to be expected. Not as much Sandsiphon as I thought there might be, and WBG not opting to go for their Tianhai Matari Valda comp. It's sad for all of you Valda enjoyers out there. Unfortunately, we only got to see it the one time in game number 1. But hey, as soon as Nbpl moves over to the new season patch, we're going to be seeing a lot more of it, I would imagine. It's just a hint. I think it might show up a little bit more, considering all of the buffs that she has received. But we're going to be jumping in here, Brain. What do you think? Is it getting oogly off the rip, or are we going to go for a safe drop? I think it's going to be
unbelievably oogly, my guy. I think we're in for a very, very explosive game.
I mean, with the Kylins, you know, it could be very, very aggressive.
Kylins, Sandsiphons, there is not a single blind date in this comp, in this lobby.
Yeah.
This is aggro to the max.
Yep.
Everybody looking to score points. They're picking the comps that either they can afford or the comps they feel more comfortable on to get points on. Hence why I think like the Sandsiphon versus the Xiphon is like a bit of a 50-50 split for some of these teams. I think some teams feel better with the Takeda as their lead. Some feel better with the Zai as their lead.
I'm surprised though that some of these teams just still have so many hero points at the end. You know, we saw WBG do so well when
I think a lot of them are like hard really well.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
I genuinely think if you are ending with I think if you're ending with 9 points, I think if you're ending with more than 5 points, you've probably been a little bit too passive with your hero selection. That or you're just insanely good and you can play whatever. But I mean, no one is hard stomping today. So to me, that shouts for, some of these teams are still a little bit too reserved. And there is that element of you can't pre-plan your hero point expenditure because you don't actually know what the lobby is going to look like and what people might pick up and how that might affect your points down the line. But I do think, for some of these teams, they need to maybe look at being a little bit more aggressive with their point expenditure. You see KLA, they've gone to 0, so they have basically picked as efficiently as they can for every comp they want. Ending on the Sand Siphon, they're going to be contesting GG at their normal drop spot. No surprises there. I think that could be a very fun fight to watch. KLA versus GGs will be loading through onto Game 6, the final game of the day. Right here, right now.
Indeed. And what are we kicking it off with? We've got KLA
perfect.
and GG. The Takedas slapping it out. Yeah, slap him. CJS jumps up using that F1 to get a little bit extra height. Turns around, slaps the Karumi. Get away from me. LXM unfortunately has already been taken down. They're trying to recover. GG is not looking too good for them. He finds an armor, but no weapon still. And KLA starting off strong, getting 3 eliminations. Immediately going over to BBE up against JDG. No full committal from these teams, though. No Fireflies, not ready to pull the trigger just yet. JDG trying to loot up a little bit more before they go on and fully commit in this fight. BBE, Fat Milk getting grappled on. Roy Hee ready with the scale rush, looking for the peel. Ibin getting consolidated on, forced to use that F to disengage. But Tutik, getting a lot of his shield taken off, turning around with the parry onto Roy Hee, and he has no option to combo break out of there. He can't survive. He gets exploded, and JDG makes short work of BBE.
Tutik's an animal. Just
what a machine.
Came his way. I was thinking about actually.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to enlighten you. So I think what I'm liking about the meta is, I've seen a lot of these comps play a lot recently, but they're very diverse. But for me, it's actually not the comps that is exciting. It's the weapon variants. I feel like for a long time, when a new weapon came in, it overtook the meta. And yes, fist weapons are crazy strong. Yes, the hang sword is also very strong if you kind of want to be using your swords. But I do still think there's still because of how many strong weapons there are now, there is a fair amount of variance. What I do think is a bit sad is we need to bring things like greatsword up as stuff, because I don't think you see people go for pole sword. Greatsword. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a greatsword user myself, by the way, but I would like to see people baseball batting people out of the arena and stuff. For the most part, a lot of weapons are getting used other than maybe the pole sword and stuff like that.
I mean, pole sword still gets a lot of use.
Greatsword. Yeah. Pole sword is your go-to heavy attack weapon, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is. It's certainly sad for me. I am the greatsword enjoyer, and I do think that it would be nice to see it come back into the game a little bit more, as it's not received all that much love for a very long time. But who knows? We will see. Things do change very drastically all of a sudden, as if this most recent patch can be any indication, that is certainly a set precedent at this point. But yeah, no, it's. I do agree with you, though. I think it largely comes down to the jades that they have available to them. We see players using a white dagger just because they have Dreadful Whale in an end circle because of how valuable it is to the team as utility. But I don't know. I mean, there are certain roles and certain compositions that prefer certain weapons, but as jades aren't the specific jades aren't as easy to come by as they used to be because of the changes to Immortal Wars shop. You have to now buy and just use what you get, and you can't just always get the jades that you want for the weapon that you have, for the weapon that you want to play. But I do agree with you. I do agree. The weapon variety has come quite a long way, for at least from what it used to be.
Yeah, I guess the thing about like older seasons, well, first of all, there weren't as many weapons, and because people were random rolling Jades, you'd then kind of find the weapon that fitted the Jades you had. So maybe that's why you saw more great swords and things back then, because people would get like better setups for great swords.
Well, I mean, pole sword just didn't exist back then. So
yeah,
it was
pole sword also,
just
yeah.
like that.
I mean, as soon as pole sword came in, the great sword, you know, just jumped in its grave, like it was done.
Yeah.
Even with Overcomer being kind of garbage as a Soul Jade, to be honest, like the fact it's parryable at any stage, it doesn't have like a state where you can't. It just remains parryable the entire time, and it's very easy to parry.
Yeah, no, I agreed.
That is honestly a trash Soul Jade. Yet Rupture Gale Orb and Burn, both individual Soul Jades, then combined, stayed as a purple Soul Jade. Absolute madness. Anyway, that's my weapon and Soul Jade rant done before I burst a blood vessel.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been there. I know the feeling. But EWG, this is that they are currently man down. Cookie did die with
ages.
Yeah.
We've just been ranting about weapons watching this fight for like 5 minutes.
True, but I mean, it's a valuable conversation to have. I like that aspect, and a lot of the action is simply just unfolding before us and speaks for itself. However, EWG are not looking too good for them right now. They do have reses. They don't want to go down here. XI does find a moment. He finds the disengage angle. Did the other guy just sort of stop and?
I think it was like do I want to overcommit for this one kill, or do I just want to leave it?
I mean, I don't know. I think maybe he like spilled some water on his lap. He's like, oh, hold on. You know, I don't know. But we're going back into the action, and you were right. It is a very ugly this game in our final game of the day. KLA looking to aggress on WBG, seeing the Hardy ultimate immediately get committed and fully disengage, turning the other way. Not opting for the aggression, for the overcommitment. Although, you know, perhaps they don't know that WBG doesn't have their ultimates because they have a Moonbane. You know, are they just going to let this Moonbane go to waste, or are they going to put it somewhere else? Only about, I think that's about 16 seconds, 15 or so seconds, 10, 9. We're going down and down. This needs to get used right now. I'm not sure whether or not they're actually going to be able to get good enough value out of this. They're going to try and throw it out, but are they going to be able to keep these players locked down? They put it down. However, it looks as though they're immediately just not going to bother. They're just not able to actually get use out of it. Unfortunately, a not so worthwhile investment coming out from this team has wasted quite a bit of money. But however, I mean, you say wasted, it was a safety net that they had at their disposal for quite a while, so they always had it in their back pocket. So that in itself was value. However, unfortunately, not the maximum. But now that we've had the initial aggression, a lot of these teams, in fact, pretty much all of these teams, I think, are going to be positioning themselves to either go for Spirit Wells, go in for the Realm of Yang, or simply just continue looting up to try and recover, having been taken down early on.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty explosive in the next few moments, to be honest with you. There's 22 minutes on the clock. Spirits will spawning up. And I need to say, oh, hello.
The Red Soul Jade for Tutik. The Mortal Defiance on steroids, turbo cranked to the max.
Well, everybody is going to want that one. And JDG are going to want to jump into the Realm of Yang. They were too slow, though, so they're not going to get it. They're going to look for EDG instead. EWG, sorry. There's coming in for the grapples. Tutik. Going to chase forwards. See what he can do. Throws down the F. Misses the initial one, unfortunately. Rest of his team are here to jump up. They've isolated one member. Parry comes in. There's the burst from the halberds. Absolutely annihilating the health bars. JDG waiting for an opportunity to re-engage. They've got the ultimate still available onto Tutik. He's going to continue to put some damage out. This EWG just making a break for it, but They find himself in real danger. F forwards doesn't again make its mark. 2ticks missed 2 of these. Going to get some damage off in the sky with those halberds. All right. Getting caught out here briefly. 2tick gets the invisibility from the Matari. Has his F up and available again. See if he can land the third one. Third one's a charm, 2tick. I believe in you, Chief. He's going to make a breakaway for the brief second. Is I dashing away, trying to make this work. 2tick comes in for the F, hits a tree. Not going so good on those ones. Jai trying to get himself another jump through. 2tick continues to the F, misses again, unfortunately. Has got his chain scythe in play, though. See if he can put some damage in. Is Kiki keeping the healing going? They're keeping the damage down, though. Here comes the chain scythe to finish up the kill here. Jing is the one to secure that kill. And now Cookie's next up. JDG missed. I think it was 5 Fs from 2tick, sadly, but they were able to win the fight overall. The problem is FBX have won a Roma Yang in that time, and now they're jumping in with the Vermilion Bird's Might. No ultimates onto JDG. They just need to make a break for it. They cannot be taking this fight now.
No, absolutely right. And 8 zoning Fs, Lamel. Zoning Fs, that's what we're going to call them. But JDG, you're absolutely right. They do need to look for the disengage. They've managed to buy enough time for their Matari to get ultimate back online. But is it going to be enough to actually save them from the assault, from the cleave through from this Kylin? They're just swapping bait and switch, trying their best to not get fully committed on as an individual. And now the Kurumi ultimate is going to be coming through from the side of JDG. Junks continuously trying to crash through this team, force them out of this Kurumi circle. Ultimate is now going to be expiring. Junks forced to use that combo breaker. The Clank comes through with the blue focus. He's trying to find an opening. He's still full HP, full armor. He's not in danger. But however, 2tick does find a huge blue focus. Ultimate is online now. And Jiao, who is going to go down. Sansi, having used this Hardy ultimate, is going to commit to staying in it. The cube is down, trying to hold on to 2tick. 2tick desperately trying to stay on his feet, trying to disengage, but not going to be an easy task as Bowder now are going to be coming into the mix. However, the Soul Jade, the red Soul Jade, the Vulpine Essence is going to come in and save the day for him, giving him that full 1,000 health heal on having taken that fatal damage. Gets the armor swap now. FBX still trying desperately to chase him down, sending the blue focus in the opposite direction. The overhold tries to go for the double hold parry, not able to find it. Bowder with their Yang depletion and desperately going to be trying to find these kills and find these soul blooms, having not managed to find a single one just yet. I don't think they were able to get that one from JDG's member getting taken down. However, Junks, I believe, will likely go down and they will be able to cleanse at least one. Now FPX is Hardy, still in the mix, looking to see if he can grief some of these players. Gets the parry, gets the follow-up onto Peak. Peak goes down with Yang depletion. He's dead for good. And they don't have the cleanse on another member, I don't think, other than the one, at least that I can't see on the scoreboard just yet. It might not have updated. But KLA now coming into the mix. They too having that Yang depletion. They do have the cleanse on one, but they're still going to have to find another 2 if they want to stay alive moving forwards.
Yeah, can they do it is the real question right now. We're just keeping our eyes on to JL. X1 going very low there. LYD not going to be long for this world, although the Kurumi healing is huge. There's the parry from VVV. Massive follow-up damage. The problem is One Feng is low. LYD comes in. Parry lands onto VVV. In sweeps Jing. Bursts through a massive chunk of his armor. They're going to continue to pressure up onto VVV, and he is just not given room to breathe. Down he goes. Kill secured there by Jing. WBG able to finish them up, and I don't think the last member of JL has their Vermilion Bird's Might anymore. So, oh no, they went down. They went down. That was someone else. Sorry, there was a lot of teams. I got confused. It takes one who definitely don't have Vermilion Bird's Might. XLY, only man standing, and WBG looking to cleanse themselves here. Parry onto XLY. Lovely.
Very nice from WBG. Able to cleanse, I believe, 2 out of the 3. 2 out of 3, that's pretty decent. They do have a couple members of SS1 lurking here. on the edge. They may find themselves fighting off against them here. Perhaps they're gonna go past each other. 5-1 also in the mix, still here. You know, the one Yang depletion is not too bad. I feel like you can definitely buy back one person, and it's not too dangerous. However, two definitely a lot more spooky. As if you get caught out as a solo, it's not gonna be easy to disengage. But we've got a zone fight here between GG and this lonely member of EWG. Unfortunately, caught out in the storm. Nothing he can do. Fully committed. No teammate inside. GG able to pick up another elimination, taking them up to 3. Speaking of eliminations, we have Bowder on 3, JL on 4, KLA on 7, FPX on 4, GG on 3, WBG on 4, JDG on 9, leading the charge right now, looking to pop off this game. EWG on 3, 5-1 on 2, X1 on 0, BBE unfortunately fully eliminated so far already in this game, SS1 on 4. And looking at the total scores as well, it's very, very close between 3rd and 7th. You know, there's 5 points between them, so it could go either way. We could see some of the lower end teams skyrocket into the 3rd or 4th spot. I doubt they're going to be able to take the 2nd spot, but only time will tell. We've got the Realm of Yang here between FPX and JL. However, it does kind of look as though JL... By the way, there they are. I was wondering, where are his teammates? He does have teammates, and Zhao, who's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, Zhao takes a lot of damage. Chunks goes on a quick glider holiday with his friend. Able to come back down, though, and now with the dashes up, is going to start to rip through the JL members. Hit by the wisp, though. The repeating crossbow from BBB. Chunks has just changed. He's so low. The Furious Shove tips onto him. He tightens out on the ultimate any second now, and this could just be the end for FPX. The Fear and Shove catches him. Again, another glider, but that glider's not going to save him for long. Junks is low. Down he goes. One member of FPX standing, and Zanzi has to buy a minute. And he's about to time out himself, so that should just be the end of days. As Icarus's wings have melted, and FPX will be going down inside this Realm of Yang. The cube can only buy you so long, 45 seconds on the clock, and once the CC chain starts, it's hard to break away. Wait, is Huddy just broken? How do you catch him? He's just constantly running.
That is the question here, Brain. That's a question to be answered another day. JL, though, very happy off the back of that. 7 kills, looking pretty good. And hey, this is a consistent early game. Securing this many kills, very, very good for them. Golden armor onto VVV, and he's going to be going up to that golden ultimate state, I would imagine. Probably buying up the weapon bag upgrade slots. I'm likely going to be able to go and pick up a couple weapons to take him up to the legendary state. But heading on over to Bowder and KLA, fighting it out on this rock formation, and looks as though KLA are like, nope, okay, you guys stay there. We're going to leave. I'm not going to chase you around this thing. Screw that. It's just fully disengaging. QGG appears to have used his ultimate. I'm not sure how long ago, but he's used his ultimate. Perhaps he picked up a Firefly or something. And they're just not looking to commit for this fight. However, the team that will certainly be looking to commit is FPX, as they are the team with Yang depletion. The only team, in fact, with Yang depletion in this, at least at the current time. And I believe they may have just picked up a bounty onto JL as well. Going to be looking to chase them down. But JL are actually going to be the aggressing onto FPX. TXJ eating a lot of damage. Still on his feet, though. Nothing too crazy. The damage reduction buff coming out from the Mystic Might, keeping them not in too much danger just yet. JL, I think perhaps they recognize that this is the team they fought in the Realm of Yang. They know they have Yang depletion and are happy to play this fight slower rather than full commitment, full speed ahead. FPX are going to be disengaging, I believe, with this catapult. They'll be flying off into the distance, not looking to fight it out against JL. Instead, going to be looking to find a different fight, as they might be a little easier to fight a team that does not have the Mystic Might buff in the situation. Junks, though, he's on his own. Okay, Sansi does catch up to him, looking around Imperium, trying to find a team, but there's just no one in sight.
This is the problem. It's been a very aggressive game, so finding people in the space is going to be a little bit harder for them. FPX running out of time. Luckily, they can use catapults to reposition if they need to. WBG got 5-2-1 in their sights. WBG don't have the depletion, though, so they don't have to take this fight. They might want to. They're having a pretty solid start so far. Ballista mounted by Peak. So FPX are just going to zone Peak off, make sure he cannot take control of that. And doesn't look like FPX are actually overly interested in picking it up themselves. Instead, they want to just go in on Peak, but Bowder sliding to save the day. 2-cent pack in, though. Massive hit. Jux with the Golden Fist weapons is going to do a lot of damage, and this has to happen here for FPX. They need to get themselves cleansed. Yu is immediately going to find himself caught out. Does knock a couple back. Parry comes down, though, as Peak gets slammed. But he's in a really awkward position, so there wasn't a follow-up angle for them. Jux losing a lot of HP, holding on to his ultimate still, waiting for the prime opportunity to go for it. Yoran going to get chased onto. Heat find him pinned in the room. And he is going to take a lot of damage. He has just not got room to breathe. As down he goes, FPX Junks is taken out. Bowder are the ones who find the turnaround. I don't understand why he didn't fully commit ult. That was really weird from him, and FPX are down.
They are indeed. That is not what you want to see. Perhaps holding on to those ultimates just a little bit too long. As, hey, I mean, use it or lose it. Use it or lose your life. As it seems to be the case that, hey, but I mean, thing is, you could say that they didn't necessarily need to use it immediately, and they were trying to create themselves an ult advantage, you know, force out the cooldowns from the enemy team, and then use their ultimates to close out the kills onto those players once they'd forced everything out. But it looks as though they could have done with using those abilities a little bit sooner, at least, just to get some value and potentially maybe stay alive. But hindsight is 2020. Unfortunately, they're not able to survive. Now Bowder trying to stay on this shop, having put the Hardy Cube up, ready to disengage at a moment's notice, trying to buy the things that they want from the shop. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if they were actually able to, so I imagine they were potentially looking to pick up a purple armor. It may have already been bought up by a different team. GG gonna be consolidating on this Spirit Well, trying to TXJ just sliding in with the focus slide, immediately forcing CJS to just take a step back. Thankfully, though, the Kurumi F3 was in play. He wasn't taking all that much damage from that focus slide into LMB. He's still pretty healthy now, being forced to use a little bit of healing. The Merciless Havoc doing a lot of work to keep them alive. All the range projectiles flying in, even with the dome being in play, still eating a lot of damage. But this isn't the buff Spirit Well. They are committing a considerable amount of resources just to get a normal Spirit Well, and they're gonna go down. GG. Just a greeting for this Spirit Well. There's no buff. You're not getting a buff from this one, boys. You're just getting loot, right? Surely. Am I wrong? I don't know.
I think no, you're right, because it's not got the. It didn't have the icon, so.
Yeah, like what? I'm not too sure about this one. Perhaps they thought it was the one with the buff, and that's why they greeted so hard, because they committed the Tumulk ultimate for this.
But they would have seen on the minimap that
surely,
it didn't have
right?
A buff on
yeah. It. I don't know.
They don't have as clustered of a minimap as we have, so.
True. Yeah, they could.
We are ending in such an exciting place, by the way. This is a lot of terrain, a lot of buildings. We normally get very open endings. It does mean that it'll be a lot of individual fights more than one big collective fight. because people will be in different rooms and buildings. The Bane's Breath right now coming down is going to just zone people away. After or / during this Bane's Breath is when I believe our Spirit Well spawns up. And I think it's a White Tigers. So I expect to see the teams go absolutely rabid for this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen it time and time again. The White Tigers' prowess being so useful, and whenever it's in play, everyone looks to see if they can get their hands on it. There was only one game today that I think that the White Tigers' prowess didn't go overly contested, and that was largely because of the zone and how stacked the team that was sitting on it actually was. They couldn't really be contested. And I think it was the game where, yeah, the KLA managed to get it, but somehow they ended up dying with it at the end as well. So I mean, it's not just God mode. You can be taken down if you make mistakes. However, the potential upside of the buff is absurd, as we've seen many times. The skadoosh, the Thanos snap,
as I've started calling it.
Yeah,
They're the ones who successfully used it the most. As KLA aren't doing this, right? Sandstorm's down? No? Have they committed
Sandstorm? They have it up. They have it ready. They have it ready.
There it is.
Are they going to use the ultimates early, though? Try and get as much charge as possible. They're getting pushed by these teams, though.
Yeah, I think they should think about using that Sandstorm sooner rather than later. Try and force them away, but for now it is just a bit of a waiting game. KLA's QGG loses a lot of HP. He's forced to throw down the ultimate. Still, he's okay for the moment. Charge is coming in. A couple of teams are trying to contest onto the side of KLA. Beautiful parry from Rosemary. QGG just keeps getting caught in the wisps. They are still holding this, though. Another parry lands onto another KLA member. KLA may be forced to retreat briefly while they just catch their breath. And everyone else is going to use this as an opportunity to jump in and try and reclaim it. CXZ jumps on, just quickly puts his foot down. Make sure that they stay somewhat in the mix for this Spirit Well. It is a bit of a waiting game. Rosemary got those dashes up and available. Everybody's committing all of their ultimates. I don't think KLA used their Sandstorm, right? I think they were reserved. I don't believe so, no. Yeah. Because the problem is QGG kept eating wisps from other Tumulks. And they just got chunked out for it. So I think that was the mistake KLA made there. Ultimately, no one's in control right now. JL are fighting for it, though. Halberd's available to VVV, and he is going to do a lot of work. Still got his ultimate on, so still got 4 of those Fear and Shoves available. There goes out 1. Going to put a lot of damage onto Rosemary. Doesn't quite clip him. But the old Twisteroo, as he does get parried by Uran. Uran's going to steal his halberds away from him, and VVV's going to be pretty miffed about that one. KLA, after all the fighting, just slide back in.
Oh my goodness, they were the ones to start it off, and they're looking to be the ones to end it. WBG, though, they're looking to contest them. The sand wall, the wisps coming into play. Jing trying it to do as much as he can to stay on his feet and stay within this circle. Looks as though we did lose a member of KLA. The Tumulk is down for the moment. He is resible. So we do have that Karumi tether linked up. He might be able to get back on his feet, but is he just going to resurrect himself into the clutches of one of these teams? Bowder now taking their time to it's my turn on the Spirit Well. I want to ride. They're going to be sitting in and trying to stay alive, taking a lot of damage from all these ranged projectiles. You now forced to fade back, using that zipping effort and immediately starting to heal on that rooftop. JDG now looking to get involved. The Jing just getting obliterated by this Kylan ultimate SS1 with the Cavalry Bloom, just sending out all of these focus attacks to try and cut through all of the ranged projectiles flying in and keep all of these players from getting it inside this circle. Rosemary taking a lot of damage, so is Zen 1. Forced to try and disengage. The Merciless Havoc is in play to try and keep them alive. Rosemary trying desperately. He's pushed up against the wall. He's lost all of his health. He's got no armor, really. Bowder's Peak also in a dire spot. He's desperately trying to stay on his feet. The Takeda ultimate shoving it back. JLBVV sending out these spear, or is it staff RMBs? They're trying to take it. TXJ bounced around, does have Tumulk ultimate available, does commit it now. Will he be able to stay alive? The Kurumi Circle is healing him up. No one's been able to secure the Spirit Well as of yet. 5v1. Now they're trying to get in and take away this buff for themselves, but they've got a lot to charge up. The Kurumi Circle, the Matari ultimate, the Zai ultimate, sending out these chain sights left and right. The burn damage. Will they be able to secure this? Bowder, JL jumping in, a huge parry, and instant annihilation takes down this team. Oh my goodness. Who's taking this, Hiprain?
I don't know. It just won't end. JL, they're going to pop the ultimate kick. Kiki has been caught out here by VVV, but VVV also low. The fear and shoves. He can't move. He's just trapped inside the zone. I don't think anyone's getting to take it. VVV's fear and shove is absolutely huge, though. He's still got one more. Shreds through everybody inside the circle. It is carnage. JL cashing on kills, but WBG also getting a bunch in their pocket. It's so close on the scoreboards. JL holding on like a thread right now. WBG making a run for it. Down they go. And JL will be taking the game. Absolute carnage.
What a game. Did you see 5-1 get absolutely annihilated? Instant death. And it wasn't even the buff that killed them. It was just absolute deep fry from all sides. Actually insane. The smiles on JL's faces says it all. Able to secure those final moments, those final kills, get themselves, or I believe was the MVP for them, no? But no one came out
MVP.
first. No first place placement. I think there was a draw in the end. It just came down to kills, no?
Yeah,
or
did it JL? No, WBG.
I mean, JL get the MVP, but I'm not sure if anyone actually got the first place placement.
We'll find out when we see the scoreboards, I guess. That's probably going to be the best way to tell us what the hell what happened in that game. But yeah, it was a lot. That was a lot, that game. A lot went down. Very, very explosive end to the day. And we kind of expected it, especially once we saw that it was the White Tigers buff. But mostly because these teams are very close in the standings and some of them want to comfortably pull ahead of the others, because what you've got to keep in mind is this is the last time before the bi-weekly finals some of these people will play each other. Some of them are in the same group, so they will, but you want to get as far ahead above of the other front runners in the other group as possible, because you don't know what their next day is going to look like. It might be an easier day. They might score a bunch of points and then you might be left kind of playing catch up from there. So it was very much a get as many points as possible moment, and we expected a lot of explosion, a lot of action, and that is exactly what we got. We got so much action between all of those teams, and yeah, really, really good to watch. I'm excited for Sunday now to see what the hell's going to go on there, because when Wolves jump into the mix, whew, good day, good day.
Oogly indeed. Oog to the max in that final game. Oogled, our boogles are oogled, we're oogly boogly in the boogles. Yeah, that made sense. If you know, you know. Don't worry about it if you don't. But we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboard relatively soon. Bowder was so unbelievably close to taking that first place placement as well, just at the very end. They almost sniped away the first spot, but, they were originally. They were in first at the, going into that game. And it just was going back and forth between them and JL. But JL, I believe, was certainly the ones to last. They hit the last nail in the coffin, and they took that first place, rightly so, off of the back of that performance in the final moments. What a game! What a game from them! What a game from everyone! You know, we had so many teams on crazy kills. You know, we had multiple teams on 12, 13 something or so kills, and we're going to be taking a look now. What is it going to be? Oh, 13 kills for JL. They did get the first place placement, so they did get it.
I saw WBG die to the Rema Yang.
I wasn't 100% sure.
Zone, but like, also, most crucially, was one of them executed. They didn't give the kill to JL, so they denied the kill tie as well, which is so big.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But hey, that kill multiplier it's definitely impactful. Able and as well the 4 points from getting that first place placement, making it the difference, taking them up to 19.6. WBG pulling it out of the bag, 14 eliminations, 16.5. JDG on 12 kills and just a little bit short on the total game score. But taking a look now at JL's stats for the game: 28,000 healing and then 25,000 damage coming out from One Fang, the Kurumi. Is that going to be enough? Who knows? TXJ 5 kills at 22,000 damage. VVV 4 limbs with just under 24,000 damage. Hey, is this the one, Hipbrain? Is this the one where the Kurumi gets MVP? I don't know.
I live in constant sadness about that.
Yeah, I'm sure all the Kurumi players will agree. But here we are with the total leaderboard. BBE in the bottom. They recovered 18.5. But
they had one good game,
able to keep
and then they had a bunch of terrible games. It's sad to see GG in 7th, considering GG are currently the defending champs of NBPL. They are not having a particularly great split, but JL, the defending world champions, or at least the roster made up of the defending world champions, are looking absolutely brilliant right now. 80 points in their pocket. I am right. Yeah, I am. They XTE. I completely had a brain fart there for a brief second. Really solid day from them. And the big thing is the old me and Rune saying consistency is key. It really is. They've been just consistently good all day. And that's why the likes of the other teams below them haven't got quite the same score, because they had bad games as well as their pop-off games, where JL, for the most part, had very solid, convincing games. They're the only team who won more than one day as well. MVP match today. So really solid coming in from them, as we're seeing the some of the final fights for that Spirit World, but never got popped.
Yeah, it never got popped. I think that might end up being the case moving forwards, where some games, some end games, we're just not going to see the Spirit Well actually go over to any of the teams. The teams are getting very good at contesting it now. The players just, like, no one team is actually going to be able to secure it. And we saw it earlier on as well in the game just before this one, that no team was able to get the Spirit Well then either. Wait, did he just yell GG? I think he might. GG! We won, boys! Let's go! Get ugly! Just unleash it!
Bro, the delirium is setting in for you now.
The what?
Such an insane ending, man. I think he got a soul bloom and healed. Look, he's checking them for soul blooms to outlive. That is carnage. JL. Hey, it's a Teddy. MVP. Coming in big. 22,000 damage. A lot of that with the pole sword. We were talking about that at the beginning of the game as well.
We were indeed, sadly, yet again.
3,000 damage without a weapon. Bro punches hard.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that a slap does 300 damage base. As in, like, the blue focus slap does 300 damage base. So he did 10 slaps there with a little bit extra from a grapple LMB with no weapon or something, or a grapple bump or something. Who knows? Yeah. But what's it gonna take for a Kurumi to get MVP? You know, I mean, they're kind of the goats of a lot of these team compositions, as we've seen many times now, that these teams are this is high priority. Kurumi's high priority in the first round selection phase.
The thing is like our two best comps in the meta are defined by the fact they need a Kurumi to work. Like, they don't work without the Kurumi. Zip used to be in Sand Siphon, but ever since the nerfs, the Kurumi fulfills the role way better. Xiphon needs the Kurumi as well. Like, this character has so much impact in the meta, and I think, like, I don't think that Takeda and the Zai are like the S tier pick of the patch. I think the S tier pick of the patch is Kurumi. I think she is the best character in the game right now, at least isolated,
in trios.
No, but in trios, absolutely, in her like usage in professional play. So really big stuff coming in from that. Anyway, we have an interview, so we're gonna throw it over to that, and then we'll be back to wrap the day up. So I think it's Jaeger. Take it away.
Thank you all to casters and hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 晚风 and like him say hello to our audience. 来吧，晚风先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GoL 的晚风。
欢迎晚风来到我们赛后采访。Okay, so first we would like to know, in the final circle, you guys are like really shouting out loud, and I would like to know what happened at the time and what you are shouting. 那首先要先问一下，刚才这把我们在听到我们复盘的时间，哇，你们整个队最后真的是叫惨了，那个声音真的是不绝于耳啊！哎，当时晚风你们自己在叫些什么？能给我们复盘一下不？
就决赛圈鬼子开大了嘛，就很激动，反正一直在喊，然后到后面就让小伟保血量，然后我们就吃了，
一顿乱喊是不是？
对，反正就喊。
这个喊叫能给队友带来怎么样的帮助吗？
就氛围上比较好，然后打起来的话就集火就更好。
知道了，有那个轻松有积极的氛围，然后打出来的招式就是更加的畅快一些，是不是 ？Okay, so at that time we are like all shouting because our Takeda just used the ultimate, and at last we know that VVV he's still alive to the end, and we would like him to use his ultimate and keep him survive to the end. So we are always like shouting, please save your life. We would like to save to the end, and that's why we're shouting. And for us, I think after like teammate we are died, but our teammates still alive, and at that time we're shouting loud and really excited and give them a really good atmosphere in the matches. 哇，也是非常欢乐的一队啊！看到你们这个激情的表现，我们要来看一下我们英文当中的一个我们的有奖问答环节，好不好 ？Okay, so we moved on to the next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whisper. 哎，我先来跟晚风说一下我们的游戏规则，应该最近也是上过英文的，是不是？
对。
啊，我们一会儿之后，我先公布一下我们的这个题目之后呢，那晚一点我会邀请你用英文进行一个倒计时，你要说个英文的3, 2, 1，好不好？ 我会告诉你的。Okay, so let's see to this question. How many kills did Team JL get in Game 6? OK, 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 GoL 到底哇这个不绝于耳的喊叫当中拿下了多少击败积分 OK, so we talk about the latest game, and we know in the final circle you guys like your hero combination is really strong in the matches. So I would like to know, so how you guys just like how's your strategy? 那我这边要问一下，就是因为刚才这把比赛真的打得非常的出色，在最后这个决赛圈当中啊，我感觉你们的这个阵容配合发挥出了一个非常大的优势。这一波之前是想好怎么去配合，然后你们的这个你们计划是怎么样的呢？
我们计划就是让谭学去空投上面卡时间，让对面就踩不出来，然后等其他队把大招加完之后，我们再进场。
Okay, so cause to be honest, we need our teammate TXJ just like to counting the time in the final circle, and like other opponent they won't have the better equipment, and after that, after we waste a lot of like their ultimate, and then we use our ultimate, then we can have a very high damage in the final circle. Okay, I think our players prepare, and let's start counting. 哎，晚风应该准备就绪了吧？那接下来让我们一起进入倒计时。英文的
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 晚风，请公布一下正确答案是哪一个？
应该是 D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D. 对的，不用犹豫啊，相信自己今天确实打得很不错啊。Okay, so we know GoL always a very strong like in the Trolls game, but I would like to know for like we already have done 2 bi-weekly and like the half of the season already gone. So how you think about now the Trolls game, and any team you think they are really strong and maybe will be possibly for the championship. 那因为这边赛程其实也已经过半，而且结束了2个周决。比较可惜的是一点呢，就是2个周冠我们GoL是没有拿到的。那我特别想问一下，在这个赛程过半就目前这个赛季感受下来，觉得哪些战队现在是对你们来说威胁挺大，会有可能会阻挡你们这个夺冠之路的呢
？GG，狼队，考拉，暴打。
Okay, so to be honest, I think like the team GG, and also for KRA, and also 暴打, and another team is Wolves. Yeah, they are really strong team, and maybe possibly to get the championship. 哇，也感谢晚上的一个分享，感觉你们现在队内的氛围和状态非常的好，是不是？这周有没有希望？感觉
有。
要有信心好不好？
好。
Okay, I just asked you if they have the confidence, and one who just told me yes. And also, we would like to say we would like to say good luck to you guys, and thank you for today's interview. We will get back to our casters.
Welcome back off the back of that interview. Very nice to hear from JL and how he's talking about the best teams right now, which teams are doing well, which teams are good, and have a chance at taking the championship. And yeah, definitely Wolves is definitely one of them, considering that they've been two bi-weekly final winners in a row. But here we are taking a look at the standings just again for today's 6-game series and the number of points that these teams are going to be taking forward into their second day of games. This is only the first. There are 3 days of games. However, each team only plays 2. So I'm not 100% sure who's going to be playing on Sunday. Perhaps, at least one of the groups from today will be playing Sunday as well. But looking at the overall scores, JL bound to be extremely happy with their 80.6 points for one single day.
For me, the one I'm excited by is WBG. I think they're a bit of a dark horse this season.
Yeah.
And I know that seems weird because they're in 3rd right now, but like if I was to make you a list at the beginning of the season of who I thought were kind of like your top 3 for this split, WBG probably wouldn't have been anywhere near that top 3. It would have been like JL, GG, and probably KLA. Like I didn't expect Wolves to have as good of a season as they did. That's at the beginning of the season, and then as time moved on, obviously Wolves would have probably taken like KLA's spot in my opinion as one of the top 3 teams. But WBG, I think they're a bit of a dark horse this split. There is a lot of strength in this team. They're being consistently improving and they're looking really good. So I think they're like a team to keep your eye on. I talked about X1 as kind of like your up and coming team, but I don't foresee them having, like anything groundbreaking happening this split. I think WBG, on the other hand, are a team who may be actually capable of upsetting the apple cart. So definitely someone to kind of keep your eye on going forward, as now we're into that second half of the split and they're just looking really, really consistent. And so are JL, so are a lot of other teams. But when, a team who maybe you didn't put as your kind of like guys to watch do show up and actually have a really good performance, got to give it to them. WBG, I'm starting to get a little bit on that hype train. We'll see though, because I think, there's plenty of other teams. I think KLA have to really step up to the plate and kind of get back to form. It's a close season though. I think that's the big thing is I don't see this being a whitewash season. I think we're probably in for a very, very close run, especially once we hit the playoffs and going forward from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And another team to definitely be looking at, I think, is Alliance. Alliance in the bi-weekly finals, they dominated early on. Unfortunately, they hit a point, they made a mistake, and I think it ruined their mentality moving forwards. Yeah. They weren't able to really recover that well and ended up having the finals taken away from them by Wolves. Yet again, Wolves did it in the first week, ending the bi-weekly final series in 4 games, and then in the second, and managing to take it away from Alliance, who were definitely looking favorable going into that 4th game. But it is what it is. But as you said, it is extremely competitive so far this split. We've had a lot of close series. It's never necessarily just only one team dominating. Yes, Wolves has taken the bi-weekly finals twice in a row, but it's not been easy at all. However, that is gonna be it for us today. Sadly to say, we had plenty of NARAKA. There's gonna be plenty more coming up these next few days. We've got solos tomorrow, same place, same time. Make sure to be there, as I will likely be. Thank you very much for casting alongside me, HitBrain. It's been a pleasure. Thank you everyone for watching, and we will be seeing you next time. Take care.
Bye-bye.